never answered my question. What
What's
you
your
did
question?
essentially was, I asked a very simple question. Usually I try to go on a ramble, but this is the question. What you try to do is to equivocate the corruption in the Nigerian judicial
I'm not
system
equivocating. I'm
and the
saying
United.
don't
That's what
don't
you
run
did.
down Nigeria.
You
Please,
just
I
said,
ran
you
for president
pointed
of
out.
Nigeria. If the
Okay, I
country
don't
was
want
not
to cut
redeemable,
you off, but
excuse
go
me.
ahead.
Well, no, I ran for president in Nigeria. If the country was not redeemable, I would not have run. And I've seen that Nigeria has institutional challenges. But you cannot sit down anywhere and say that Nigeria, the entire judiciary, with all the hardworking people there, with
That's not
all
what
the
I said. I asked
yeah,
you a simple question. I asked you a very simple question, Prince. I
yes,
said, Prince, do you think that Nigerian judiciary is corrupt? That's what I asked you. Simple question.
the Nigerian judiciary has some challenges of corruption in it. And because I practice in many places, I have seen that Nigeria has a peculiar problem of corruption, especially when it comes to uh, lawyers and judges being influenced in certain ways, certain matters. However, for the majority of judgments of court, you can't find corruption in them. Because the majority of judgments of court, I read them every week, I get them, and I see that they are consistent with the established law and the canons of interpretation. So, and particularly when I look at the case of Peter Obi versus INEC and look at Atiku versus INEC, in this particular case, the court was 100% right. The court followed the law and did what a normal court would do. That even if you take Peter Obi's lawyers and put them on the bench, they'll give the same judgment. If you take Atiku's lawyers and put them on the bench, they'll give the same judgment. If you bring me to sit where Justice Amani was sitting, I'll give exactly the same judgment. The
All
judge
right.
will.
So here's the, I respect, and I do appreciate. That's why I don't want to interrupt you too much or do, because of course you've run for president. I've not, we want a better country, and the only way we get a better country is that, for me, for us to understand where we are and where we need to go to. We live in a country whereby Ghana is planning to supply us electricity. It's fact. We live in a country where Bukachua stood up on our Senate and said his wife was influencing, you know, um, um, judicial opinion. And we were in the same country whereby the Senate president came back, and the two, Senate presidents came back from elections where they did not participate in. What I'm saying is that, and this is the hope, from people like us, go back, is your campaign manager or your family, or we need, this is not going to cut it for us. We don't want half measures. We don't want, Andy Uba helped us. They helped us in this one. In this one, it may be just quasi okay. We want a better country. There's something that, people call intangible assets. Tinubu can go to stock exchange and ring bell till tomorrow. If people cannot come to a country where they are short of justice, they're not going to come. It will still be in the doldrums of poverty and all the problems that we
Can I
have.
add a
But
few
I'll rest
things?
my case here.
Yeah, can I add a few things? Number one, you mentioned Bukashua. You could see the reaction of the country, the reaction of the legal system. So you will see that Bukashua and his wife are being investigated by the ICPC now. So when
Sorry,
I'm
why not NJC? Why is ICPC? Why
okay,
not NJC? You're a lawyer.
let me tell you what the law is. Because the issue came up when she was retiring. NJC has no jurisdiction over her anymore. NJC has jurisdiction over serving justices and judges. So once you retire, the ICPC, doesn't matter whether you retire or not, ICPC has jurisdiction to go and grab wherever you are. It's like a civil servant who is said to have committed an infraction. Once they retire from service, the Civil Service Commission has no jurisdiction over them anymore. So that is that. But what I'm bringing out is that it is true that we need to reform we need to improve. But if you look at, especially if you have an advantage, like I have, many people have that advantage, like I have, where you see how the legal systems in other countries face the same challenges all the time. And I was giving you even the more public ones that you find in the Supreme Court now, where there are 9, and 2 out of the 9 are under serious investigation for collecting a lot of money, for being carried on private jets of people, for their families giving a lot of money, for cases.
So, sorry, sorry, Prince. Those things that are being investigated for in America, in Nigeria, those things are regular stuff. Those things
No,
are like they are like regular stuff.
no,
But
that's not true. Let me give you information. I have appeared before the Nigeria Judicial Commission, Judicial Council. I can show you how many justices of Nigerian courts have been dismissed from service. Nigeria has lost 2 chief justices of recent, Onogen and Tanko.
Sorry, but we shouldn't bring Onoge. He was.
No.
Everybody knows the circumstance.
No,
He was bullied out of the system
you can
unlawfully.
say so, but if you read the file, you can say so, but he went to court as well. And later we'll do the case. Your opponents can bully you if you have one small skeleton in your cupboard and not bully the other person. But the fact that you have it and they grab you is one issue. And if you look at Justice opponent of the Court of Appeal, Justice Adeniji of the Court of Appeal, they were dismissed. I was in that case. And despite everything, they were dismissed because they were accused by one politician of having collected money, and they were dismissed. And many senior advocates are suspended. Some are disbarred from the inner bar. So what I'm bringing out is that we should understand that Nigeria is not a country that just, once you are corrupt, everybody covers you. Some get away with it. But if you put your laser and you study how the system works, not just judges. In fact, Nigeria has the highest number of justices being punished and sent out. If you go to Ghana, I have a friend in Cuba, and when I went to, he's a senior, one of the oldest lawyers in Ghana. When I went to Ghana to do cases with him, we did some cases together in Ghana. He was commending the Nigerian judiciary that in Ghana, the corruption in the judiciary was so bad that even judges were now selecting lawyers for clients, and that Nigeria is doing well in terms of what we are doing with our judges. So I am not saying that the judges are saints, but I'm saying that the legal system is aware of the problems, and I'm raising this Alito and Justice Thomas and other justices in many states in America that it is a problem. If you look at Justice Nixon, I don't know if you remember Justice Nixon. If you remember the judge in Pennsylvania in America that was colluding with police to charge people to court and collect money for killing. So it's a human nature. In our system, we cannot cover it where it's wrong. We cannot assume that because one judgment or the other did not go on the public expectation, that judiciary as a whole is corrupt. No, that's not my experience of it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have to change things a little bit. I'm sorry that Olumide, I think I skipped him and went to Odi. He was actually the next person online. There are people in the studio backstage who have their cameras off. That's why we are not bringing you in. But I want to skip everybody and go to Righteous Man. He's in Nigeria and he's been driving. That was why I didn't let him in. But he's been out with us for more than 4 hours, I think.
Okay, so it's good. And you can see now how God works. The only righteous man here is in Nigeria. He's not in America.
And he's in the dark. You know him because he's in the dark. Righteous Man, come on. Your question. Let's hope we can connect to him.
Righteous Man, I can't see your face, so I can't see your face.
Righteous Man, unmute yourself and then your question. Are you still driving? We don't let people in if they are driving, so that was why I didn't let you in. I hope you are. Can you unmute yourself?
No.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I said, Dr. Rudolph, you've dealt with me for 4 hours.
But you
Well,
were, you
I'm
know,
used to your pattern when it comes to people in Nigeria. You treat us as if we do not belong. But no problem.
all right, forgive me. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. The guest, I love his sincerity, and at the same time, I will not pass if I'm a student in his class. I think I will fail his questions and his exam. If I'm in his class, I will fail all his subjects because his ability to explain things goes beyond normal. You know, when questions are asked, he spends. If I'm a student, I will get confused. And during the election time, when he was interviewed in Arise, that was one of the problems I spotted on him. I was telling my wife, I said, this is a good material for Nigerian presidency, but he has much words, much talk. And with the frustration we are facing in Nigeria, we don't need somebody that is going to talk too much. We need somebody that is going to give us brief answers to the problems we are facing so that we know the direction. So, Mr. Prince, I'm in Nigeria and you are in the US right now. So you have run away. You have abandoned us here after the election to go and enjoy life. Because if US is not better than Nigeria, and if things that are working there are not better than what is working here, I don't think you will go there to stay. You would have resorted to go to Benin Republic or Togo because they are also countries where you can practice law. So I just appreciate you. But I have 3 questions for you.
Make it one, please. Can we?
Number
So let's make it 3 in 1. 3 in
No,
1.
3 questions. 3 questions. Rudolph, I have been backstage for 4 hours. Rudolph, you are not paying for my internet. You are not paying. Ask the prince there. He will tell you that what we spend in having data in Nigeria, it's not like what you enjoy over there. When you do subscription of 1 month in Nigeria, it will not last you 7 days. But you paid for subscription for 1 month. He is aware of it. And the
Righteous man is right. Righteous man is right.
icons like him supposed to have taken Nigerian telecommunication to court. Why will you subscribe for 1 month and then within 4 days it's gone off?
I spoke about it during the
So,
campaign, but that's the question.
Okay, your questions.
okay, my question is, my question number 1. We remember Gani Fawemi today because of his actions. When you notice the wrongs in our electoral processes, how many times have you gone to court to seek for judicial interpretation of our electoral laws? Because if you have done that, maybe most of these mistakes that were made by opposition parties, they wouldn't have made it. That's number 1 question. How many times have you gone to court to seek for judicial interpretation of some of these impediments that we have in our electoral laws and constitution? Like Agbakoba wrote to INEC chairman to explain about the 25% before the election. And you being a lawyer, you know that that thing does not matter. What was the legal action you took in order to make sure that Nigerians were furnished with the correct answers that are required? That's number 1. Number 2, since you found out that ideologically you share the same feelings with, or the same belief with Showore, why did 2 of you not collapse your system to form a formidable force in the last election? Then number 3, which state are you from? Because I heard when you say Dalu.
All right, thank you.
That's my question.
Thank you, righteous man. Prince.
Okay, let me take this one by one. Incidentally, I hope you know that Ganifa Emi was my cousin of blessed memory. So my maternal grandmother is the senior sister of Gani's father. So they both far me. So Gani is family to me. The issue is that it is not every matter that the court can resolve for you. Gani spent his entire life going to court to get interpretation of this or that. Good. But you will notice that even going to jail did everything. When it was time to, when he ran for election, none of the people he was going to court for decided to vote for him at all. So politics is different from activism, as you will see. Now, why I didn't go to court on all these issues that I have the answers to them are clear. You only go to court for things that are not clear. So if things are clear, we don't need to go to court. So that I didn't have problem with 25%, all those issues that it was clear to me. So I didn't want to waste my time on that. But I have done a lot for electoral reform. I've drafted whole electoral act and given to INEC. I've helped when Dimeji Bankole was speaker. This idea that political party cannot remove their candidates anyhow, I drafted it for them. I drafted many things. So I do a lot of institutional reform. And that discussion we had on October 1, 2021, was an attempt to help Nigerians to know how to draft a proper electoral act. I drafted the electoral offenses bill for INEC free of charge. So you can go and ask Professor Morris and all of that. So I made my contributions, but I don't believe in show. I do institutional reforms. And anytime you bring me out, I'll say the truth.
Can I interject? Can I interject? If you wrote the electoral, if you wrote the electoral laws that we have today, it means
not the one you have today.
You were
the one at that time. Not the one you have today.
But that Morisiwu election was the worst, apart from this one that was conducted February 25th. The election Morisiwu conducted was the worst in the history of Nigeria.
Okay, now the question I'm asking is this. You are now giving it to, it looks like you are driving and breaking the law though, but the issue is, if you are driving, I think I shouldn't be talking to you.
Yeah, you should. Righteous man, we have to get you out. We are not responsible for anything.
No, I'm entering my house.
Okay,
when you enter, come back again, okay?
Yes, all right. But I will reserve your right when you enter your house. You are breaking the law. You must have broken the electoral act before. If you can break the traffic law now.
All right. So, Chim, what do you want to say before I go to Alaba? Unmute yourself.
Please go to Alaba. Go to Alaba. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, Alaba. Yeah, welcome to the show.
Yeah, protocols duly observed. Greetings to everybody. Prince, thank you. I have one question for you, which will be relaxing, but my questions are going to come to you because you are a lawyer, a politician, and my question is only one question, but it's 1A, 1B, 1C under one question, all related to law.
Yes.
But before, by the time you answer my question, please just go straight to the point, because there's one thing I want you to observe. You see this paper I'm holding, it's white. And when we all agree this is white, and somebody comes and starts telling you it's red, and then comes with an argument that in Ghana, they call it yellow. Personally, it's hard for me to keep calm in such situation, for me to act civil when somebody is insulting my intelligence. It's very hard for me to keep calm for me, because I feel like this person went to school, I went to school, and this person think I'm a fool, or as we speak, I'm for pidgin. This person don't see me finish. You understand?
So my question is the first 1A is on this, you are a lawyer. I did microbiology in school, and the first law they taught us in microbiology, if you want to inoculate, you must sterilize your inoculum. And I'm pretty sure in law school, the first thing they must have taught any lawyer is that you don't sentence a criminal to jail and have the trial after the sentence. So why is it that
that's what we do actually? So that's why I don't ever use law analogy. That's what we do in law. If you don't have
who are the we? Who are the we? You mean you Nigerians?
No, what I'm saying, I'm just saying that law analogies are not easy. That's what we do.
Oh yeah, you said this is what we do. Who are the we? The Nigerian lawyers?
No,
because I know
example,
in Malaysia, I know in Ghana, I know in China, I know in Russia, I know in America. They don't do that. So I don't want to say
do that.
That's what
actually, I don't want to make that major issue. I'm just letting you know. That's why Donald Trump went to go and post bail first.
No. Don't do analogies with me. Let me land with my question.
No, because I'm just saying that your example is not correct. That in law.
No. I'm not landed, man. I'm not giving an example. I'm saying in law, by basic law, unless you want to start making a mockery of the rule of law, we can debate that if you want. If we want to make a mockery of the rule of law, but the rule of law is that when a criminal
the law for
charged, he face a trial first before sentence. Am I wrong on that?
You are right.
Basic in law. Let's agree to disagree. Let's agree before I can move on, because I'm not going to be beating around the bush on this topic.
This one you said now is correct. What you said before wasn't correct, but this one now is correct. You go to trial.
Okay, there's no difference between what I'm saying before and what I'm saying now. We're talking about the rule of law. In law, you don't sentence a prisoner first, and you don't let him serve jail term first before you have a trial. Right? Am I right on that? That's the rule of law.
Right.
If we do that, we're making a mockery of the rule of law.
You are right now.
Okay, now that's where I'm going with my question. You didn't let me laugh. So why is it that those of you who went to law school in Nigeria, and those of you call yourself senior advocate of Nigeria, which I think shouldn't exist anyway, and those who are judges, allow a law in Nigeria that allows the swearing in of a president and then the trial to proceed after the swearing in? Why would any lawyer and your members of the Bar Association, none of you raise an objection to this? None of you move the motion in the House for 24 years of our so-called democracy? Nobody finds a fault in this, and we call ourselves
let me answer the question.
No, don't do that. I got 3 questions, or else we won't move. Let me throw all my questions out.
1A is why.
Yeah. I'm moving on to the second one. That's 1A. Why is that? So that shows a failure, institutional failure of the institutions that train you all. Because if I'm a microbiologist and I have to do an inoculum without sterilizing, I'm a failure as a microbiologist. Let's get that straight. That's my opinion, but you might have yours. Go to 1B. 1B is pretty simple and straightforward. What's your view of the Nigerian Constitution, 1999 Constitution? Why I'm saying this is that Obasanjo proved the point to me on that Constitution recently by ordering the Obas to stand up and sit down. Obasanjo was not trying to insult them. Maybe he was, but that's not my concern. But the point he made clearly on that thing is that he basically told us that as far as Nigeria is concerned, we don't have citizenship. The Constitution, Section 2, empowers the state, not the citizens, not the people. And that is why our judges are so arrogant when they give judgment. You have no local standing. You're just an individual. You're just a slave in the system. You're just basically serving the state. I understand. The white man took it from our forefathers, gave it to the civilians, then the military took it, then they arrogated it to themselves, and now we have a system in place, thanks to the 19. In your own opinion, as somebody I would look forward to as a politician,
that's 1B.
I might vote for you. Let me finish my question. Okay, what's your view of the 1999 Constitution? Do you see a problem with it? Do you think it should be torn into pieces, discarded, burned with a matchstick? That's my second question. My third question, still based on law. Not third question, 1C. The Constitution clearly states, unless I'm wrong, that the first round of voting specify 25% in Abuja. You're a lawyer. It says if nobody achieves that and there's no clear winner, there will be room for another election within the two top notch. Why are you, as a lawyer and as a politician, not interested in enforcing what your constitution clearly says? I understand you've stated it on this program that you don't agree with that 25% dialogue, but that's not the point. The point is it is written in your constitution, and it's your job to follow the constitution.
Let me answer your question one by one.
Now you can answer. Thank you.
Let me answer your question one by one. First, let me congratulate Dr. Damages. Your uncle, righteous man, has arrived home safely. So you might want to join if you want. Now, the first point is that it is not in the business of lawyers or the judiciary to insist that somebody who is elected cannot be sworn in before the election petitions are over. Why? Because to do that, you need to amend the Constitution.
That was not my question. My question was, as a lawyer, did none of you see this? I mean, you must have up to 20,000, 50,000 lawyers in that country, senior advocates, judges. Did you not see this as a mockery of the rule of law?
No.
To have a swearing, is that where we are going on that one?
Now, what I want to say is this. It is in the Constitution of Nigeria. Now, lawyers, only advantage lawyers have over any other person is that we are trained in the skill of interpretation of the Constitution. But we do not have the right to dictate what is contained in the Constitution. Now that we are operating it, there are two ways in which we can handle it. It's either we make sure that the litigation process for our election is simplified, that it is a one-off thing. Some countries have managed to do it, where when elections are conducted, you do not go to any other place. You go straight to the Supreme Court if it's presidential election, one time. And the Supreme Court sits in a special session and decides. In some countries, you don't even certify the election until you have taken it to Constitutional Court. So INEC, after conducting the election, will not announce the election. It will take the election to the Constitutional Court and submit it there. Then anybody who has a challenge will now go to the Constitutional Court and challenge it, and INEC has to defend it there. Once the Constitutional Court says the election is okay, that person can be sworn in. But in the Second Republic, we have a similar situation like this. And Awolowo and Shagari, remember that case was decided 48 hours to swearing in. And the judges had the matter within like 10 days, and they disposed of it and gave their decision right there. So either way, what I see going on here, if you want to correct it, is that we have to limit the grounds on which you can challenge the election. We have to change a lot of election petitions so that all kinds of nonsense is not brought into it. Because the people who are complaining...
Can I interject on this question, please? Can I interject on this question? Based on... So if I'm hearing Alaba rightly, there seems to be a little disconnect in the way in your response from his question. Alaba is saying, irrespective of litigations or not, we should have litigations. I don't think we should throw it away, even if we want to have a 3-tier process of litigation or 2-tier, as we currently have as per presidential. What he's saying is, shouldn't there be a constitutional insertment that says no man can be sworn in until we have dispensed fully with those?
It's a good thing to have. it's a good thing to have, but it's not a question for lawyers. It's a question for the Nigerian people through their representative, because lawyers are not the speakers, members of
You
House of
don't
Assembly.
think the Nigerian Bar Association can push that, as they are the custodians of,
You can even push it
laws?
more. No, you can push it more, because it's not a legal profession thing. It's a legislation.
Even if they see that it counteracts their profession?
It doesn't counteract our profession. Our profession is just to apply the law the way it is, and to
even if it's an illegal law that makes mockery of the rule of law.
There's nothing called a legal law, because rule of law in Nigeria is a product of the Constitution. So the Constitution can even abolish Supreme Court. The Constitution can even abolish the legal profession. So the Constitution is superior to the legal profession. So the Constitution is a fundamental document. So what you need to do is that the representative you have National Assembly, the Senate and the House, 480 of them, and your 36 State House of Assembly, they can change the law today and say no one should be sworn in without having exhausted the litigation. The only danger lawyer can tell you is that you may run into what we call interregnum. So which means that you have to either shorten your litigation period. We have done it in the Constitution, for example. We say every litigation must end within 180 days. And every appeal must end within 60 days. So if you add 180 to 60, you get 240. So what this means is that if you want to make it work, you have to conduct your election a year ahead of the swearing in. So if you conduct your election a year before the swearing in, and you have 240 days for litigation, you will achieve that. It's very easy to achieve. You will now amend the constitution that says election must be conducted and announced 250 days before the expiry of the incumbency. Secondly, election petition must all finish within 240 days. That's simple as that. It's not that complicated.
All right.
That one.
On the 1999 Constitution.
No, 1999 Constitution and the sit down, stand up that Obasanjo was doing against the gods. What I can say is that the 1999
I wanted to say don't focus on Obasanjo, focus on the states having all the power and the citizen having
I wanted to answer your question as you asked them, then you can amend your question, because you were discussing Obasanjo as well. First and foremost, the 1999 Constitution has a lot of contradictions in it. And those contradictions reflect the contradiction of Nigerian politics. For example, is he a federalist constitution? It's a federalist constitution where the Nigerian people don't trust the states to have police powers. So Nigerians don't want state police. They don't want state citizenship. They don't want any of those things, but they want federalism. They want a unified court system. For example, under a proper constitution that is federal, INEC will not be one to conduct election for governor of a state. Each state will conduct the election for their governor in their state, and they will litigate all the election petitions inside their state. So I've just given an example. So the 1999 Constitution arose from mismatch, patch, as they call it in Pidgin English. It's a patch constitution because Nigeria has a patch understanding of their union. So if we want the constitution to be better, we need to answer certain fundamental questions. And I have about 100 fundamental questions. For example, I'm a prince of the Ondo Kingdom. So I'm behaving and conducting my affairs so that the kingmakers, if it comes to one day I apply, they will choose me. But Nigeria is a republic. Which republic has kings? No republic has kings, because if you say you are a republic, you essentially say you have abolished monarchy. But Nigeria has not abolished monarchy, and we are calling ourselves a republic. That is why we have this contradiction. That was why Obasanjo could prostrate when it pleases him, and when he's frustrated, can shout on the same people he was frustrating for. We have all these contradictions going on. So we are looking for a new Alaafin of Oyo is to be installed. But I can tell you that in Oyo, the selection of the Alaafin is more fundamental to the people than the election of Makinde as governor of Oyo State. Some nonsense they cannot take, they can overlook if a governor is wrongly elected. If you select the wrong Alaafin, they will not overlook it. So their heart is still in that traditional institution, but by law. So our law contradicts our reality. So that's what I can say about that constitution. You can say that for resource control also. You can say that for so many things. Everything we are quarreling about, we have unresolved questions in our existence as a country. Our organizing philosophy as Nigerians is not clear yet. So we have states, for example, 36 states. But we still talk about Yoruba presidency, Igbo presidency, and all of that. And none of these entities we are using to rotate power are known to the Constitution. They are not known to the Constitution. You say Northeast, Northwest, South, none of them is known to the Constitution of Nigeria. So we have that lack of clarity and that clarity in the Constitution. So it can easily be resolved if you hold, either you turn National Assembly. For example, one thing you can do, you can take the National Assembly and the State Assembly and create a Constitutional Assembly out of them, and you can now go and discuss the Constitution, or you can create another Constitutional Conference where Nigerians will discuss all these issues. But the Constitution as a document is a very good document in terms of legal text. It's very clear, it's very lucid, it's easy to interpret, and it provides for so many details that you will not find in the US Constitution, other constitutions as well. Even in England, their constitution is a series of acts of parliament and judicial decisions that you cannot, if you are not a lawyer, you cannot understand. But in Nigeria, a person who has very good grasp of English language can get at least a hang of what is written in our constitution. So as a living document, to me, it's okay. It's just that it is trying to deal with an amorphous family that they don't know all their members. They don't know who is senior, who is junior. They don't know. There are so many unanswered questions in Nigerian existence, and the Constitution cannot answer them for you because the Constitution is just a document written down. You can't answer questions you have not answered. So that's what I can say about the Constitution. And then you ask a third question.
25% Abuja. I like your last statement that our law contradicts our reality. But the point is, why are our politicians not trying to change our reality or change our law?
They won't change our reality because the voters are not making those things important. The politicians do what voters consider to be important. Voters think that if you share rice, you are a good man. They will vote for you. If you try to amend constitution, they don't remember that. That's why Baribe is not a presidential candidate. He's one of the most hardworking legislators. People don't realize that. So people react to other things, not what you're saying. Now, dealing with 25%, your rendition of it is wrong. It is not written anywhere that 25% of FCT is relevant to runoff or anything. It's not relevant to it. It's very clear that what they want to do in the Constitution is as follows. They want us to have a president that is not a sectional president, because that was a concern in the First Republic, where you win in your own zone and then you try to form an alliance with somebody. So in the Second Republic, they said, no, you can't win unless you score 25%. First, you must score majority, and you must score 25% in 2/3 of the states. So for you to do that, you must make effort to be popular. You will not stay in your region and start to say we have population. Otherwise, if you do that, someone from Kano may not even want to compete with anybody. We just say, let me take Kano, Northwest, a few things add to it. Maybe I have a brother in Lagos. I just add him to me. We win the election. But by just scoring a few votes more than the other person. But the Constitution says no, you must have national spread. So 25% in 2/3 of the states. That's what he wants. However, because of the problem,
and the court ruled that Abuja is a state, and you agree with that.
Can I handle it? However, because we copy our constitution from certain federations where they have problem with their federal character territory. For example, you Americans will know that if a person is, if in the presidential election in America, if you are in Washington, D.C., and you vote for a presidential candidate, you are helping that candidate to score in the general poll, but you are not helping the candidate in the electoral college. Because when they are counting electoral college in America, they don't count Washington, D.C. Has 0 electoral vote. That is why Washington people always complain about taxation with taxation. So in Washington, D.C., as federal capital territory for the United States, they don't count. When you are counting how many states you won, they don't count it. So in Nigeria, we now wanted to cure that mischief by saying, in counting, for the purpose of counting 2/3 of the states, you count the state, you also count FCT. Secondly, in the Awolowo of Pastor Shagari, we had a problem where we needed to get 2/3 of 19 states. Because it's similar to what we have in our constitution. For you to become the winner, you must score majority of the votes, highest votes. Not the majority, but you must score the highest votes. And then you must score 25% in 2/3 of the state. In the case of Shagari, he scored the highest votes. However, he didn't score up to 24, 25, he didn't score 2/3 of 19. Because 2/3 of 19 will be almost 13 or 12 point something. And G.O.K. Ajayi, on behalf of Awolowo, argued in the court that you cannot have 2/3 of a state. You cannot have 1/3 of a state. A state is a state. So Shagari needed to do 13 states to cross the threshold. Supreme Court said no. Otherwise, if they required that, they would have done a runoff between Awolowo and Shagari, and you never knew, nobody could have known where the winner would come from.
Sorry to interject, Prince. DC has 3 electoral college votes, just for correction. So because it's a public forum.
DC has 3 electoral college votes.
Yeah, it has 3 electoral college votes, so it's not inconsequential.
I will check that now. But the problem we've been dealing with is the fact that Nigeria wanted to treat our federal capital territory as part of a state, so that it gets, relative to its population, the number of votes that it should get. So that's, they said, 2/3 in all the states and FCT. So that is the interpretation. It doesn't mean that DC now or FCT now will determine for you who is the winner or not. It just says that when you are counting states for the purposes of election, count the FCT2 as if it were one of the states. Not only that, the Constitution also states in our Constitution that any reference to the state in this Constitution includes reference to the federal capital territory. So that is the point I want to make. So it doesn't make it that you must win it at all. No, if you can win it, fine. But if you can achieve 2/3 without winning it, it's also fine. You can miss FCT just like you can miss any other state. So, and you are right that the 23rd Amendment to the Constitution allocated 3 seats to the FCT, to the Washington, D.C. But originally in the U.S. Constitution, it did not have. But I think the 23rd Amendment has now given it 3, which they are still complaining about. So that is my point on FCT. So it's not mandatory. I've known that before now, and I've always believed that it's not mandatory. And you will see that this 23rd Amendment, the U.S. came as recently as 1961. So for the most part of the life of the U.S. Constitution, for the most part of it, the FCT in America had no vote until recently at 1961, when they made the 23rd Amendment. It shows to you that historically, never used to count the FCT. But now, states are taking measures. So in our own constitution, we added the FCT, just as Odi has pointed out now. The US too, in 1961, after about 200 and something years, started to amend their own constitution and add to the electoral college. But just like in the US, you can even lose those electoral colleges, college votes. It doesn't matter. It's just like any other.
All right, thank you. So we have about less than an hour left. So I want everybody who is called upon to make it try to summarize your questions, get it into one question, so that we get to everybody. Righteous man.
Did we take all your 3 questions, Ferreira?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, Rudolph.
Yeah.
Why you
Please,
question? Ask his question now. What we're supposed to be doing is answer his question. Righteous man cannot be asking new questions.
Yeah.
No, those are my 3 questions. Although I don't agree with your answers, but those are my 3
all right.
questions.
Okay.
No.
Yes.
So righteous man. Righteous man. You are his
Please, point of correction. I was not breaking the law because I was not driving. When I was asking him question, I parked because I was very close to my gate. The moment I finished asking him question, hold on, I drove in. That was when I moved the car. So telling me that I was breaking the law is not correct. Point of correction, please.
Okay. You are that is when you run for president. Okay, so finish answering.
So concerning
No.
I have not finished
questions.
I have not finished with him. He have not answered all my questions.
He knows he will finish.
He did not.
Just hold on, let him finish the answers. Prince, go ahead. Because we are running out of time.
I've answered Ferreira's question. So he's now righteous man.
Righteous man, yeah.
He has not finished my question.
Yes. So can you recast your question so that when I answer, you won't say it's the wrong answer I've given?
Yeah, I said, since you have the same understanding with Shore.
Yes. Why did
from
you
your
work together?
explanations? Yeah, from your explanation, it's very clear that both of you agree. And you see him as you see him as somebody that have the same understanding with you. So why did you both of you not collapse your structure to form a formidable force in the last election?
Okay, thank you. First, we started in 2020, 2021 to try to get a unified alternative opposition. Because at that time, we thought APC and PDP were the same, and that the two of them will never oppose each other on fundamental issues. They will just try to outrig each other, but they will not oppose each other on fundamental issues. So we thought that the other political parties should come together and try to present a common convention and a common candidate. So we spent a lot of time on that. And if you check the record, you will see that I hosted a lot of meetings in Abuja, in Ondo, in Lagos, and we formed what they call the third force with Patu Tomi and many other people there. So the idea was that we're going to come together. So we wanted 14 political parties, but there were 18 political parties. 2, the ruling party, APC and PDP, were out. And then a few of the other parties were working for them. We thought that they would always follow their principles. So the other 14, we tried to work together. To cut a long story short, that arrangement broke up or broke down when people in opposition, people in that caucus, decided to go and take advantage of the problems in PDP. They took advantage of the crisis in PDP. There was crisis in APC with Mai Malabuni, the SAC, Oshomole, they were having their internal catharsis. In PDP, they had their own problem too. They almost had a broken convention. So people in our opposition thought that it presented an opportunity to go and find some of the elements in the PDP and try to work with them and drag them into opposition politics. A few of us did not agree with that. We thought it will never work because even two ways, is either the person will not speak your language and you will lose your credibility when you follow them, or when they win, they will not rule according to what we want to achieve. So we can achieve victory and people will not get anything. So that is the reason why when that broke down, which I can give a long story if we have time, but we don't have time. So when that didn't work, everybody went and started pursuing their own ticket, thinking that in the course of the election, we would try to work things out. But in the course of the election, they were moving towards the big parties. It was the big parties too who were still attracting people to themselves. So that's what went wrong in 2023. But I think the way it can work is that you cannot wait for somebody to emerge the candidate of his party and then say at that time we are going to work together after you have become a candidate. No, I think what will work is for opposition to come together and try to do a campaign primary or election or whatever they want to do, or consultative, and then bring one person out. Not that you go and imagine your party.
Mr. Prince, it simply means that you and Showore couldn't work together.
We couldn't work together electorally because the arrangement was not for two persons to work together. Two people come together, you will still lose. The arrangement was to gather opposition elements together. So even if Showore and I had worked together, the two of us combined together will still not win the election. So the issue is this, that for you to win the election, you need a grand coalition of an opposition. And that grand coalition should start ideologically, because not everybody is going to queue up behind an establishment candidate. For example, I said many times.
Sir, with due respect, let me cut it short. With due respect to you and your works, don't you think that jumping into presidency was the problem why Nigerians did not deem it much fit to vote you into power? Because they have not tested you, either local government chairman or state governor, or even in the house. You've not handled power.
All right.
Yes. Yes, it's a point. Some people raise that point, but that's not my interest in politics. My interest in politics is to serve in the area where I see that the problem is. So if I want to solve Nigeria problem the way the constitution is written, the only way I can solve Nigeria's problem is to give Nigeria an effective presidency. And there are two ways I can give you an effective presidency. I can give you a president that I believe in, that this person will be a good president and I can assist the president. Or I can go and be the president that I think Nigeria needs. But to say that, let me be a minister, let me be this, that you are building a career in politics. I don't have interest in career in politics. I'm interested in solving a problem. So if you give me a presidential candidate that ideologically sound, has the integrity, has the courage and stamina, and is not entangled to any of the masters, I will support the candidate. And if I don't see, I will present myself. It's now left for the Nigerian people to decide. But when it comes to election, whether you vote or not, I have had more experienced people than me. The great Zik of Africa ran for presidency in Nigeria, they didn't vote for him. So you can't have more experience than that. Awolowo, with all the experience that he has, they did not vote for him. And they voted for Shagari. So Nigerians will find every excuse when they are not ready. When they are ready, they will find
Sorry, is it that they didn't vote for him or they just selected the person they want to get to be there? That's another thing you have to talk about, because people voted, but sometimes they just select who they want in that position. Thank you.
Yeah, it has another perspective, but the bottom line for me is that many people who said Awolowo was the greatest themselves campaign against him. That's the point I'm making. So many people who said Zik is like You don't get Zeke. Maybe a country like in the world, people like Zeke, maybe they're up to 8 or 9, like Gandhi, Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, maybe Mandela can join them. So you don't get Zeke easily. But Nigeria had Zeke, but we didn't make him president. We didn't vote for him. The Second Republic. What I'm saying, and we had Aminu Kano. You can't have somebody. Even Mahatma Gandhi is not as clean and people oriented as Aminu Kano. They still didn't vote for Aminu Kano. So what I'm saying generally is that you mentioned Ganifa now. He went to jail, did everything. He sacrificed his life, his health, everything. That we have to get our people to a consciousness where they vote the leaders according to what the leaders stand for. I think that my own reading of it is that during election time, just like the media is distracted, the politicians are distracted, the people have too many parallel considerations that determine how they vote. So, and when people don't want to take risk, and Nigerians are conservative, unless we are deceiving ourselves. Nigeria is not a radical country. People will say they're radical. Nigeria is not a radical country. Nigeria is majority, a very risk-averse country. They really want to change. They really want to take risk. They are very slow. And that. So by the time they ask you to go and start learning a system that doesn't work, I always give the answer all the time. If you want me to go and learn under a system that doesn't work, by the time I'm halfway through, I'm now part and parcel of that system. So a system that doesn't work, you have to correct from outside. You don't let somebody who's inside. So if I wanted to be a minister, you won't be seeing me here. I would have been in Washington now or New York, saying Mr. President is correct. I'm following up and down. I don't think that is the solution to that. I think that we have to keep fighting from outside until our people lose hope in the system and realize that this system is rigged against them. But for my reading, going around Nigeria, people haven't lost confidence in the system. They may have grievances against one politician or the other, but they will still support somebody from that system. This one is better than this one. That one is better than that one. But they've not come to the ideological and dialectical understanding that the system itself, the way it's set up, you need to upstage the system and put a people's oriented government there.
All right. Thank you, Prince. We have to... Let me go to McBoy.
Is it Dan?
No, Dan is not. Dan just came. I will remove him if he raises his hand again.
Isimiri has been here for a while.
Doctor, there's some very important question.
It's not important, Dan. McBoy.
It will come. You will still have your time. Let's go to London.
No, I'm at work. I just jumped in because you were explaining something.
Okay, take the man who has a job. Leave the jobless people. Take the job of the man who has a job.
No, I have. Honestly, if you look at the
Prince,
the environment.
Prince, I know these people. They are my people. I know them very well.
I have something to Mr. Dan, like you, okay?
Once you cause problem. Let's go to McBoy. McBoy, you're next.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph, for letting me in. And thank you also, Prince Adewale, for joining us today. My question is you're welcome, sir. My question is very, very short, just one question, but I would love for you to tackle it from two angles. And I will assure you that you probably will not be able to satisfy the answer to my question. Okay. So my question is basically on the double nomination of Shetima, the so-called double nomination or bad nomination, whatever we'll call it. So I want to look at it. Hansard, give us your opinion from two angles. The first angle will be from the litigant angle, where you think they got it wrong. Then also, probably you might start from the second, what we call the second one, which is what the law expressly say concerning double nomination, which is the first angle. Then you go to the angle where you think the litigant got it wrong. Because in my opinion, I feel the litigant did the right thing, but just the court just threw it to the side for one reason or the other. In my express opinion, the reason why I stated that from my little knowledge of that particular issue, I felt that the date, there was a 14 days difference that would have made Shetima a bad nomination. So why should the court ignore that 14 days? Does it mean that does not apply anymore? Thank you very much.
Okay, it's a very simple question, but it's a touchy question because people who ask this question have made up their mind. They're looking for somebody to just support what they believe. But in terms of legal interpretation, take it to Supreme Court again, you get the same answer. I think the interpretation given by the court of appeal is correct. It's a correct interpretation of the law on that one. I'm not saying that Shetima is a good vice president or should have been there, but that interpretation follows legal interpretation.
So what does the law say?
Your personal note, whether I like
my two questions you didn't answer it.
Law, it's a good interpretation. It's a sound interpretation in law, but whether Shetima is a good guy and should have been vice president, that's a different matter. But it's the way the matter is presented in court. Go and read the judgment again. Maybe one day, if
sir, my question is, what does the law? I'm not talking about what the court judgment is or not. My question was, what does the law says concerning double nomination?
The law says that the
candidate got it wrong.
The law says that a person cannot be in the same election, will not be a candidate in two constituencies. That's simply what the law says. Cannot be nominated.
Then the Electoral Act also stipulated certain number of days that you have to replace your nominee. But I feel somehow the nominee was not nominated within the set number of days that the Electoral Act stipulated.
No, it's a feeling. They call feelings. Courts don't follow it. Like I said, you feel.
No, I didn't say feeling. I said the Electoral Act.
No, what I'm saying is that you said that the Electoral Act stipulated a number of days, and you felt that it didn't comply. But if you look at the issue before the court, the issue before the court was narrowly as to whether Shetima had effectively ceased to be a senatorial candidate as at the time he was nominated. It was a narrow question that had he effectively ceased to be a senatorial candidate as at the time he was nominated. That is to say, he ought to withdraw first and 1 second later become a VP candidate. But at a point in time, whether it's 4 hours, whether it's 3 days, that's a short period of time when it was both in the books of INEC. And to do that, you have to show the book of INEC where he was actually both. And INEC's book shows that whether it is actually what happened or not, the INEC documentation shows that the gentleman had withdrawn before they changed him to VP. So the court is not working in INEC, so the court is just going to follow the fact. And if the court wants to give a broader interpretation, actually, of it, the court can even go further to say that the mischief that the law wants to cure is to make sure that on election day, candidates, electors in different constituencies don't start electing you at the same time. That's what they want to. They want to make sure that you don't run for Senate in Abuja and run for Senate in Anambra or run for president if you're a senator. Because in the US, they do it. You run for 2 elections. You see people run for 2 elections. They will run for this, and later go and run for this, then they will choose. So,
sir, from the evidence that was presented to the tribunal, I'm not trying to diss the tribunal. I'm not one of those people that diss judiciary or not. So, but from the evidence that was presented to the tribunal, both the evidence from the INEC as well as the evidence that was the letter written by Shetima for the nomination, there was that discrepancy of days, not a certain number of days, whereby Shetima should have withdrew his nomination before he was nominated.
That was an argument only. It was an argument. But you see, what you can do, and if Rudolph can use his magisterial power here, you can do a session where you actually get people to bring the judge, because now you can comment on it. It's now already a public document. You can bring the document to the forum where people will read extract of the judgment and say, I disagree with this. Because disagree from memory, sometimes you won't know where you got that portion from, whether from Twitter or from the body of the
No,
judgment.
mine is not Twitter. Mine is I followed the tribunal verbatim every day. I was
No,
literally
I'm not
following.
talking of what you follow verbatim. I'm talking of the judgment itself. You see, this is how we lawyers.
Okay.
That is to say, somebody, like I have the judgment here with me. So it is good for us to do a session, maybe after the Supreme Court has dismissed their appeal. Everything is free. So we now come back. We will now.
Okay, I understand you. That is because it's already in the Supreme Court. You can't go too much detail on it. Is that correct?
No. That's not my point. My point is that it will be whatever we are saying at that time. There will be clarity in people's mind. Remember that when I came earlier some months ago, and I was on this show, and I was saying the cases will be dismissed. Many people were questioning me, do you know more law than the lawyers there and everything? So it's always like that. So, but when the case is over, everybody's eyes will be clear. Then we can ask, the argument will now not be what will happen. It will be, I don't like what happened. Then you can now take the judgment, Court of Appeal and Supreme Court. And then you can take a marker and highlight the one you don't understand or you don't agree with. Then we can now discuss it now from the text itself. Otherwise, I will be correcting your question and will be attacking on it.
Yeah, but if I may say, Dr. Rudolph, just this opinion. I would say I'm pretty much more confused as of today than when the tribunal was going on. Why did I say that? Because I followed the process, the proceeding, till the very day of judgment. So,
every day.
No, I was watching. I was following. I was reading. I was looking through the excerpts from the court.
That was the second-hand information because the court was not covered live, so you will not be able to know.
But regardless of it wasn't covered live, the excerpt was still the same thing. I mean, it's available.
Even from the excerpt, I was already having many of the people were going to court and bring excerpt. If they apply to be judicial correspondent, many media houses will not hire them. Because
yes, but the evidence that was presented,
what they were reporting, first three problems there. One, each side were reporting. For example, if you look at some APC people on Twitter, if you read what they are reporting and you read what Labour or PDP people were reporting, if from the same proceeding, it's as if it's a parallel universe.
I never even looked at the Twitter part of the report. I don't really do Twitter. So now, but based on the evidence,
Mark Boy, we have to go. I'm sorry. It won't end if we're going this way. There are people who have been waiting for a long time. I'm so sorry. I know everybody would like to have this debate with our guests, but let's go to Isimile. Isimile, go ahead. You're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Hello, panelists, our beautiful viewers, and people in the session. Thank you. Without you, this show would not be.
The viewers you cannot see are beautiful, but me that you are seeing live,
I'm coming because I'm a big cake for you now. But
I'm sensitive to the issue of beauty and all of that. I'm very sensitive. Okay.
So welcome to the show, Prince Adeole. You're highly welcomed. I do actually enjoy your presentations. I've watched you here. I've watched you other places in Ovie's show. I love the way you present yourself, and I hope it's not just all about talking. I believe in action. Talk is cheap. It's easy to talk. So I'm sure Nigerians will go and check your records in the past, how you have actually served in your political career. Even the way you served in your other aspects of your careers in the law firm, which you are going to use as equipment to help to make Nigeria better when you serve us, when the Nigerians decide to vote you in. I don't know when. So my question is, sir, politically, I have three questions, but they are all kind of important, sir. We have less women here, so please let's promote equality here, isn't it? Women haven't
Yeah, I
been
think
coming
I think a woman should be asked to be allowed to ask 30 questions so that you can compensate for other women who are not here.
and here I've been selfish. They've not been asking about their women. So your voice is
Prince,
appealing.
hold on, Prince. You see what I'm saying? They know how to blackmail me. All of them. If you allow them, they will do that. She proved the women thing, and
So
there's
let's
no.
just give her like 7 questions because there's no other woman here.
Who are the women
So,
here?
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Politically, what is your plan for 2027?
my
What?
plan for 2027 first is to learn the lesson of 2023. And that's first, to learn that lesson, to not just be crying and blaming Tinubu and blaming Obi and blaming INEC. To first ask myself, what are the things you could have done better, differently, all of that. And one of the lessons I've learned is that you don't wait too close to the election before you start to engage. So, so what part of what we are doing now is 2023, and most of it is 2027. And secondly, to try to engage the government so that we don't die before 2027, the way they are going about it. So we need to make sure they don't just get away with a lot of errors and that we tackle them sincerely and effectively, and that we start to let Nigerians know that there are alternatives. Because from my study of our cultural psychology, when something is going wrong, they will just say Nigeria is hopeless. If I used to say Tinubu is hopeless, they will just straight away extrapolate that Nigeria is hopeless. So you want to make sure that even if you don't agree with the government of the day, there are other people who can form better governments than that. So we should start offering those alternatives. So that's my plan for now. And also, of course, to try to see how to work with other colleagues who are interested. I've seen some of my fellow contestants saying, "Oh, I'm done with that because I'm not doing it." But to try to encourage people to stay on the job.
Okay, sir. Let me just ask my other one, please, if you don't mind, Doctor.
Go ahead. I don't mind. Rudolph has a problem.
Um, what do you think of what is presently happening in Niger? Subsequently, if you are to be the president of Nigeria and heading the ECOWAS, what would you do regarding Niger? Would you take a military action against Niger? If yes, would you also take a military action against Mali, Gabon, and other countries where recent coups had occurred?
Okay. First, what is going on in those countries are not good. Despite whatever anyone will say, that they will try to throw away the shackles, France, and try to, yeah, you can do that, but I think that we should learn to use democratic systems to take away the shackles, to remove shackles. For example, Nigeria itself, ourselves, is not free from the shackles of the West. But I'm not planning to do a coup. I'm planning to mobilize Nigerians to vote an autonomous and indigenous authentic government. So I think that I encourage our brothers in West Africa to try as much as practical methods, because changing a government by coup is an imperialist tool. So if it takes you 6 months, 1 year to put an anti-French, to plot an anti-French coup, it will take the French 2 weeks to do a counter coup. So don't try to introduce it. People have tried it. Thomas Sankara tried it before. Many people have tried it before. Once you introduce a coup, the imperialists are happy because they are experts in coup making. They will just wait and do it. So I think we should try to use democratic methods to be more sustainable. Secondly, I will not use military measures. But if Nigeria was strong enough, it is a threat to our regional existence for you to change government around us. No regional power will allow that. For you to stay in Nigeria and you take. I've had discussion with the Russians, and I've told them that why are you reacting to the way Nigeria is reacting? Why are you in Ukraine? You're in Ukraine because the US changed the government that you pay for there and put their own person. That's why you're in Ukraine. And you are not happy since that time. Why did you go and fight Chakasvili in Georgia? So you cannot disrespect us if we can't change the government around us and think that we are going to take it. We are regional power as well, at least in our own region. So you cannot just change the government of Niger, change that of Mali, change around, and try to create a link between the Gulf of Guinea and the Gulf of Aden. If you look at what is happening from Sudan to Chad to Niger, to Burkina Faso, to Mali, to Guinea. So from sea to shining sea, they're trying to create a corridor there. So there's no way. And Lavrov is highly intelligent. Nigeria will be sleeping on his rights to just allow you to do all of that. So I believe that with diplomacy, with strengthening our institutions, we will be able to stem this tide, and we can find a way to manage with our.
All right. I think, Prince, we're having
brothers who have elections and change and do a few things. Those are the things, but it's not to have military government.
All right. Isimili, are you done?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you so much, Prince.
Okay.
The women have no questions. That's better with Nigerian women. They don't have questions.
No, Prince, don't start here.
If I start, you won't like it, sir.
Yeah, she's capable of asking questions. Let's move on to other people. Concerns, welcome to the show.
Okay.
Dan,
thank you very much. Thank you.
People have been here for 4 hours, Dan, or 6 hours. Concern, welcome
I want to go. I will come back later.
All right. Concern.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, everyone there. I believe that all of you love Nigeria and all of you want Nigeria to progress. That's why you're here today. But, sir, at the bar, I've been listening to what you've been saying. Some this thing, I understand your answers. It's like, but for me, I would say you're one of the judges who judge this case, who judge the tribunal judges, because you are going towards their line. That's what we are going. Because when you see other people and other lawyers and other judges, then we go another. This doesn't mean that Nigeria have 2 or 3 different type of laws. That is one. That's my observation I'm making. I want to ask you, if, for example, if in 2017 there be election, are you going to contest?
2027.
If yes, do you believe in the recommendation of the OIS Commission? Recommendation. Do you believe in that recommendation?
All right. Thank you. Thank you, concerns. And let's go to Prince.
Number one.
No,
I'm not. Okay, have you finished? I can allow you to finish.
No, I'm just asking. Do you believe in that? Because if you believe in that, it then means that you people are trying to kill Nigerians. You politicians are fraudulent, because you people believe that the law, the standing law now on the election law. Because I watched Falana today. When Falana was talking today, he said the politicians doesn't want the democracy to go ahead. Then he talked about the West Commission. And he said if the World Commission is implemented or is sent the constitution, the election will be very good. But now, you people are going to the election knowing that whatever you do, anybody who wants to read the election will read the election, not to happen to him.
All right, thank you.
Let me say something clearly. One, I'm not supporting the judges. The judges are the one supporting me because I gave interpretation of the law before the case even was filed. I gave interpretation of the law when the cases were filed. I gave interpretation of the law when the cases were going on. I just stand where the law stands. And I gave you as the reason why I thought going there, those issues, we won't get anything out of them. It doesn't mean that I'm happy with anything, just clearly. So now, the other issue with the Ways panel report, that panel came, Yaradua set it, the Ways panel up in 2007. And Yaradua was trying to deal with the issues of the elections that brought him into the presidency, which was quite controversial. And the panel has some recommendations. And the recommendations have to be turned into white paper. That's how the law works in Nigeria. And now take the National Assembly and use, but they were nitpicking a few things out of it. So I am not a lawmaker. I think that if they implement the waste panel report, it will help. It doesn't solve all the problems, and it can also bring one or two problems on its own as well. If you go into the waste panel report, it will still bring some of the problems out. If you listen to people like Galadima and Co., you will see that it raised an alarm that the prosecution of electoral offenders might actually be abused in such a way that if somebody from the ruling party commits an offense in Ondo and someone in opposition commits the same offense in Kaduna, they may decide to prosecute the person in Kaduna and not prosecute the person in Ondo because the crime committed in that place favors the incumbency. So that should not criminalize election. But long and short is that I am not against any reform. But what I know is that the most important reform is the reform of the character of people. Because empowering INEC with more powers than it has now doesn't mean that you have more honesty than it has now. And the political party themselves, when they conduct elections, is worse than that of INEC. So we need to also look at that party primaries are worse and less transparent than even INEC general election. So the reform is supposed to be across. And then when people also finish election and they are fighting election petition, they also tell a lot of lies under oath. So the whole system is problematic. That right from the beginning, errors, in the middle, errors, towards the end, errors. So I think that we should try to use advocacy and to change amenities we want to change. But the National Assembly members, they are very reluctant to change things which may end up ending their career. Because some of the changes made by the 8th Assembly affected even the members. Majority of them did not come back. So if that level of self-sacrifice is allowed, then we can do better with our electoral law. But the people of Nigeria must have dialogue like this, where we table items that we want to put in the electoral law. And minimum must be the Electoral Act. Minimum, not any regulation. The Supreme Court will never enforce any regulations. Secondly, we should try to amend the Constitution to put some of the most important amendments there. For example, that we must finish the court cases before swearing anybody in. Second, that we must have, I have a feeling that we should have a new system where we have a constitutional court that doesn't sit regularly. That constitutional court is the one that will handle presidential election, not the regular court, just a constitutional court. And that constitutional court is easy to do it. When the election is, they will convoke themselves, and INEC must not require a petitioner to come and prove that he won the election, because it's quite difficult for you to prove that you won the election. And INEC must not require the petitioner to show that the election was not fair and fair. I think our law should say an election is presumed not to be free and fair, not to be regular, until INEC can justify it. Then the burden will be on INEC. It will not be on the petitioner to come and say the election was not free and fair. Those are amendments we can make. I will make it through.
All right. Thank you so much.
Concerns, he has some concerns, I think.
No, he has no. We are moving on. We have to go to Okija. Okija, you're next.
Okay.
Sorry to barge in. I have something. Please.
Okija, hold on. Let me hear.
Yeah, your last question you didn't use. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Normally, I don't pay attention to the chat session because I believe people there are civil and well matured. I'm not actually upset, but I believe Dr. Damages, you should look into how people behave in the chat room. If they are picking on people, some of them are saying, talking about bleaching and stuff like that. I don't owe you no explanation. It's my right if I want to bleach. I'm sure some of you, your mothers bleach and your girlfriends or whoever bleach. Some of you are the kind of people when you see, you go and marry some ladies, and when you see something you condemn publicly, you turn an A. I don't want to mention that word. So please, as you are ganging or trying to upset me or say things that I'm bleaching, I'm even surprised and disappointed in some of you that are very matured here. You come here sake that Nigeria should be a better place. You're not here to attack people because I'm not the kind of person you can bully. You're too tiny, like a rat, to bully me. Let me tell you that. I've gone through hell in life. So if you think you want to pick on me, if I focus on you on this forum every day, every minute, I'll come here and I will teach you a lesson that you will never forget. So please,
Sorry, please.
apologies, look into this. I
So
don't.
Damages, I've been saying this all through. A lot of people are out of order, and they are coming from one
Wait, let me
man's
finish
thing.
and
They
fight
come here
my
and bully
battle. I'm
people.
not a coward, please. I do not accept disrespect. I do not accept disrespect. I respect people, but I'm not afraid to throw punches if I see you in person. Me, I'm a tomboy. I not send you. Whether I go school or not, I go bring you to your level in
So we
any way.
just ignore them. They are nobodies. Ignore
Way.
them.
You want to do it intelligently, I will show you. You want to do it academically, I will humble you. You want to do it the
Ismiri,
other way, in the jungle, in the bush, I will deal with you. So please respect yourself. Some of you
Is-
have gray hairs in there, like Kulata. I'm disappointed that you're even engaging with those people with low morale.
Ismiri, ignore them. I'll deal with them. Don't worry. Ignore them.
All right, all
I
right. So
respect
I'll
men.
deal with it.
hold
Respect
on,
yourself.
Ismail. Sorry, I didn't.
Please read what they have been typing and deal with it accordingly because
It's out of order. It's just out
this
of
is
order.
the
That's
same
how
way
they've been doing.
they are
They'll sit
women.
down there.
Men don't have respect for women, and I'm not going to sit here for you to insult the way I look. Some
All
of
right,
you are married to people that are big. I can never call anyone fat. But how dare you come here and speak of the way someone looks like? And when you don't even have the confidence and audacity to show your face here, come here. If you got balls and talk, and let's hear you.
all right. So
People that come here to contribute. I have things to do, but I'm here because I believe we're one family. But if you have a fish brain and you go under like a coward and start picking on women, then you don't have morals. You don't deserve to be a man. You don't have no balls. You're not a man. You're not man enough and should not even get married because when you do that, I wonder how you treat your women at home or even your so-called girlfriends. You are bullies. Don't try to bully me because you're too tiny like rats, all of you that are doing this. Please. I don't have to explain to you whether I'm bleaching or not. It's none of your business. I can wear wig. I can put eyelashes that sweep the floor. I can do whatever I like. I can wear panties. It's my right.
all right. Thank you.
Please. I understand Yoruba. Kulata. Don't even start because I ignore you guys. But I know how to look for trouble. Don't start. Oh, don't pick on me because if I do, you won't like me. Be one, please.
All right. Thank you, Ismail. I'm sorry. We are going to do something. Normally, when I started this platform, I thought it would be an open platform, but we had to put in some rules because of people who do certain things. We've not been able to manage the comment section. The comments are a lot, come so quickly. I can't read all of them and monitor what we're doing here, but we're going to do something probably, and people may not like it. You may have to register to come on the comment section and things like that. So, well, I'm sorry about that. Let's move on to Okija. Okija, thank you, Ernest.
Prince
No,
Adebayo,
we all
welcome.
apologize on behalf of the miscreants to my Ishmael. Yeah, it's part of the problem of the country. I think we will learn from it. Human rights is not only the government that can abuse human rights. Individuals too can abuse human rights. So I think we should be careful to be hate speech promoters.
All right, thank you. Okija.
Prince Adebayo, welcome home and nice to see you again. I know you are intellectual, your smartness, they are not in doubt. But for the past 1 hour or so, I'm gonna say that your level went down a notch. In trying to answer some of these tribunal questions, I don't think you follow the tribunal. I don't think you know the issues. So I'm really sorry. Because when you answer the concern, his questions, he was asking you about the issue. I think you guys were conflagrating the issues or confusing the issues. There were two cases of APM. The issue was invalid nomination of Tinubu, due to the invalid nomination of his vice. Okay, and look at it here. Okay, I have it here. Masari withdrew on June 24th. Okay, on July 14th, Shetima was nominated, forwarded to INEC. Okay, and the Section 33 of Electoral Act stipulated 14 days. If not, a party will have a fresh primary. Okay. In Tinubu's lawyers, when they're answering that question, look at what they said. Accordingly, and in line with the constitutional dictates, he nominated the fifth respondent as his associate for then approaching presidential election. As events will turn out at about 24th June 2022, the said fifth respondent, for which is best known to him, exercised his right to voluntarily withdraw from the race. This, of course, placed a burden on the third respondent to pick another associate running mate for the election. The lot eventually fell on the fourth respondent, who was selected by the third respondent as his running mate on July 14th, on 14 July 2022. So they acknowledged that it was 21 days. His lawyer, they acknowledged the Constitution section, the Electoral Act 22 said 14 days of fresh primary. Okay, that's another issue. LP's case is one of because of double nomination, because he was a senatorial candidate and he was also a vice presidential candidate. That's a different issue. So in the cases, one of them, I think the APM case, okay, the tribunal said it was electoral, pre-election matter. Okay, the LP case, the tribunal said it was not intentional. When has not intentional become, like you mentioned? Oh, I mean, so you are here, you're a lawyer, you are justifying it. I mean, I believe I like you a lot. You don't know that.
I'm waiting for you to make something that is worth responding to. Can you bring out a point or ask a question?
You answer
because an angry citizen has a right to vibrate. But do you have like a point you want to raise that's of logically?
Yeah, I'm making my point. If you hold on, I'll make my point. What I'm saying, for one, that you don't know what you're talking about. You have to, really, look at the case again before you answer the case. Before you answer, you can't just come in a public view and be telling us, something.
Which case are you complaining about now? Which point?
That's the question you answer concern. You said that that it was the law. It was not the law. The law, they said it was not intentional about LP case.
Which case? Which court case are you discussing now?
LP case. I'll just show you. I mentioned
the presidential petition court, the tribunal, they are ruling. That's
the tribunal. Yeah. Yes. One of them, the APM case, they said it was a pre-election matter. The LP case about double nomination, they said it was not intentional. Not intentional is an excuse. It's not an excuse.
Can you read a portion of the judgment that says not intentional? Can you read it?
I don't have the portion of judgment now, but if
talking about it, because I've seen that.
Okay.
What we call obiter, the law. I've seen people go with it.
So
like I said earlier, you will continue. Like I said earlier, for the sake of people to know how the legal system works, I think that not only me, but get other lawyers. One day, let's have a session where people read the judgment itself. And then you give them time to highlight portions of the judgment that they have issues with, so that when they highlight those, they can raise questions, they can get an answer. You get the point I'm making. Otherwise, people will even be talking about portions of judgment that's not there, or portion that was just introductory comments, that were not decisions. So I don't want us to waste time on that. But the reality is that the APM case or petition should not even have passed, if we follow our jurisprudence, will not even have passed preliminary objection. they will be thrown out. I've thrown out such cases before. I've thrown out such cases before. So
on what basis were they thrown out?
No, because there are certain, and it's not only them, even some lower courts make the same mistakes. There are certain questions, when you frame them, they are pre-election matters.
Yeah.
If you are talking, for example, about the manner in which somebody was nominated, so if the way you frame your question, if it's not framed properly, it will look like a pre-election matter. And if you now bring it to petition to the tribunal, they will tell you it is not your business. For example, in the judgment in Peter Obi versus INEC, when APC brought a counter case that Peter Obi lacks local standard on the basis that he was not a properly nominated candidate of Labour Party. This same court said APC is wrong because that's a pre-election matter. You're not a member of their party. If the party brings him forward, anyhow they bring him forward, it's not your business.
No, but, sorry,
basically,
Prince, I wasn't even mentioning about APM case. I wasn't even mentioning about. I was concerned about the LP case, about the one that they said non-intentional. Not it was not intentional.
No, that's not intentional. Don't repeat that one until you get the judgment and read it out, because I've corrected so many people on it, and when you ask them, they discover the hide on Twitter. So in Nigeria, once somebody mentions something, they continue to go on with it. I have seen people, some of them are even lawyers who tell me, because it's not intentional. I say, where is it? Read the judgment. And so go and read the judgment and come back another day.
I will read it. Okay, but my second question, the 25%. Okay, you mentioned the 19th. I'm happy that you are conversant, with what happened in 1979 Constitution. Okay, so and then you're a lawyer. You know what about when they say about what it's true they call when they want to fix something. Okay, but 1979 1979 election, was the ruling was a big case. Okay, it divided lawyers actually. Do you think that some of the framers of the 1999 Constitution, I think Justice Atiku was there.
Sorry, 1 second. We are trying to correct some problem now. Some people now are still commenting on how beautiful Ishmael is and now turn it into opportunity to be propositioning this. So before we now have lawsuit and they will sue everybody here. I didn't send them, so please.
Okay, you know about mischief rule. Okay, so 1979, the Constitution, we had a problem with the Constitution whereby the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Shagari when he had 12 states. Okay, instead of 2/3, complete 2/3. So that was a problem. And I believe that the framers of the 1999 Constitution, and these men that were like Justice Nikitobi, Benoit Benze, that's the two people I know that were, that did the 1979 Constitution. These guys, they were big lawyers in 1979, so they knew what to happen. So when they were doing the 1999 Constitution, I believe that they are thinking that they didn't want 1979 to occur again. So that was why they inserted 2/3. So they knew we had 36 states plus Abuja. So so if you say that you have 37 states, that means you are throwing us back to 1979 again, because 2/3 of 37 is about 24 point something, which is the same thing we had at during 1979, 12 point something. So don't you think that the framers, they knew about that? They were trying to use things like mischief rule to cure that. What happened in 1979 to cure it in 1999? I mean, do you think that so do you think that
all I can say is that the mathematical problem in 1979 that brought the great Chikobi report, and everybody came to call with a chalkboard. We're doing algebra. That is not the problem here now.
No, but 1972 was 2/3 of 1919 states. Now we have a 2/3 of 37 states. It would get us into, or is it because that, according to INEC, that Tinubu won more than 24? What if he had won 20? What if he had won 24 states? What if he had won 24 states?
It won't give us problem because based on Awolowo and Shagari, they have ruled that if a person wins a portion of a state, give the person the whole state. Don't count. That's what the government is saying. So even if we have a candidate that wins 2/3 and the 2/3 require us to zero on one state, whether, for example, 2/3 of 37, whatever is 2/3 of 36, as per Awolowo and Shagari, will be considered 2/3 of 37. Because that's what they did. 2/3 of 18 was 12 states. So
no. 2/3 of 19. We had 19 states. We didn't have.
I'm coming to something now. I'm bringing you something. 2/3 is a mathematical fact that nobody can fight with. 2/3 of 18 is 12. You agree with that?
Yes.
The Supreme Court made the 12 because Shagari won a portion. So it's like a 2/3 of 12. The 12 is enough to make 2/3 of 19. That's what Supreme Court said. So if a person now comes and wins 2/3 of 36, that person will be considered by the law to have won 2/3 of 36 plus 1, 37. That's it, based on precedent. So we don't have to struggle with that anymore. So that's a very
based on president, but we have another constitution. We don't have 1979. You can't say president because we're not doing anything with 1979 constitution anymore.
No, because
any rule prior should be gone.
No, that's not how it works. When the court is interpreting, they will read the text first, and if the text needs further interpretation, they will read a similar text, which will call, if you read they will call it impari material rule. I don't want to sound too technical here. It's called impari material rule. That is to say, if there's a legal text or statute or constitution that has the same words and have been interpreted earlier in another constitution or in another country, they will borrow it. It's called impari material rule. That is to say, the same words, exactly the same words, was interpreted before like this. Why should we change it now? That's basically what we call impari material rule. So I can understand one thing, which I want everybody to understand here. The right to disagree with the Supreme Court. If an Okada rider has the right, you can disagree with the Supreme Court. People have the right to disagree with any court. A wine tapper on top of a tree can disagree with all the judges of the Supreme Court. It's your right under the Constitution. But it will not change the law. But for us who are lawyers, we don't have as much right as an Okada rider. Because the Okada rider is just talking according to what his native doctor tells him. But me, I'm talking according to my training. So I may disagree or not agree. I have to find reason. So that is the reason why, if I look at the reasoning, and the reasoning is logical, even if it doesn't favor me, I will be able to advise my client in chamber that this thing will not favor you because this is the interpretation. But we can try and push it. Maybe we can add this one word. But in reality, they are likely to hold this way or that way. So when lawyers go to court and argue, sometimes they're just trying their luck because they know what the judge will say. And some lawyers, some clients, if you tell them you're not likely to succeed, they might say, okay, don't do it at all. Some might still say, let's just go there at least. We will still use that opportunity to harass them a bit. Even we are going to lose it there. So people have different motives for going to court. So it's not everybody who goes to court that actually believe they can win. Some go and say, people have been accusing me, for example, why did you go to court? People go there for you, at least they will see you fighting. They supported the fighter. But if I'm a fighter that likes to win, if I'm already know that I'm going to lose in the court, why would I go and lose? You know, so I rather use advocacy and other things where I can highlight evidence, highlight what is going on. So I'm not against anyone who goes there, but there's no way you can say that your own interpretation after going to work and coming back home, having dinner, you are reading the Constitution, that your own interpretation is superior to the judges who have spent their entire career from 40 years studying it. It's difficult. It's likely
No, sorry,
I can say I
I'm
don't
not saying on 25%. I'm not saying what I'm saying. I'm thinking, that when I read it, when I read it, I'm thinking that they were trying to correct what happened in 1979. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm
No,
not
what
saying
they are
that
trying to do there is just basically they are not even sure that we cannot create we can create more states. We may end up with 41 states. We may end up, so the state don't have to be 36 all the time. So the issue is that they are trying to, not only in that, or many things, including federal character, including everything, that is why now FCT has a minister. From there, anything you give to a state, any interpretation you give to a state, the Constitution wants you to accord it to FCT as well. That is why now FCT has a member in the Federal Executive Council. So this is part of what they try to correct, that FCT should be given as much privileges and rights as you give to the states.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sorry, my last question. I want you to comment on this, on Section 137 of the Electoral Act. Section 137, it says about non-compliance, it shall not be necessary for a party who alleges non-compliance with the provision of this act for the conduct of election to call oral evidence if originals of certified true copies manifestly disclose the non-compliance alleged. So INEC brought LP and PDP, they brought city certified true copies of the non-compliance, because there was the CTC they presented, they didn't show any result for the polling unit. So Section 137, they are backed by Section 137 of the Electoral Act. So what do you say about that?
That is adjectival. It's evidentiary. So that is not a substantive provision. It's just a provision of what we call onus of proof, burden of proof. It says that if a person, and it doesn't add anything, just a restatement of the law. If a person brings, if a person has before the court evidence that shows on the face of the paper that something is wrong with the result sheet, it doesn't have to lead evidence. If, for example, in Ihiala, Ward 3, polling unit 4, the returning officer did not sign the result, and there are so many errors on it. I don't have to bring evidence anymore to show you that in Ihiala, the returning officer did not come, nothing took place. I can show you and say, look at the result that they used for this declaration. The returning officer himself, there's no name there. He didn't sign it. So all the court is saying that's all. That
yeah, but
once
so where the PTC, so where the polling unit results, they have nothing in them, no signature, no numbers, nothing in them. So what do you say about that?
No, what I'm saying, that's why I'm bringing it to you. If you look at, there are cases I want you to study, because your career in law is very bright from what I'm saying. So study Aregbesola versus Oyinlola. Study Oshomole versus Osumbo, and study Hope Uzodinma, the miraculous case. I call it miracle case. Hope Uzodinma versus INEC. If you study that, you will see that in the course of the trial, they were doing mathematics mostly. They will take this result, they will check, they will find fault, they will deduct, they will remove. So in the case of this Labour Party, Peter Obi versus INEC, they were more like racing statutory interpretation. The petitioner did not come to court to fight the result sheet polling unit by polling unit. They didn't have even the witnesses to do it. They didn't even allude to them. So I don't want to teach. Their lawyers know what they are doing. They have some of the best lawyers. Dr. Liv Izoku, Dr. My very good friend, Dr. Oyechi Pazu. So all the lawyers there are brilliant. They know why they've taken that approach. Because sometimes you manage your case very well rather than embarrass yourself. So I think that something happened and Labour decided that trying to prove their winning polling unit by polling unit was going to create more problem for them than to just use legal interpretation to get their result. So it's a case management issue. But because this would have been useful if they had brought election results to the court and they try to prove it by documentary evidence, and anybody is challenging them.
Sorry, if I may interject.
No, no, no. No, hold on, Okija, hold on. I think at this point we have been on for a long time. I want to take a break. Okija, hold on. I want to take a break and give our guests time to stand up. I know he's a young man.
No, guys, just say that your wife told you that the food is ready. Don't use me. Don't use me. It's your right. It's your right.
I know that our guest is a young man. He's not worried, but I want us to take a break. And then, but before we take a break, I want to play a video for you guys because sometimes my first encounter with Prince Adebayo didn't actually go the way you would expect. And that's why I have sympathy for some of you who take issues with him. I will play for you guys the first encounter. And then when we come back, you guys will get the opportunity to continue to question Prince Adebayo. Unfortunately, my menial job I go to, I can't. I've called out because of one guy came here and said that all of us in America we don't have any job. I have
He's correct. We don't have jobs.
I called out just like Dr. Gomez, who had to leave because he has to go and clean some houses. So let me play this and then we'll come back and then continue the conversation.
Yes,
for this conversation with Nigerians, and I hope you do more of it. It will help you and it will help Nigerians to know you. I didn't know before this that you were the same person that made a speech at the NBA Nigerian Bar Association conference. And but my question is this: are you not afraid of being the president of Nigeria? If they hand over Nigeria as it is today to you, won't you be scared? I think a normal human being will be scared to deal with that. Now, let me go to some of the headlines you've made recently. Once in one headline you said I won't appropriate our oil money as budget if elected president. You said you put it in a fund, and this is money that you acknowledged that is not there because it's being stolen. Okay. Then there's another headline where you said, "I will end insurgency and banditry within 100 days if elected president." Now, to people who have looked at Nigeria, the different aspects of the country, when they see this headline, serious people, they will think that there's something not serious about you wanting to be president. Why would somebody look at Nigeria today? You're one man. Who will be your team? Who will be the people that will go to that government with you to clean up things so that in 100 days you can deal with the issues of insecurity in Nigeria? How do you? I think, Nigeria is a serious situation. We know that. Everybody knows that. And we want serious people to handle Nigeria. And if you want to present yourself as a candidate for president, there are some statements that I expect, and I think Nigerians expect that you will give that a serious thought. Like relocating the military barracks, that's not the reason why they are not functioning. I'm sorry, but I listened to you. I invested 1 hour of my time listening to you. I wish there would be more time that we'll have one-on-one conversation about this. I think Nigeria is in a serious problem, serious situation. We need serious person to deal with that.
Are you saying? of love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Arise from your sleep, Africa. Rise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. There's work to be done, America. But if we unite, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down for so long. We've been fooling around for too long. We've been sitting down for so long. I have not been fooling around for too long. So long, so long, too long, too long, so long, for too long, too long. Hey. Remember, long time ago, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, the pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for new America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, the dream for new America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been seeing that so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Arise from your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free. So long, too long, so long, too long. Pressing down for so long.
All right, welcome back, everybody, and we're here with Prince Adewale Adebayo, the SDP's presidential candidate in the 2023 election and potentially a future presidential candidate in the upcoming election. We thank you for hanging out with us and everybody joining us at home and all over the world. We thank you for staying. We have Forefathers is here. So we expect to have military industrial complex questions and and the rest of them. All right, let's move on. Where are we? I think Ike, I'm so sorry. Ike has been here. Ike has been around, and I didn't know that he didn't get a chance.
Ike has been around twice. He was around before he went to sleep.
Okay, he was sleeping, so
he has attended this meeting twice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Ike, go ahead.
Thank you, Prince, for being on our platform. I know That here 2 or 3 occasions I wasn't here, but I listened to everything that took place after the program. Really, where I would have want to come from, I think my brother Alaba asked you those questions, but I just want to make a comment. Maybe you might have something to say about the comment I want to make. Um, when we are talking about Abuja, I want to ask you a question before I make a comment. From what you said, are you now trying to let us know publicly here that Abuja now is the 37th state of Nigeria automatically, which means they're going to have 3 senators, they're going to have governors, they're going to have the same number of House of Representatives, they're going to have commissioners. Is that?
You don't know. Let me answer the question. In some instances, Abuja will be counted as the 37th state. However, the way the law works is that the Constitution will still tell you how to treat Abuja. And the Constitution says that in Abuja, the president will administer Abuja, and that's it. So, and they will have one senator. They don't have to have like 3, like others. You saw an example of the 23rd Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, where Abuja, United States FCT, which is the District of Columbia, were given 3 electoral college votes. So, and there's no governor for DC. So, federal capitals, usually all over the world, are given direct administration by the federal government. That's their own capital. So, that is why Canberra in Australia, Ottawa in Canada, US, DC in US, Abuja, they don't necessarily have to be run like a state. But under our constitution, it is written there clearly that whatever you are called a state, you are called FCT. So when it comes to counting electoral victory, you count the FCT as if it was a state. There's nothing complicated there. You don't need to have a governor or anything like that. Just follow what is written in the text.
Okay. Another thing I saw you when you were trying to give credibility to Nigerian lawyers and judges. You know, we, the common laymen Nigerians who are not lawyers, when you people want to deceive people, you speak Latin, you speak a very big Latin words that we do not understand. And at the end of the day, they tell us that the common man has no local standing. You quote one law, quote one Latin language, you know, to deceive people, because I believe that any law that is not interpreted to the level of a layman in the street to be able to understand his or her right, I don't think that law is working for anybody. I want to say something that what Nigerian judiciary system has done in 2023 will remain a textbook in the heart of many millions patriotic Nigerians. Because we have seen Nigerian judiciary to become a tool in the hands of politicians. Somebody will take a case to Abuja, and the court will say he has no local standing. He will go to Kwara State. The judge who in the same case said they have local standing. The other person will take the same case, go to Kano. The judge in Kano will say yes, he has local standing.
Let me answer that for you. You have the same problem like King James of England. So King James of England, because we have the King's Bench, and the judges are King's judges. So in England now they have a king. So if you want to be this King's Court, King James said, "Why am I? It's my court. Let me judge the cases by myself." And for a while, he was listening to cases, and then after a while, he can't do it. He got confused. He said, "When I listen to the plaintiff, he's right. I say I'm going to give judgment to the plaintiff. Then I will listen to the defendant. He's right. I say I will give judgment to the defendant. Then I listen again to the plaintiff. He's right. I'm confused. So we send the cases back to the judges. So the fact that you are in your house and you get it, you read about the judgment in newspaper that says somebody in Sokoto on a similar issue has local standard. Somebody in Owerri on a similar issue has no local standard. The cases are not the same because changing one word in your filing can make a determination between whether you have local standard or not. Secondly, sometimes what you read in the newspaper as the judgment is not correct. It's just the journalist's interpretation of what he thought he had. So usually, when we want to compare judgments, we will take the two judgments in front of us. We call it triangulation. You take the judgment 1, judgment 2. You compare the two of them, whether the facts are the same, whether the statute interpreted the same. Then you look at the precedent that the two of them are following. And I can tell you, as a lawyer who practices in the United States, what we have we have contradictions, even in the US courts. That is why if you go to this circuit, they will rule this way. If you go to another circuit, they will rule this way. So what is precedent in DC circuit? In circuit covering Texas, they may not agree. That is why sometimes they will wait. We'll have that contradiction for a long time. They will wait for that matter to get to the US Supreme Court, and then US Supreme Court will now clarify it. So if you study it, so lawyers were used to that. That is why when you are writing your brief to a court, you will say on a similar case, this court held like this. In a case that is so similar, the other court held like this. I want you to follow what this other court held. So there's one case that I want people want to study law to study. It's called NEPA versus Edegbero. That is the case where it was decided as to what matters to take to Federal High Court and what matters to take to the State High Court. Even on that narrow issue, which is not political, it's not anything, it's just a pure jurisprudence. There's no politics in it. Judges will find that there are many interpretations based on the way the person who filed the case. So if I take a banking case, for example, to court, I can go to Federal High Court. But if I take a banker customer case, I have to go to a state court. So law is not that simple because we are dealing with human behavior and we are dealing with laws that some of them are like 900 years old. So if you look at this election petition you are seeing now, you are looking at Electoral Act, Constitution, but that's not how judges look at it. Because some canon of interpretation that was upheld by the House of Lords 200 years ago is still applicable. Some Queen's Bench interpretation that Privy Council mentioned 800 years ago is still applicable. So lawyers have more information about the canons of interpretation than you who are just looking at a case from the surface. So don't assume that because one similar case, I've had people comment, for example, about my minor's case, I wish they go and read the case. If you read the case, you will not even bother yourself to complain. Because you will see that what the court was decided in that case was not whether minor ran twice or didn't contest. What the court decided was whether the case was properly filed. So people don't understand the difference.
Okay, I want to end like this. I want to give other people a chance, even though my friend Damages have denied me for so many hours. Listen, I want to ask you this. I want you to reflect the last thing I want to say. I live in an island.
Yes.
And staff from the other island, they came to my island for work yesterday.
Yes.
And we were in a meeting. After the meeting, we went for lunch.
Yes.
And one of the directors in the Human Resources Department called me, "Hey, Ike, you're from Nigeria?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Is it true that your president is a drug baron, is a Escobar in Africa?"
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying right now?
Yes.
That's the question I was posed yesterday.
I'm more interested in your answer than his own question, because he's not a Nigerian. He's just commenting. But your own answer is more important because it's your country now.
No, listen. You know,
yes.
where I'm coming from is this. The shock that I got from the question.
Yes.
I laughed it over. And I jokingly told him, "Hey, what are you talking about? Who told you that?" I walked away. I went to somebody else who were greeting. You see, yes. I know you would, as a politician, are you trying to be more patriotic than me, but you would have wanted me to defend that. But I am not going to defend it.
No, I'm not asking to defend anything.
Well, yes, I'm coming. So that's why I am asking you, because somebody asked you a question, I think it's righteous. Wouldn't it have been better for you to be a senator? Because you said that lawyers cannot amend laws, that it is the people in the parliament. And because lawyers cannot amend the Nigerian constitution, it is the people in the National Assembly. Maybe people like you with this kind of level of understanding about the law of Nigeria would have been the people that are supposed to be senators. I'm not talking about ministers. Because
let me just tell you this: I have a better chance of amending the constitution as president because I have to sign it first. If you are a senator, you are just one out of 109. So if you have the best idea, they may vote you out. But the president is 50% of legislation. The president, the two houses, the Senate, 109 senators, and 360 House of Representatives, two of them combined, they are equal to 50% of legislative powers. The president is 50%. Because when they pass their law, they have to bring the law to the president to sign into an act. If the president says, "I'm not signing," they will be forced to go and rethink it. And as president, I can propose constitutional amendment by bringing bills to the National Assembly, called executive bills. So I thought well about how to solve Nigeria problem before I went to run for president. In fact, it's not because of the way the title is called. It's because I looked at the problem the country is facing, and I realized that leadership is the problem. So if you are a senator, you are just part of a large group of people who are probably over one issue. But leadership, what matters the most, and leadership at the top. The second point is that anybody can say anything about what they hear, because our politics in Nigeria has brought out this issue of Chicago, and many people have gone to say that their president was caught with drugs and all of that, which is not what the case in Chicago was about. The case in Chicago was about, if you read it, I've read it many times, I read it when Sahara brought it. What the case is about is simple: that a particular person who has a particular address, they mention the person's name, is in the judgment, was being investigated for dealing in heroin. And that person paid money.
May I interject? Who is the person that his name appeared?
Go and read. I'm a lawyer, so I don't want to, because he has not been charged, so I don't want to comment. But if you go to that judgment, you will see the particular person he has a particular name that sounds like Yoruba name. So that person is not the president; it's another person, and that person was charged, was being investigated, and they were tracing the person's money. So they traced part of the money into an account that has Bola Tinubu on it. Now they went to court to freeze that money in court. So the money was frozen, like DA would do, like FBI would do, like IRS would do. When they freeze your money in court, you have to now come to court on why that forfeiture should not be final. So in this case, when they froze the money, the person who's our president now, he was then working at Mobile, hire lawyers to go to the court to go and challenge. Rudolph, you were associated with Sahara when the matter came up, when it was then published. So I think you get the facts. I'm not interested in Tinubu and his career. I just wanted to get facts. So he went to court to intervene that it is his money. It was his money. And they cannot seize the money. That's all was in court. So they were now to argue before the court as to whether the money. So he has to prove how he got the money. So he brought a lot of stories that didn't add up as far as the government was concerned. For example, he showed his salary in Mobile. Salary was so small compared to the amount of money. I think at that time, whether 24,000, I can't know the amount, but the salary he was earning per year in Mobile was not up to 10% of the money that was there. So they went and verified, yeah, it's an accountant who works with Mobile truly, but look at his salary, it is so small. Then later brought letters, other things from his mother, that part of the money was given to him by his mother. So the mother was in court. So it was supposed to go to trial, where the judge would determine whether all of the money came from the drug that the other person was doing, or part of it was actually his money. But before the matter could go to trial, both the government that froze the money and Tinubu himself went into settlement. Their lawyers met and they went into settlement. And the court, they now agreed that the portion of the money that he could trace as his personal money from his salary and from his mother will be given to him. The rest will be seized. And they came to court and they tabled the settlement before the court. And the court says, okay, you have resolved the matter. They say, yes. There are some of the money he has proven to be his money. We are returning those to him. The one that is in the account that he cannot prove will seize the money. So, and that was the judgment that the court gave and seized that money. I see the righteous man is shaking his head, but if you are shaking your head like that to the point of needing Panadol, I will go and look for the judgment itself and bring and read it.
Please, are you referring to the money that was seized from him?
Hold on, everybody.
Yeah, so in that conclusion, that judgment itself was a consent judgment that neither Tinubu appealed nor the government appealed. That's about the committee. So you can Google that.
Are you referring to the money that was seized?
No, hold on, Tone, everybody, please. Please don't answer them. Let me do this. I want to hear from John Abba and Forefathers before we give other people a chance to keep adding to this. Otherwise, it's not fair. John Abba, you are next.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Rudy. I hope you can hear me clearly. Okay.
Yes, of course. You are very clear. You are very cool.
Okay. Thank you for coming to the show. I used to be like righteous man. I used to pray a lot in the church until I think I want to die before the devil, so I stopped shaking my thank you so very much for coming. Dr. Rudy, thank you for bringing the finest of Nigerians to the show. You are doing excellent. I don't have so much for you. I've listened to you. I've been on the platform, but because of my running around, I come in and go, and I decided to stay when I got home. You are a wonderful guy. You said it earlier, based on your being a lawyer, that this case is dead on arrival, and that's why you called Tinubu to congratulate him. And don't mind our ignorance here. In Dr. Rudolph's show, there are a lot of us supposed to be on medication, but because we function and where we come from, we use prayer, and our mother prayed for us a lot. So prayer keeps us going instead of taking medication. So don't mind our ignorance at all. We are not a lawyer, but we just love the Nigeria, and we ask a question. If somebody asks you in Ireland whether your president is a drug baron, their president too is not free. It's not like it's a cent. So we all have.
The only answer I will give.
Yeah.
John will continue. Let me tell you. The answer I will give is
John Abba, now wow.
John, let me just tell you, no, very clearly. If anybody says that is for Nigeria, I don't know about Tinubu. If anybody says whether your president is a drug baron, it's not. Why? Because in the US says it's not a drug baron. That's the US, where you are supposed to be crying over. Because it's supposed to be an offense in the US. So the US itself says they have no drug case against him. They've written many times. He's in the US now. They're supposed to grab him and carry him to Kirikiri or their own version of Kirikiri there. So, and after that case, hold on one second. After that case happened in 1992-93. That case of for picture. A year later, 1994, the same United States granted him asylum. He was living in the US. So, and he was in the US. He lived in the US till he came back from the US to contest the election in 1999. So they had enough time to prosecute him there. They have not prosecuted him.
I think he lived in the UK. He lived in the UK, not US.
He lives in the US. Please stop wasting time on that one because he has asylum. He was in the UK, and the US granted the asylum, and he went because I know when Walter Carrington was making a recommendation. I was in Nadeco at that time, so I know these details. So we went there. I don't want to join issue because my politics is not joining issue.
All right, thank you so very much.
I just want to ask, for example, I know for sure that you can answer that question. Under Nigerian law too. Under Nigerian law, I mean, it's not. He has not been arrested for drug in Nigeria. He has not been tried for drug in Nigeria. So it's as much free from being a drug baron as any other Nigerian, and it's as free from it as any other American because America went and got Noriega, even though he was the president of Panama. When they thought he was doing drug, they went to Panama and removed him. So I don't think we should be wasting our time on that. But in politics, it is legitimate. If your opponent has some questionable background in the past, then you can bring it up. One of the judges I respect in America, because I appear before him in matters, it's Justice Kano. When he was in DC district, DC circuit, I appeared before him, even shortly before he was elevated. I did one case called Continental in his court. Very sound lawyer. But when he was to be taken to the US Supreme Court, they went back to secondary school and said that he was drunk and was harassing one girl in secondary school. It's allowed. You get my point? When somebody is running for high office, anything you know about them, you can bring it up. But not all of them you take to court. Because when you go to court, the evidence that is required is higher. It is enough for you to tell Nigerians that Tinubu at one time in his career in Chicago, he was mixing up with some people who were said to be doing drugs. And some money was found in his account. And he had to go to court to fight over that money. So question him what he was doing with that kind of thing. It's allowed. It's a proper question. But it's not something you bring in a later matter because in reality the case is very clear that he was not charged with, he was not even accused of it, not of all charges. In America, both of you are in America, you always use America all the time. When you America law.
No, I don't.
In America, when the prosecutor suspects you an offense, they will go to a grand jury first and go to a grand jury to allege that you committed no such case. So I think we should just understand that. But every election, you can bring the issue up, like so many other issues you can bring up. But if the voters don't mind, that's their problem.
Okay.
Right.
Now,
Thank you.
my question, I'm sorry, Duri, I'm going to leave and somebody can come.
Okay, sorry, we interrupted you, John.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no problem. No, one of the things you are gifted in is that you give more than you are asked, and it's a good thing. In fact, you are a wonderful man. You explain in detail because you are trying to educate us, and that is all you have to do as a good Nigerian. And thank you so very much once again. My question to you is that, do you know the reason why they wear that hat, that white hat in the court? The judges and all of that, they're still wearing this. Why? Do you know why?
They want you to think that they are serious people.
Oh.
The same way, if you go to your village, the masquerade has to wear something big. So when they say this masquerade is coming, and telling you what Amadioha is saying, you will say, let me obey it, you know. So if there's nothing there, just simple. What we are doing with all this week, other people are even doing it with simple shirt and tie. The important thing in law is that the law must lead to a better society. But our own, we try to, even England, they don't do it anymore, but we are stuck with it. I have my own too. Sometimes when I wear it, I want to laugh, but what can I do? Continue the journey.
You say another question, is it a must?
It is. In fact, if it's bent like this, they will not let you talk. There are times when in court, I won't bend like this. Say stop. Are you not seeing this thing? Nigeria is about to fall on your head.
Okay. And then as I exit, you are our lady, you are loved. Do not allow any bully to bully you, and nobody should be allowed to be bullied. It's all ignorant. And this is why our country is where it is. Because if you want to accuse anybody of doing wrong, even in the politics, turn the mirror on yourself, what you are doing in your own society and what is not morally is wrong that you are practicing, and you think that is the way of life. And that is all that is going on, from that any one of us that become a leader tomorrow, that is the attitude we take there. But yet you are blaming those in the politics. So Isimiri, you are beautiful.
Jonaba, I want to ask you a question.
No, you don't ask Jonaba. He's not.
He's a righteous man. You know, he has been exercising his neck. I don't know whether your physiotherapist will be charging you extra money for this thing you are doing. You need a chiropractor because you do your neck like this up and down. So,
all right, Jonaba, thank you so much. Thank you. This is what we're going to do. I know that by the time Fofada is coming with his question, we are taken out of line. So let me give 1 minute to Chim, 1 minute to Righteous Man, KJ, 1 minute to Righteous. Okay, all the people.
I've not even spoken. I've not spoken since morning, man.
Most people have only one question.
Because I'm not running with this thing and snatching it.
I came in the morning and
the gender sensitive also.
The gender sensitive called me. I left and now I'm coming back. You're still making.
Yes, still where we are. Some people only had one chance to ask a question, so we haven't gone far. Okay, so what we're going to do now is let's give everybody one minute, because I want to go to forefathers, and then Chim, 1 minute.
Okay, so I exited and came back, so I would be fair enough not to say I understood where Prince was coming from. He was responding to a question on, I'm not sure what the person asked him, but he was talking about that the Labour team did not present, or should have presented polling unit sheets to make their case on if the elections were fair or unfair or something like that. I don't know where he was coming from. But my comment to this is not exactly a question. My comment is, we heard the Labour team say they asked INEC. We even have video evidences where they went to the electoral umpire to say, we've applied for certain documentations. You haven't given it. And the number one man in that institution addressed them and promised they would get these things. But we know that the Labour Party legal team say they did not get all of those things. Now, the system has designed it that the burden is on the person complaining to prove the petitioner. Thank you very much. The petitioner to prove those electoral malpractices. But in proving it, he would need documentations that come from that umpire. Prince, I'm not even asking you a question. You and I know that INEC did not comply with those subpoenas and did not present those things.
Okay, let me answer that question.
Let me round up here. How do you now want them to be able to prove this thing when the electoral umpire did not meet those demands?
Okay, let me see. See, first, the lawyers to Labour Party, I know them. They are sound lawyers. They know how to win election petition. And anything they do, in my view, as a lawyer, I know it's not a mistake, it's a strategy. So they're not fools. They know what they're doing. What you will do, and my answer was not to the question raised by the person.
That's why I said I wasn't here when you started the question, so I don't know.
I will not let the person know that Labour did not go to the court to try to say, they might have said it on the street that they won the election. But when they were filing their petition, they abandoned that one. No, they didn't.
So they are abandoning it. Could it be because they were not getting cooperation?
What I'm saying is that you can say something to your people in the street. But when you get to the police station, when you're writing statement, you can realize, this is a case of, let me write what is more moderate. So when what they were saying to the people who got our mandate back and all of that, that's okay. But when they got to the court, they forgot about the mandate. What they said to the court, because they realized that maybe, that maybe they think, okay, wait a minute, if I say I won, I have to have derive my winning from something. You cannot say you won the election because I did not transmit results. No, you have to say, I sat down with my agents and I tabulated everything and I discovered that I won. I was only surprised when INEC was announcing nonsense. But from what I tabulated, I won the election. Labour, on the day of the election till now, they haven't got to that stage where they can say.
I'm about to leave because I have to run to somewhere. So the other last comment I was going to make is this.
Yes.
Contrary to what a lot of people think, the man Tinubu, it is not as if Nigerians generally have a disliking for him. But what I discovered is that...
I know they dislike him and vote me. I don't care if they dislike him.
So, but what Nigerians are concerned about, at least people like me and a few others that I know, is that we have, like when we were starting and talking about education, I'm not sure you were here when we started this and we said something that in 1999, the man presented a certificate, he filled a form where he stated he went to a certain primary school.
Yes.
And then he stated he went to Government College, Ibadan. And then he stated that he went to Chicago State University, for which the late Gani Faomi took him on. And we know how that ended. Coming down to 2023, he decided to leave out that primary school, leave out that secondary school, and then presented Chicago State University. Now, for me, I'm not a lawyer. I know that in law there are a lot of technicalities and procedures, and fine. That's the way the system runs. That's the way the legal practice runs. But from a layman and ordinary sense, that would tell me that there's something fishy. I don't even want
They're
to
not good for him. The point, what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is, like this. For example, I don't know why somebody's beard to be white when they're this young. So I might think that he doesn't have energy if he's running for election. Just for asking me a question, he's already developing white beard. Like, I can go to court and say, white bearded people should not run election. That's a different matter. What you can say is that Tinubu is one person, but he has the life story of all the 12 disciples of Jesus. Different name, whatever. You can say it and tell voters, don't vote for him. It ends there. But you cannot tell me he has the right to put Chicago today and put secondary school tomorrow. If you look at, let me go to petitioner. If you look at Peter Obi's filing when he was running for governor of Anambra State, it's not the same thing he filed when he was for president. He filed school side. What about University of Nsukka? You can make an issue out of it. I won't make an issue out of it because I might think that the reason why he did that is that his lawyers realized just 5 minimum because you have a chance of winning. Don't do anything that anybody can come and be quarreling with you. Just file that and leave it like that. When I was filing my own, I was bringing degree here. My party said, don't put us in trouble. Bring school cert, what is written in the book, and just leave the rest.
But please, how will you be putting them into trouble if those things are not real?
So I'm just telling you what they are saying because they are experts in mischief, but they have done election before. Me, I'm just thinking, let me just file my paper. So I filed everything. So what I'm saying basically is that such matters, you can use it to campaign and say, here is this man. His name is Adekunle today. Tomorrow is a Miss, there is a mister, whatever, you can argue it and use it to tell people, don't trust a person like this. But you don't go to court because the court will say this is nonsense. Who cares? Because you have to show to me that what he's doing makes him unqualified to run. If he writes everything, if I see just ordinary school cert, I'm okay with it. So, for example, let me give you a personal information about me, which you will know. In America now, I have 2 days of birth. Why? Because when I was qualifying in New York Bar, the clerk is smart. He understands how to write date. He wrote, my date of birth is January 8th. So they wrote January 8th. Now, when I was qualifying in California, they calculated that you write month first. In America, you write month before you write day. So you write month before you write day. In Nigeria, we write day before we write month. Like most civilized country in the world, we write day before month. But America writes month before day. So when they got to fill my form, they took my January 8th. So when they wrote, when they saw 8/1/72, they took the 8 to be the month. So they wrote my date of birth as August 1 instead of January 8th. You get the point I'm making? Now, so then the process to change that is very rigorous. You file affidavit and say the clerk register your date of birth wrongly or whatever. I realize, okay, what does it matter anyway? Just leave it like that. Now, I'm waiting to win the election. The day I win the election, Pansat, righteous man, maybe forefather, I know he's a nice guy who joined them. They will go and file suit and say, this man has date of birth.
So I'm a bad man.
In either case, none of it will make a difference. What I'm saying, I'm not saying is that I have told Nigerians, do not vote for Tinubu, vote for me. Do not vote for Peter Obi, vote for me. Do not vote for Atiku, vote for me. But some of the reasons I give politically for why you should not vote for them, some of them don't measure up to judicial level disqualification. So that is the distinction we need to make next time. Otherwise, you'll be having, right from Ibori, Ibori versus Ibori and all that, you'll be having these cases every election year. You won't face the real issues. The same Tinubu, if he's around and runs next time, these same issues will come up and all of that. I think the court is very clear on it. That's just my point. So I don't know whether I don't think that Tinubu should have been voted. I think that even he's too old for the job. I think many thousand reasons why he should not be voted there. But the voters have the right to vote for anybody that they like.
That is your assuming that the voters voted for him.
If you are saying that you came second, how do you know you came second? If you don't believe anything, you don't believe anything. How can you say I won Lagos, but the other person didn't win Ondo? It doesn't make any sense. All I'm saying to you is that it is people like me and Shogore who can say clearly that we don't recognize the election because we don't believe any of the numbers. I don't believe Labour numbers. I don't believe PDP numbers. I don't believe APC numbers. But you who say, I believe in this one, where it favor me, I don't believe in that one. You are contradicting yourself. So you can't even say, Peter Obi scored more than me now, if you don't believe INEC at all. If you say INEC is a liar completely, then Peter Obi did not score more than Towere. So you have to have some logic. You have to realize that you can actually bet. I know, for example, that Peter Obi scored far more than me because my internal numbers shows that he scored more than me, even in legitimate votes. But I also know that not all his votes are legitimate. Some of them are crooked votes done by some of his party people who smuggled themselves in as INEC ad hoc officials. I know that one for sure. I know that Atiku scored more than me. But Atiku was changing a lot of results in some states. That's a fact that I know. So, but we must understand that in the end, you either don't accept the whole system at all, or you accept it. That if you can correct some of it, you need evidence. You need to show your own result sheet. Like now, next election that I'm going to participate, God willing, I will be more prepared, and I will make sure that my agents are not just people given to by the political party, that my agents are diehard, that can fight like Pansat and like Okija, now Okija, those who are ready to die there, so that they can go and defend the vote that we have, not those who will be trading with it. So you prepare yourself. But for a person to go before the highest court on the land and say, I want my mandate back, and you cannot bring witnesses that will testify how you got that mandate, you are making a ridicule of the system, a ridicule of yourself.
All right, thank you, Prince. You forgot to mention Righteous Man because he will fight for you, but we can't go back.
Well, he will fight for me after fighting against me first.
What I said, I'm taking back what I said, that we are going to give one minute because Chim took 15 minutes.
No, it's not. You can't punish other people for Chim's.
Yeah, we're going to go to Forefathers. They will get the chance later. Forefathers,
okay.
The next.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. Greetings, Rudolph, and greetings to Prince and all the members of the panel, and to the chat and to the viewers. Thank you for coming in, Prince, and you've been here for 7 hours or so. Wow, that's something. I just wanted to. Yeah, no, clearly not. You were here more than 8 hours the last time. Regarding my issue is for me, survival is my biggest concern. Our ability to be able to live in this world free of other people's control. And
that's not possible, Robert. Go ahead.
Yes, it depends
on how you look at it. Even your wife is controlling you now. What can you do?
No, what I mean by that, you understand what I mean. The United Kingdom is not being told what to do whenever they like. So that's what I mean. From what I've observed in the last few hundred years, what we've observed is that we've always had a multipolar world. Earlier in the period of our encounter with Europeans, where they were competing against each other. And we as a people never really organized ourselves until they found the cure for malaria and had the Berlin Conference, and our fate was sealed. We were not participants in that affair. And we see this pattern repeat itself over and over again. After the Second World War and the decolonization period happened, and most nations that were under the control of the West, some of them colonized. They went on to break away out of their control, and most of them are flourishing today. Yeah. And our leaders, whom were very, very Anglophile then, that they were basically supporting the British at whatever they did, they never really did anything to break out of it. And look at where we are today. And they had the opportunity again when the Soviet Union fell. Clearly, we saw what happens when these people become really, really powerful. Africa was on fire in the 90s. When the Soviet Union fell, from Rwanda, Nigeria, chaos everywhere, Liberia, Sierra Leone. That was at the apex of the power of these people our leaders are in love with. Then now, we are now seeing the pattern come back again to what it was before, where you have a multipolar world. And you see the same pattern again. Our leaders are still embracing these people. Again, not using this opportunity to break out of their control. What do you think we should do to get them to understand that you can't keep hogging a transformer and expecting good outcomes from it? Because these people clearly have enslaved our forefathers, colonized us. How can they possibly see us as equal partners? Especially when we've not done anything about our own security ourselves. So how do we get our leaders to understand this? Because Tinubu is hopping from Paris to the United Kingdom and to the United States, but you never see him go to like China. Sorry, Righteous Man. You never see him go to like China, Russia, India, or other powers. You never see that happen. They still go to the same places. How do we start? Because when I checked the list of military alliances in the world, Nigeria was not present. Nigeria was zero.
Let's look at it. Let's just make it simpler. That's just politics. Not every African leader is radical. I mean, that's one lesson you should have learned from Balewa up to now. Your leaders don't owe you any duty to be radical. If you have a radical generation, then you can take over power and turn the direction. Tinubu is not a friend of China. He's a friend of America. He left school there. He lived there. He worked for their company. He worked for Mobile. All the work he's done in his life is American. So he believes in them. So he talks, sometimes he wants to talk like them. He swaggers like them. So it's them. So
isn't that a kind of colonial mentality that needs to change.
Colonial
That's why I'm
mentality,
asking, how do we
only the voters
change these people?
Only the voters can cure that colonial mentality.
I understand that, but how?
It's first is by education. For example, even Nigerians, forget about the government. Nigerians, what do they watch? American movies, American system. They want to go to America. Majority of Nigerians, if you ask them which country do you want to go, they will tell you US, Canada. So the country itself has the mentality that is Western, pro-Western. So I'm not surprised that the leaders are pro-Western. So you will say Tinubu did not become a friend of China. How many of your relatives live in China? They want to live in the US. So the issue, therefore, is that a new generation may come. I can tell you something, and I'm saying I hope it's not. I hope it doesn't become true for a long time. If there's a dispute between Nigeria and America over the owner of Banana Island in Lagos, there are some Nigerians who support America. They say America is a good country; they cannot be wrong. So that's low level of patriotism. So what we can do will be to form political parties and political organizations that are letting our people know that the colonial master, like Fela said, your colonial master has freed you, refuse to free yourself. And that mentality has to change. But all the leaders, everybody in this election, majority of starting with the winner, Tinubu, followed by Atiku, followed by Peter Obi, followed by Kwankwaso, the top four are all pro-American. All.
See,
all
how is this
I'm not telling you
maintained?
that Nigerian politics majority is pro-Western, and the people are the alternatives that Nigerians are talking. None of them can resolve this matter for you.
But isn't that a problem of the elites, though? Because the elites are the ones that are involved in the national discourse, and they never open the Nigerian people's eyes to these facts.
If you go to the villages, you go and tell your grandma to pray for you. You have two scholarships, one in China, one in America. Which one should you go? Even grandma in the village will tell you that go to Obodo America, because as far as it's concerned,
isn't that because of what the elites are doing?
The real Onyocha are Americans. It is because she too grew up under a system like any grandma now will be a child during the time Zeke started politics. Any grandma now will be a child. And from that time, remember there were people like Michael Imodu, Tunji Otegboye, I think Nwanko, and other people who thought that Bala Usman, a few others, who came together and they were kind of the leftist collective, who thought that we should not all support the Western system. People Awolowo at this time, influenced by Ikoku. So it was trying to go to it was part of the reason why early problem between Awolowo and someone like Nahoro, that Awolowo was getting too influenced by Ikoku, and they were going to be going towards, they were not too friendly with the West. So the tension
I get that because it's not only alliances we are talking about here. It's about also our own way, the way our leaders behave. They've completely stood the nation down, and the nation is not. People don't understand. The nation doesn't stand like as an independent nation. We don't have any alliances. Our military is extremely weak. They keep our military deliberately weak. Ensure our security, everything is weak. They keep it so weak so that other forces can decide what happens to us. And it also means that anybody that wants to speak openly about alternatives probably will get sidelined in the system.
Yeah.
Because other people have control of our space.
So, February 25, Nigerians went to vote. We discussed so many issues. They went to vote. Nigerians endorsed the status quo. They said the pro-American, the one that keeps you weak, the one that could not get the military, that could tackle Boko Haram, that is waiting for Western weaponry and all of that, that is fighting even the military doctrine, when I addressed the Nigerian strategic studies, I told them that even the military doctrine, you know, and before the next election, I will go to Jaji to speak to them. Even the military doctrine is wrong. Why did George Washington defeat the King of England and the army? Why? Because they looked at it that to fight the British using what you learn in Sandhurst will not defeat them. So they started using a different method of fighting, following the way the Native Americans fight. And when the British came to fight the Americans, they realized that the Americans are not fighting in the way where you arrange your musket, you align your formation, and no, they realized that all that, they change it. So many things we need to change, but first you need to change minds. Many people you see who are talking big English, what they are doing, they are just hiding tribalism, hiding religion. They will use any excuse and talk and talk. There's no depth in politics yet. People can give you 1 million reasons, but when you remove the veneer from it, they're just following their townsman or your religious man. That's all.
I get what you are saying. I get what you are saying with all due respect.
Just all they're just doing is intertribal war. So what you need to now understand is that the politics now has to finish the work which Chinua Achebe, Aminu Kano, all of them tried to do. Africa joined them at that time in 1983 when they tried to form a kind of political party that would go along the line of ideology. But military truncated it, and now we were that generation. We're that generation. I know it was my age at the time of Second Republic. So we're at that age now where we can now come together and try to find ideological bearings for our politics. You will see that it is very difficult because when you start talking ideology, you will say you are boring. In Nigeria, if you don't say it is not on Yoruba, it is not on Igbo, Hausas are this and that, they will say your politics is boring. You are too professorial. If you are raising issues, so the voters level.
Let me add this though. If like in your case now, do you talk about our national security? Do you say, okay, why are we not forming alliance? This is defense pact
I have
with the
given
ECOWAS
lectures
nations?
for national security. I'm
talking about practical stuff like forming alliances with the ECOWAS nation. Do you know the only alliances that we have in Africa right now, in terms of our presence in any alliances at all, is only Burkina Faso, Mali, and this is that just pop up on the list.
First and foremost, there is
we are nowhere to be seen.
Let me just say something very clearly. We cannot form alliance with ECOWAS. ECOWAS is under our sphere of influence. And if you look at ECOWAS under our sphere of influence, ECOWAS has a defense council. I've attended meeting on that defense council. I've written their papers before. The defense council, I even advised Dr. Chambers, when he became president of ECOWAS, to separate the defense council from the judiciary and did all that work for them. Nigeria is.
But if Liberia is attacked today, Nigeria is not obliged to respond. That is not an alliance.
No. What I'm saying, I said we can't form alliance with them. The only thing that
why
they are in our place for this reason. One, many of the Francophone countries, when they got independence, form alliance with France, and also covenanted with France that are not going to form alliance with anybody except France doesn't have any objection. So many of the things we do in ECOWAS by way of regional security, they usually go to France and take permission to join. Even when
sorry, I get what you mean. So this situation exists in West Africa. How many times has our leader told our people what is going on in West Africa? They've kept hold on.
Yes.
It's like a child living in a house, seeing only the ceiling. When there is a cloud and a sky out there, the parents refuse to show them what is going on in their own surrounding. I didn't know some of all this stuff. Why are our leaders not telling our people and telling the fellow French country that look at what is going on there? This is not normal. Why are we not forming? Because if we form an alliance with ECOWAS, that's 400 million in population. A strong alliance.
Let me say
alliance that can be able to project their power.
Let me give you information.
But we are not doing it.
I don't want to make it too long. Let me give you information. One, we have some alliance because when we did ECOMOG, I served as a United Nations appointed commissioner in Liberia to settle the country after the war. So I served in Liberia. I know some of these issues. We decided smartly to create some invisible uh, arrangements. That is why we have the standby force. And for you to be able to do what America is doing to your ally now, you need a very stable government in Nigeria that, for example, most of the advanced courses that they take in West African military, they come to Nigeria, Jaji, and all of that to do it. They still go to West Point, some of them go elsewhere, but we are working with them on doctrine. And when I speak to some of Africa head of state, when I speak to them, even the guy in now he's removed, the guy in Burkina Faso, when they wanted to remove him and he was having problems, I was with him in Washington, D.C. for about 2 days discussing the problem. And I realized that, look, you are in the wrong place if you're in Washington, because they're not going to help you, very clearly, because America, France, some of these things, I don't want to go into too many details. They like leaders that are unstable. So, because if you are unstable in your country, you are easier to deal with diplomatically. So, the long and short of it is that you need to first have leaders before they can lead you. We have been electing rulers for now, but there is no political party that is pursuing this idea and that is raising leaders along that line. So what I want us to do now is that with all these your ideas and everything.
Sorry, all the discussions you had nothing to do with our safety and our defense. The standby force, what they do is just to respond. No, okay. Why would I know that? But this depends on what you said. That's why I'm going. I can only go with what you said.
No, what I say, you see, listen, the point is this: that if you are in politics, like I'm due to go to Ghana soon. If I'm in Ghana, when I go to Ghana, meet the leaders, meet military leaders. Normally, in a sub-region, if you want to do leadership, you would meet all kinds of leadership. You meet the foreign government. When Rollins used to be there was no time, very few times Rollins will come to Nigeria, I'll go and not meet him. Or when I go to Ghana, I will not go and meet him. You discuss. You see all the every country has those different tendencies too. So you look at the situation. Last time I was in Liberia, was when they had ECOWAS summit there. I was there for 4 days. And I was discussing on so many other issues, dealing with other different leaders. You will see that in Ivory Coast, you will find out that the foreign minister might be somebody who feels that Nigeria will lead them. The president might be somebody who thinks that, look, I need France. Nigeria cannot support me. I don't want to mention it, but one of the head of state, shortly before he was removed, when I was discussing with him that this problem you have, it's a problem you could have taken to Nigeria. He was saying, look, this is the problem. I have this problem to see the Nigerian president, and there are these other things, they're not supporting me in this. So everybody has their own issues, that. So we are trying to weed it together. It's part of what we need to do, but we must have political parties that are actually raising leaders to deal with the problems that you identify in the sub-region.
I'm sorry. From what you are saying, there's a lot of waffling going on. There's a lot of waffling going on there. In reality, is that what you simply need to do is saying, you know what? Any of our countries that are get hit, all of us respond. That's how it's supposed to be. It's very, very simple. ECOWAS based on ECOWAS.
We're not doing video game here. We're not doing video game.
It's not video game. That's what the whole world is doing.
No, for example, you can't commit.
We can't keep living like this. You can't. That's what the whole world is doing.
Hold on 1 second. Look at Niger, for example. Look at Niger. There was a regional effort, which I think has some imprimatur of France in it. There was a regional effort to try to contain the situation in Niger. Nigerians automatically, Nigerian citizens say, no, we have no business there. Don't go and interfere at all. It's not our country. Leave it. So, when we had ECOMOG, when Bangladesh started ECOMOG, a lot of Nigerians complained that we didn't have money to feed. We can't balance our budget. We are spending this much money in ECOMOG. So you need political consensus. Secondly, when you start talking, it was when I started talking with regional leaders in Africa that they realized that Nigeria did a major thing in West Africa. That is why when they had a problem in Rwanda and they were killing themselves, Tutsi and Hutus, they were discussing among themselves that they wish they had a country like Nigeria who would have come in not waiting for Western powers and stopping, kind of stop it. So Nigeria has done well, and we are winning. But locally speaking, we need for you to have military alliance. You need to also support it with granting aid, with getting people to come and work in your country, with some soft power. So we are still struggling with some of our basic assistance. So I think what we should do now is that you start with more influential. If you elect people like us into power, we will know that first you have to get Nigeria standing well. Then you need to take control of regional situation. If you look at, I don't want to go into so many intercalary issues. If you look at my criticism when President Jonathan went to Chad to meet Idris Deby, I was critical of him. And when I saw him, I still complained that why should you go? You could just have someone, Idris Deby, to come. Why would you go and meet Idris Deby? Deby will be eager to come to you. But because there was some film trick that some people wanted to play on the president regarding negotiation for some ransom for some detainees and captives. They just trick him into that system. So basically, Nigeria, as it is today, if Tinubu, for example, wants to be a proper commander-in-chief, if he puts a few policies in place, all the West African countries, they will line up. They will line up. The leader, the position used to be Senegal.
Can I just interject?
Fathers, one more question. We have to move to other people.
Okay,
too.
yeah,
The leader of
that's fine.
opposition used to be
Ansat was here
Senegal.
for ages.
The leader of opposition
And he was just waffling, talking
used
crazy.
to be Senegal and Cote d'Ivoire. Both of them now, from what I see, both of them would not mind Nigeria leadership if Nigeria can say we will be self-sufficient in this region and you won't have to run back to France where you are from.
So, Nigeria's economy, from some analysis that was done by a charity, is said to be depreciated by somewhere around 10% because of insecurity alone, and that we are talking about in excess of about 50 billion US dollars. And if our leaders are aware of these figures, and Tinubu, when he was at Chatham House, made an argument for increasing the size of the military and all the other security infrastructure in the country. Since he's gotten into office now, he's not done one thing. And we don't see any of our people and our elites, including yourself and all the others going on online and on TV. None of you keep talking about economy. Without security, all else is failed. I don't know why anybody bothers to talk about anything else. Because if I was the one on the other side, I would screw you people over if you don't have security.
Okay,
don't bother.
Pay more attention to, maybe there are many, like now I'm talking with you, many people say they've not seen my face before when I'm talking to you. So I think the Nigerian media is segmented. They don't kind of syndicate what they do. So, for example,
Rudolph, I want to sleep, please.
Okay, sweet dreams, dream of Nigeria. So now, what I'm saying, for example, is that if you give an interview on CNN or ABC in America, all of them will discuss it across the board. So I think I discuss security, I discuss so many of these issues. But I will do more of it. But the key issue essentially is that yes, Tinubu has not, as far as I'm concerned, has not settled down. He's still doing victory lap or legitimacy hunting. So later he will settle down. I hope. But right now he hasn't settled down. He's just gallivanting. So when he settles down, we will know the direction he's going, but he hasn't settled down really. And those who defend him say, how many months? But
do you see him fulfilling that security security policy? Do you see him fulfilling it?
Fathers, please. What we're going to do is this.
We can do so, but whether it's going to be effective, because the issue is not just the numerical strength of the military. You get more people.
Rudolph, please.
That's how the Agbado came about.
Yeah, all the right.
People and all of that. The issue is that will it be effective? The problem in our military, to summarize it, is that we need more footprint, and the country needs to be properly governed. In terms of military, having maybe like Jonathan created another division, but if that division which was to now oversee Maduguri and all of that, I saw the undercapacity of their problem. So if he comes and he does more recruitment and improves the officership a little bit, and now that they have better plan, yes, because
We
everything.
are not serious. We are going to fail again. We are going to miss this thing, and our people are going to suffer dearly for it in the next 10, 20 years because
I am not the
we're taking
president.
this as a
I'm
joke.
saying if he can do a little bit, I will have done more, but I am not the one who is commander in chief. Your commander in chief is Tinubu. You will soon see him in uniform, marching like a real Buffalo soldier very soon during Independence Day. So it's your military, is your commander in chief, your number one soldier. So you have to now tailor your military thoughts as to what kind of thing will Tinubu do. And the person who can advise him is no Ribadu. If you see him, you can give him some of his ideas. You know, so and then you have the chief of defense, you have all of that. But look at your chief of the guy who's your
Rudolph, redeem us. So
anyway, let's leave it so that the other people can join.
Yeah, so other people can speak. Thank
Dr.
you.
Rudolph.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Rudolph.
Hold on. Hold on.
Some very serious issue. Somebody here has not even heard what you said. You see what he's writing? That somebody should tell him where to buy bleach. You need to block this idiot called Don John or whatever he calls his name. That they should tell him where to buy. He's been abusing me even to the extent of even throwing insult at my dad. I will not have it. Because if I should hunt down one of them in London, I'm going to make an example of them. I'm not a nice person, you know.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. We've been kicked out of Facebook because we've been here for 8 hours. I will let Righteous Man, who is in Nigeria, he needs to go to sleep. Righteous Man, just a question. If you guys can help, you guys are the ones making it difficult for everybody by talking long, you know. Righteous Man, go ahead.
yeah, in the comment section, our sister that is here, I don't know why those people commenting there, instead of them to focus what we are discussing, they are just talking about the beauty of the lady, whether she. You should caution those people now. Caution them. They are in here for a serious business.
Klabzal as well is a problem. Please, Dr. Rudolph, they are taking advantage of your good nature. They are really taking advantage of your good nature.
They are distracting us with the beauty of the lady, discussing about her right. What is it?
All right.
I think what they should learn is discipline to overcome the beauty, the way I'm managing to overcome it myself. That's talking about. They should just play them and focus on their career. You know?
Let me say this. Let me say this. There was an American president. I don't remember his name. Old president. He had a daughter that was called Alice, and she was very, very active in social life and everything. And they told the man, you know, you're a humble man, you're doing a good job, but your daughter is just too wild. Can't you control her? And the president said, do you guys want me to run the country or to control my daughter? They said, okay, run the country. I can't run the comment section and control what we're doing here. It's too much. But we are going to do that. I'm planning. We have a plan. We'll come up.
And I must say that they have been criticizing. Sorry, Tone. I think you guys are going too hard on Dr. Damage. I've been watching the way people are just nitpicking. I don't understand you guys. What do you want him to do? Turn to me. When he turns to me, you know me. You don't want me there. So he's been very tolerant of people. Why do you keep having to go ahead?
There should be a section in the back room that is dealing with
Fathers, you already there what happened earlier. Because if you saw what happened earlier and they've carried on, what happened earlier, I mean, even they were insulting me. You didn't know what happened earlier.
But it's not the Damage that is doing it. He's just trying to, yes.
He's the one that runs the platform. We are not dragging him. We are just giving him reports on what is happening there. If I go
feedback.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Righteous Man, you were just having a go at having a go at Dr. Damage constantly. Come on, man.
They have just done a poll now where they have just done a poll on the comment section where 99.99% said that she's the most beautiful woman they've ever seen. 99% of the people on the comment section.
It was a big distraction. Big distraction.
All right, thank you, guys. Let me just say one more thing. So this is what I tell the guests when they come here. Maybe the panelists should maybe adopt that kind of policy. I tell the guests that some people might write some things on the comment section that you may not like. I always tell new guests, I said, don't read them. So concentrate in the conversation we're having. Maybe for the panelists, for the time being, we are going to get a moderator that would handle that, but for the time being, just concentrate on the conversation we're having here, which is the most important thing. Not that they don't count, they do, but I don't let what they are doing. I can't be reading that.
I read through it. All of them are praising me. All of them like me.
My question to Prince.
Yes.
Prince, you are a very intelligent man, very, very sound.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, very, very sound. I love you, honestly. Pardon me to use that word, but I love you.
No, I like
you are
people who
very
love
sound.
me. So they tend to vote for me.
Yeah, and have you been a comedian before?
No, because when I saw that when I ran for election and I didn't win, I said, okay, if I run again, I don't win. Damages is making a lot of money. Why don't I just, go and contest for Comedian of the Year for him? But I think
yeah, you know why I'm asking you?
Yes.
The president of Ukraine, he was a comedian.
Yes.
And that made the public to...
The comedy he's doing now is very serious at this point.
No, but that sold him to the public, and that was why he was loved and chosen. So I think maybe I need to give you electoral advice. When you are back to Nigeria, maybe start a comedy show, and you become popular even to the women in the rural villages. They will get to know you,
Okay.
And the next election, I tell you, you will be contesting the first position because you have the aura of being a comedian. It's all over you. Even when you talk, when you shake your head, the way you twist your tongue,
Jesus Christ, is this a compliment? I don't know whether this is strange too far, man. Come on, man.
It's giving me a career tip and another way to get the election by.
Exactly.
Yes, but in reality, there are serious issues.
We can be your brand ambassadors. We can be your brand ambassadors.
Let me tell you why Nigerians are drawn towards comedy. Without it, the story is tragic. All around you, negativity. That's why if you study countries that have serious challenges, they tend to relieve themselves through comedy but if you want to become Nigeria president, you have to tackle the serious issues. And if people are waiting for a comedian to lead them, they will end up like Ukraine. So they need to learn from that.
Back to my question.
The right of presidency.
Yeah, back to the question I want to ask you. I have listened to you carefully, and I want to ask this question. Based on the issues you have tackled, will I be right to say that judgment is predicated on lies, not facts, and not truth?
No. In fact, you're not supposed to lie. Part of those people went to court. So part of the reason why they had problems was that they were obligated to lie, that they won what they did not win. So you could see that the judges there don't have any reason to lie because they didn't bring any fact. They're just sitting down there. They're listening to you. You say you won, tell me. You say this happened, tell me. So judges don't have any excuse to lie because they don't need to give evidence. Their job is just to listen to you, hear what you bring. So typically, it is the litigant who tries to lie. And they tend to think that.
Okay, let me ask you. Let me collaborate. Let me ask you this question.
Yes.
If I bring a dead body to the court,
yes,
who will pronounce the dead person dead? Is it the judge?
You already pronounced him dead. You said you brought a dead body to court.
No. Okay, let's assume that a human being was brought to the court.
Yes.
Who pronounces that human being dead?
It all depends on what kind of relief you are seeking in the court. So that will determine if, for example, you are seeking a relief from the court to say that that person has expired, then you will need to bring a medical report from a doctor to say that this person is clinically dead. They test all the pulses, nothing is working. If you want to show that the person was killed, you have to bring a coroner, not just any other doctor. That a coroner will be somebody who investigated the dead body as to find out the cause of death, whether it's lawful or natural. Now, if you just to say, is this person dead or not, then you can bring any medical person and they will read and show the court. And then whoever is presiding over that hospital has to sign on it because there are all requirements of the law. The judge will be looking at you, the dead body,
in the absence of any documentation from any hospital or any doctor certifying a human being as being dead,
yeah.
Who has the authority to pronounce that person dead?
Well, it doesn't matter. You know the dead body will pronounce the dead body dead because if a court is going through a proceeding and you bring a dead body to the court, the judge will continue with the case, waiting for the dead body to come and testify. The court will continue the case. And when the court finishes the case, it will leave you on your dead body and say, court adjourned, the court will go away. So it is you now who will now introduce the dead body to the court and say, my lord, I brought my cousin here. He was talking when we left home, but it's no longer talking now. Because you know what happened to him. You are the same person that the police will arrest there and say you are the last person to see him in our life. Come and testify. So that's why I'm saying.
Okay. Was the judgment not predicted on?
Hold on, righteous man, you're not righteous anymore. So please, you guys.
That I'm no longer righteous.
No longer. We have on
this dead body. I think he got scared about this dead body.
I got scared. These topics, we have justice for Mohbad. We have so much things to discuss today. I didn't know how we ended up with dead bodies. All right, righteous man. Thank you.
So righteous man, that's your question. A legal consultation. You supposed to go pay Prince behind the closed door.
Righteous man, thank you so much. You can now go to sleep, he said.
But I have not finished my questions. You allowed other people to take 15 minutes.
Man involved in this. We have to go to other people. Righteous man, thank you so much. We appreciate you. KJ, you're next.
Yeah, I just Prince, earlier on I came, but a man wanted to mow me, so I ran away. And I'm back now. I just have 3 questions. Can you hear me?
Yeah, clearly.
Okay. All right. One, the first question I have, and I'll just ask them so you can answer all together. The judgment. I thought that when you go to court, you are going to get justice. By the ruling, are you now saying that the Nigerian people have got judgment or justice? That's one. 2, I thought also that the Supreme Court is a place where policies are either strengthened out or made properly. And are you saying now that by what has been, if this judgment remains, does it now mean that certificates in Nigeria and the way to get to positions do no longer matter? In other words, as long as I can manage myself to get to the office, I can retain it, I can sustain it, I can chase after it and keep it at all costs. Now, what would that be telling, what would that be showing to the generations coming behind us? Thirdly, the FBI said they will start releasing Tinubu's files from next month. Are you saying also
FBI? Who is the name of the officer in the FBI who says so?
It is a court. It's there. I don't have the document right now. I will put it on here.
FBI, Federal Bureau of
Investigation. Sorry. Yes, one of them.
That one is just the abyss. There's no sense in that. That one doesn't have anything. You wait for FBI for the next 40,000 years. They won't release Jack.
All right.
What if the FBI wants to release?
Hold on. Hold on. I'll let you. Hold on, sir. I will let you answer, sir. Right. So what you are now saying in essence is that if anybody is accused of a crime or is, what you are saying generally that the office of the presidency have been reduced to this, I don't know what to use a foul language, just this thing that has become, nobody seems to have any trust in whatever is going on. I don't know. I mean, I leave it to you because you are a sound lawyer. and you have,
all I can say, KJ, all I can say is let's look at it this way. First, you cannot go to court to tell lies, especially where the onus is on you. The lie will catch up with you unless the opponent is very weak. So if you say you won election, the opponent is, oh, you are lying. The onus is on you to prove it. If you can't prove it, the opponent is right that you are lying. Now, so people need to understand what's going on in the court. Secondly, if you have a case in court, it is you who have a case in court, not Nigerian people. So don't assume whether Nigerian people got justice. No, it is you, if you are satisfied, because you are the one complaining. Nigerians are not complaining. It is when you go to court, is your name, you and your political party. You are the one who are aggrieved. It doesn't mean that other Nigerians are aggrieved. So, in the far as that court case is concerned, so don't assume that because I'm not happy, Nigerians are not happy. It doesn't follow that way. What we need to understand is that to get justice from the court, we need to understand that the court can only do justice according to law. And before you go to court, you ask yourself, the kind of injury I'm complaining about, is it an injury that the court has remedy for according to law? If there's no remedy according to law, there are other remedies you can seek. You can complain. Like me now, I have not shut my mouth from the day of the election till now. I'm complaining. Dr. Damages is my court. Anywhere anybody calls me, anywhere I go, I complain. I talk about it, what I saw, and all of that, because I don't want that issue to die down. I want to talk about it. So you can use other means, but the court is not a place where you just go and complain in general terms. 99%, and let me say it to you clearly, 99% of wrong in society cannot be remedied by court. 99% of what pains people in their heart cannot be remedied by court. The thing that depresses people, that's the general knowledge of limitation of jurisprudence. Most of what worries you in society cannot be cured by court. So if you go to family life, my husband doesn't love me, my son doesn't obey me, court can't help you. I'm homeless. I'm an American citizen, and my country is the richest country in the world, most prosperous country in the world, and I have cancer, nobody is treating me, I'm homeless, under the bridge. The court in America can't help you. So I ran for election. The person I'm more popular than is declared the winner. The court can't help you. The court is not interested in that. You have to come to the court and narrow it down to specific legal issues. And that is where people who follow national petition to understand that specific legal issues. And before that legal issue can be discussed, there are what we call gateway issues. For example, let's say a petitioner filed his election late. I did a case in Maiduguri governorship election many years ago, where the person went to court to challenge the election. All I needed to do, I was even preparing, then I took a second look. I realized that the petitioner filed the petition 1 day late. I didn't even want to do anything anymore. I just came to the court in Maiduguri, filed an objection to say, it was Kumalia, I think it was the guy who was challenging Alimony Sharif at that time. He filed his petition 1 day out of time. I just told the court, there's no petition before you. Say why? I said, look at the day of the election, look at the day you file it. You can't look at it to dismiss it. So now, am I working for the devil? Am I going to the pit of hell? It is just the law. The law says you must file it within 30 days. So that is why people need to understand that when your politics gets so bad to the point where you need the court to select your leader for you, your democracy is already faulty. When you get to the point where you have to go to court to have that. You could see that Americans are not satisfied. Many Americans are not satisfied today over Bush versus Gore. Because if the election in Florida had been recounted, Gore would have been the president, not Bush. But the Supreme Court stopped them from counting it. On what? On one esoteric ground of equal treatment under the law. Like, why should you go and isolate that county and recount? So they gave any reason they can give. So what I'm saying generally is that the best thing we should do is to make sure that our democracy doesn't get to a point where our elections go to the court. Therefore, try to get honorable people to contest. Try to get honorable people to run the political parties, people who are honest, patriotic, who don't want to cheat. But when you have a bunch of cheaters, all of them trying to cheat, one of them will out-cheat the other, and the out-cheated person will go to court and start shedding tears. But the court is not going to be interested in it. And I've heard people say, and that's the last point I will say on this, that this judiciary now we have is not courageous, is not just like the one before. They are better than the one before. Because the old ones, the old judges, Fatai Williams, Andrew Tutu Baseki, Chukwudifu Okuta, Kayode Esho, Idigbe, they didn't like election petition at all. They were always telling the court, when the politician do the election and they bring it to you, don't even answer them. Do the whole thing out. And it's only recently, under this current dispensation, that the court started changing election more and more, that the judiciary becomes more and more. And if politicians become too problematic for the judges, it may get to a point where the judiciary will take a position that these politicians are a bunch of rascals. Anytime they bring their petition, just find one technical reason and throw it out. But they are trying now to try to help us with the Amendment Electoral Act to do. Before, there used to be a case called Onoha and Okafor. And the case came up because Onoha and Okafor both contested election. And one scored the highest vote in the primaries. And the party, the Second Republic, when I nominated the person who didn't score the highest vote, they went to court. The Supreme Court said, we can't help you. We are not in your party. You scored the highest vote, and they gave to the other person, we are not in your party, go away. You sort it out among yourself. But we now have to pass a law, the Electoral Act, Electoral Act 2023. Have to pass a law that you have to, the court should intervene. You cannot change the winner of the election. You have to give, I think it was 2027, you have to give cogent and verifiable reason. And the first case that was determined by the Supreme Court was the case of Ararume versus Ugu. That was the first case that was determined. And even the judiciary were very reluctant. But eventually, they went there, and after that, they did Amechi and Omehia, and subsequently, the judiciary started intervening. So if politicians, after committing all their rigging and everything, have to insult judiciary can take a decision and say, you know what, we'll be giving very narrow interpretation, we'll throw all your cases out, not sort yourself out. And that will not be good for the politician system. So the politicians will go and get their acts right and try to do what is right. If INEC is cheating, as they say, INEC is cheating at the behest of some politician or the other, all of them combined. So we should to be attacking the judiciary because they didn't give interpretation. They were not there on election day. They didn't sponsor your candidate for you. They didn't give many of the judges not vote. Why are you harassing them for a problem which you already caused, not coming to their court? And all of you, if the judiciary wants to be smart now, all of you who testify before them, they will send you to prison because we're all lying. The one who says an expert witness, not an expert witness, just a charlatan. The one who so many of them witnesses came to the court, they were just filing rubbish in front of the court. So if the court were to be strict like other courts, they will send you to prison right from the witness box there. So you now have the mouth to come out and say judiciary. I don't think. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. I want to recognize Righteous Man. He couldn't sleep, so he came back. I want to also recognize Maska. Welcome. Omo or Yoruba, I will give you a chance. I will give you a chance to speak. I see similarly you are coming next, but let me go to Omo Yoruba. He had to go and sleep too. I think he parked his car just to talk. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Rodo, for giving me the opportunity. Prince Adewale Adebayo, Ekalesa,
Thank you, sir.
Eku Ataro,
Yes, sir.
Eku Oro, Sisono Edeku Orolu.
Yes, sir. What he's saying essentially is that why are you pushing out with a very difficult guy like Rudolph? That's what he's saying to me, Yoruba.
Not really. I thank you for your candor and for trying to explain, open our eyes to the laws and the constitutional maneuvers back home and everything. But I don't agree with everything you've said, though, because majority of what you have said has been in defense of why APC won the appeal at the presidential tribunal, why they won at the presidential tribunal, which is I don't necessarily agree with most of your opinion on justifying why the judges gave their ruling. So one is when I had access to to the computer. I'm using my phone now. I opened up a couple of references that I was going to quote to justify what I'm saying now, but I can't quote verbatim, but I will just say some of those things I found out. So you were saying that
You're talking like my friend Alex Jones. He's always finding things out where we don't get to see them. What did you find out? Tell us.
No, I don't have access to it right now.
Okay.
The computer, I'm out in the car. I'm trying to leave the shopping complex. But when I
Okay, I
had
hope it
access
doesn't
to the
end up like
computer,
Hunter
it took me.
Biden's computer.
I've been waiting for 3 hours to talk. Rudolph knows.
Okay.
I've been logging off and on. So what I'm trying to say is that so what I'm trying to say is that you were mentioning that Obi had the burden to prove that he really won the election, but you are also aware that INEC did not give him the materials that he needed. They didn't give
No,
him all the
I've
materials.
answered the question. Nigeria, let me ask you.
I know you mentioned.
If INEC did not give you the material, from which material did you know that you won the election? Before you can say I won the election, you must have seen some arithmetic somewhere.
I would want to say that maybe perhaps the reason why Obi is telling the court to declare him winner, despite the fact that he was pronounced third, is because one, based on the Osun Supreme Court ruling that kept the current governor on seat, the ruling, the court stated that, and this is like a reversal. The court stated that INEC provided the beavers and the number of when APC brought the number of voters, the numbers to justify that they won the majority vote. The judges rule that you can't do that. The only way for us to really rely on the actual numbers and the number of people who won is through the beavers, which INEC gave to Adeleke. They gave him the certificates of the beavers, results of the beavers and everything. So that beavers stuff is very important. They knew the importance of the beavers. That was why they stopped.
Have you read your Osun judgment? Have you read your Osun judgment?
I read a summary of it. I read
okay, go and read it properly and then have a guardian and counselor see with where you are reading it.
The cross of the matter, Prince, the cross of the matter.
I'm trying to save you from yourself, but I've tried my best for you.
What I'm trying to say is that the beavers is what we call the bimodal voters accreditation system. You understand?
Yes.
So INEC, in the electoral law that I was going to read to you, I don't have access to that page now, that I was going to read. the law says that when a litigant brings, when a petitioner brings the respondent, that is why the petitioner joined INEC to APC, joined as a joint respondent, so that they can bring whatever they have as part of the evidence. But INEC failed to do that. So there's a reason for joining, and the law says that the respondent has a duty to provide evidence and everything required to justify the reason why they took their decision. So they have to prove that the numbers they allocated to Atiku, Obi, and Tinubu, these are the numbers. The beavers is that credited number of voters, and the number they wrote down on the paper, the people they say they comprinted.
Let me,
if
I can assist you here, because you remind me more like those commentators of football on radio. Even when the ball is still in the middle of the pitch, they will say, about to goal, say go, people start kicking, but people watching on TV cannot relate the commentary with what the commentator on radio is saying. The issue is this: Beavers is only limited to ascertaining accurately and in documented form the number of voters who voted. It's usually relevant when you are dealing with overvoting or no overvoting. Outside that, Beavers can't help you.
But sir, how do we know people didn't overvote? If INEC
hold on. Let me just come to that. How you will know is if a person is complaining about overvoting. And if you go and read...
that is what Obi complained about.
He was voting where? Overvoting all over Nigeria?
Obi did not complain about places where he won. He only complained, he submitted petition on places he lost. That INEC has to prove that he lost that place. Sir?
For example, where?
I know he lost in states he lost. I can't recall now. I can't recall states.
You don't go to court to challenge state election petition because nothing happened at the state level. You go to court to challenge the polling unit.
Because INEC has a burden to prove that the people that were accredited, the people that voted were part of the number that was accredited.
If I can contribute something, if you allow me. This is how elections are done. When they want to start election, we all know it, we have seen it. Every party who is willing to have their agent there. So when they do the accreditation, you see that the accreditation is fair, that no voter has been turned away, and the other person.
I get where you're going. No matter what witness Obi calls,
hold on, yes.
The credible witness is INEC. The most credible is INEC. Obi cannot say this is my number.
Hold on. If you say the most credible is INEC, then INEC has announced somebody as a winner. Why are you arguing with the most credible person?
No. INEC should come and prove it is what I'm saying. They should come and prove
it. No, if INEC is already credible, INEC has already...
No. Don't. INEC, I'm saying that INEC has a burden. They've been joined as a co-defendant. They have to come and prove that burden. They bring the beavers. How many people did they have credit? How many people voted?
Okay, now let me say something to you. This is how it works. INEC declares the result. You are not happy with it like me. You go home and say, God will judge. Start talking about it. But if you must go to court, you ask yourself, what am I asking the court? If I'm asking the court to cancel the election, all I need to do is to point to the errors in the election. And if the errors are obvious on the paper, INEC now has a secondary body to explain it.
Sir, I don't think Obi did anything wrong.
I'm not saying Obi did anything wrong.
No. What I'm saying, it is my own opinion. I'm not saying you. I'm saying me. I'm saying that I don't think he asked for anything wrong. He was pretty confident. So all INEC needed to do to let us know that Obi, you are wrong, though. This is your numbers. You are truly thought, though. is to give us the real number. Give us the accredited number of people that
what I can tell you, let me tell you something.
That way you prove Obi was right to say, declare me winner, I won. Why waste another $300 billion
Chiwoneka could have said the same thing. Chiwoneka could have said the same thing. Anybody, let me say something to you. I cannot begrudge anyone who say I won the election. Chiwoneka could have said the same thing. So Kwakaso could have said the same thing. Anybody who ran an election wanted to win.
No, sir. Obi had a valid reason.
Listen to me.
You have to.
I'm not saying it doesn't have. What I'm saying to you is that if you go to court and say I won the election hands down, the court is not going to argue with you at all. The court will say, "Welcome, winner." So what is your problem now? You will say, "I won," but another person was declared. They'll say, "Okay, show us how you won and how the other person was declared." You will now say, in Sokoto, social polling unit at Rabba polling unit, I scored 48 here. But when INEC was announcing it, they wrote 4, and I won 48. How do you know you won 48 when you are in your house in Agulu? Or you are in your house in Ondo? How do you know you won 48 in Sokoto? You will say, Salisu is my agent there. Immediately after the election, he brought the result sheet and gave to my people in Sokoto. So we have all our results. But we need INEC to come and certify this result. Because to tender the result in court, you need to certify, except if it's the original you have in your hand. You can tender the original. Then INEC, with the signature of INEC people there, the body will not be on INEC to say, oh, court, don't listen to him. This result he brought from Rabba for the Unit 5 is not from INEC. This is the real one from INEC now. This one he brought is not from INEC. But if INEC cannot argue that, you have made your case. What you cannot do is tell the court, I won the election, but I don't have the proof. The proof is in INEC, and that Professor Okoye looks suspicious, and that INEC professor chairman looks suspicious. Don't trust them. The court will not do that. The court will say,
Sir, we are talking about our institutions. The court be part of the body to strengthen our institutions. You understand?
How can they strengthen your institution? They strengthen your institution according to the law. The law says that.
Yeah, that's right. So what I'm saying is that the law says even that Supreme Court judgment is what I'm relying on now. That says that the beavers and the IREV are the only authentic ways, credible ways, and the only lawful way for INEC to making sure that these are the number of people that were accredited for voting, and these are the number of people that truly voted.
Okay, what I can tell you, I don't know where you're driving, and I don't want to kind of aggravate you. Well, what I'm saying generally is this. What I can tell you is the rule of law. First, I have a feeling that you are misinterpreting that judgment, but these days, everybody is a lawyer, especially if the damages.
No. I was gonna read
Olumide, this is your last question. We have to move.
So what I can say to you is that according to the law, the court will receive a petition and is expected to listen to the petitioner to bring evidence. If the petitioner has evidence that is in his custody, that is secondary, for example, if I have a photocopy of a result sheet and the original is lost, the original is with INEC, the court will force INEC to bring the original. If INEC doesn't bring the original, the court will use my secondary. But where you come to court and you don't have your result sheets, you have a problem. Or if you have your result sheets, then you dump them in the court without assessing it, without bringing them through the rigor of cross-examination. Because, for example, if I bring the result sheet from my polling unit now, I can attach it to my petition, and it's in the court will be looking at it. If I argue my case and I don't call a witness to tender it, that's the end. So I saw some errors where, for example, when your opponent says to you, when you say, we have this, we tender it in court, and your opponent says, I reserve my comment until after
Okay, Prince. Even though I don't agree with
automatically,
you,
you should suspend
I
that.
don't want to be one last
I'm having a
question.
problem.
Even though I don't agree with your opinion or your answer on that, I don't
Yes.
want to.
I wasn't hoping that you're going to agree. I was just doing
My
my
one
duty
last
to
question. My one last question is: as a political player in Nigeria, as a political player and experienced politician in Nigeria, the worry for some of us, especially those outside, is that it's not even just the presidency. Even the governors, they control a lot of money, a lot of resources. But these people, the only way the people can speak and vote people in or out as a lesson so that they want voting people that will do what they want is a free and fair election. These beavers, if they allow it work, it might be a way
now. Okay, for example, how do you determine
if the elite, the people who are colluding, if they allow it work, and if the court make it mandatory that it be a part of the evidence to truly make it work. No,
the court can't do that. Please, let's understand something. The court can't do that. The court is a court of law. What you can do, and I've made recommendation, Nigerians don't want to listen to that. What you can do is change the law and say that in an election, the burden is on the person who conducted the election to prove that the election is free, fair, and credible. But with the way the law is today, the burden is on the petitioner. And this petitioner we have on this occasion, they have to start with, they have a very Herculean task, but they were terrible in the handling of the case. They were amateurish. So of all the petitioners we have been having since 1999, this is the worst set of petitioners. So the whole case looked like a comedy show. Because Buhari used to sit next to me in all those days when he was fighting for his on election. And they had a lawyer called Mike Akamba. They were very disciplined in their case. They had some errors, which we used to talk about, but they were very disciplined in their claim. Buhari was always asking for the election to be cancelled. Not necessarily that he should be declared winner. They were disciplined. Akamba was highly disciplined about the way they were handling the case. So I think that, generally speaking, don't impose on the court a duty that's not the court's duty. The court is not a supervisor of INEC. People assume that the court supervises INEC. The court does not. The court only gives you interpretation of the Electoral Act. And the Electoral Act says that the onus is on the challenger to prove that the election is not right. So just like the onus is on the prosecutor to prove that somebody has committed an offense. So if a person who committed armed robbery, rape, murder, escapes from trial and goes, you cannot blame the court. Now, the court should have known that this person looks like a crook. The onus is on the prosecutor to prove. And in the case of election, the prosecutor is the petitioner. What I recommend that we should do includes that, one, INEC should have no power to declare any election result. They should just collate the election result and send it to the court and give anybody who has any complaint within 30 days to come to the court and object, and INEC will have to defend the result. That way it is easier. Even then, some of the people who have no chance at all will go there and say that they want to challenge it. And Nigerians, some of us, we're not clear in our head what we want. For example, people want quick adjudication of election matter, and they want judiciary to give them a very sound judgment. But many of them are blaming me and Shogore, why didn't we file petition? So I didn't come second, I didn't come third. Why would I come and file a petition? It doesn't make any sense. If I feel that I want to contribute anything to the petition, I can give my evidence that I have to support the person who has already filed, if he's making a reasonable case. That was why you can ask Omoyele Shogore, I offered to be of assistance, provided that nobody is lying that I won election which they know they didn't win. That if they were all they were interested in is to prove that the election has fault here and there, and we should redo the election. I have places where my people brought evidence to me, and I have that. If they don't have it, I can go and assist them. They can even use me as a witness in the place where I voted.
Why don't you recommend what the Kenyans did, where they were able to try the case before a very short period of time, and they were able to correct whatever error occurred during the election? Why don't we do that? It's already tried and tested.
It doesn't.
Prince, hold on. Let me add so I can answer. In the case of Imo State, the Supreme Court even overruled INEC and gave ruling on behalf of in favor of. So why do you? Why is it not the same thing? What's the difference?
It's not the same. What you know how you know that's the same? Go and pick up Uzodiman's case and read it. Forget about all the other things you do before. Read it afresh. And go and pick up Peter Obi versus INEC, Atiku versus INEC, and read it. You will see that there are two different things. One, even that Uzodiman's case, some of us have some concerns about it. But let me give you the difference between the cases. In Uzodiman's case, he came to the court with his own resource sheets, clear resource sheets from polling units. He came with his resource sheets and was challenging the results of the INEC brought and brought his own. And he brought other people whom he claims were present there, that the policemen were there, other people to say this is the actual result. The one INEC announced is not correct. And they went polling unit by polling unit. He remember, no? Little by little, they went there, or Lu West, or Lu. They took it polling unit by polling unit, and they were able to. Then the tribunal ruled against them and said, "I believe INEC. I don't believe you. The results you brought in that is contrary to INEC, I go with INEC." But he has led the evidence one by one. Eventually, the appellate court agreed with him that he has proven his case because he brought the result sheets. And he was able to convince the court that INEC changed the result at the headquarters. But the court said the one in the polling unit is one we are going to use. The cases are similar, are dissimilar. So you need to understand that clearly. That if your case, that's why Uzodiman did not go to court and say that Ihedioha did not go to school. Ihedioha conflicted of one thing the other time. He faced squarely polling unit by polling unit. So I think that you can't compare the two. It doesn't mean that petitioners' lawyers are not smart. I have a theory, which is just a theory in my head, that they consider that option and they realize that that option is not sustainable, that they can't prove it. So they decided to use technical knockout to say, okay, if you can get the court to talk about 25%, for example, if the court had ruled that 25% is mandatory, they've already knocked him out without hard work. You get my point? So, without hard work. So that's the option of the hard work or the option of the shortcut. They took the shortcut, but there was no road there.
Thank you. Ismiri he wants to say something before she leaves. Ismiri, please go ahead.
Thank you, forefathers. I just want to use this opportunity to say to Tone, sorry if I was a bit naughty to you. Sorry about that. So what I want to, I'm learning politics and I will continue to learn. From where I'm sitting, listening to you, Prince Adewale, kind of getting that picture that the politicians and the masses vividly, there is a big gap that is there. And it seems as if the politicians have refused to understand the feelings of the masses, either knowingly or unknowingly, using their qualifications as an excuse, being too smart, as if the citizens are stupid. So now, say for example, do you think there are man-made rigid gaps and slippery walls, misunderstandings between the political elites and the people they're supposed to serve? And when you said you don't care if people like you, please, what do you mean by that? Because eventually some of these people will be your citizens when you become the president.
I said it. Why did I say that? I said it in
Oh,
what
you
way?
said you didn't care. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
No. I don't. I can't recollect. Is there anybody hear that as well? I don't think so. I think what I said was that the gentleman said he wasn't convinced. I said I wasn't expecting that I would be convinced.
Not now. You
But
said it before, like as if you did not. But never mind. It's not. I'm not
no,
saying
what I can say, what I can say that can approximate that is that when it comes to stating what I believe in, I don't join bandwagon, and I don't do cheap shots, and I don't say, "Oh, who are the people reading on Twitter now? Who is on social media? Let me be." I don't want to be a groupie. I don't want to be a social. I don't want to be praised by people who are going in error. If 100 people are talking rubbish, I won't join them because I want to be popular. So I will just tell you what I know. You know, I may be right, I may be wrong, but I stand by my belief. I don't play to the gallery. And the problem facing the masses is that they assume that these politicians came from the skies. These politicians resemble, Nigerian politicians and Nigerian people resemble each other. They look alike, they talk alike, they behave alike. And the politician who you look down on and say that these politicians have no class, they are the people who have a grasp of the grassroots. Because when you have gone around like I have done and spoken to different segments of Nigerians, you will discover that Tinubu will be laughing. That look at this prince, he's blowing grammar there. I will not even do any debate. I will not waste my time. Because I know on election day, these people is blowing grammar to, they'll be looking for a bag of rice. So I better make sure that nobody's bag of rice bigger than mine, because I don't want to lose. This guy is not real. He's lost touch with the people he's talking to. His party members are not going to show up on election day. If I bring money, they will come and work for me rather than work for him. But he's there giving lecture like he's in Carnegie Hall. So he's wasting his time. So in reality, when election comes, you will realize that Tinubu himself may be more brilliant than you. But he realized that giving lecture doesn't work. So he reserved the lecture. When he wins, start giving a lecture that time. So then what you can do if you want to build a system like that is that you have to elevate the people above where they are. The politicians today are meeting the people where they are. They know that you can have a panel of 100 people. Some of them working with first class, work in the best oil companies, high-tech companies. They live abroad for 30 years. Even if they listen to you for 20 days, they are still going to vote to their village man. They are not going to say, oh, I changed my mind based on additional evidence. No, they're just listening to you for fun. They have met in their village homeowner meeting and said, we are voting this way. They have met in their Agbole, Afenifere has told them vote this way. Or Arewa something has told them to vote this way. So they will be wasting your time and pretending as if they are listening to you. So what I'm bringing out is that it is we, people like us, who are not in touch. People like me, Chowore, we are the people who are out of touch with the people. Tinubu is in touch with the people.
Sorry, sir. Everything is not Can you hear me? Is it like is the fault of the people that the people being elected don't have it in their conscience by law to do the right by the law? Even the law that are being put out there, they break. And ordinary citizens.
What I can say to you is this. I'm talking as a sociologist, not even as a politician. That politicians like to do popular things. Politicians like to do popular things. And a bag of rice is more popular than a book. is popular than the manifesto that you get the best people in the world to write for you. When I started running for election, some people there was a particular person in Warri who so much has interest in me that it was taking me around. He did a lot. And when we finished, he said, I have an idea for you. I said, what's the idea? He brought a bag of rice with my picture on it. He said, I have a rice farm. I can produce a lot of this for you. I'll help you distribute. I said, don't do it. He said, you're going to lose. I said, don't even do it. He said, so he brought a lot and he kept them in my house. If you go to my house in Abuja, you will see a bag of rice expiring. I just want to use that one as a memorabilia of Nigeria electoral decay. You know? So what I'm bringing out is that when it now came to the eve of the election was getting closer, everybody's language started changing, started giving you electionary advice. That look, Atiku and Co are buying sachets of Omo. All this they are giving to people. Kano is buying spaghetti and has warehouses full of these things. This one is doing that one is doing that. Some did up. So what I'm bringing out is that at the end of the day, the people still respond to that. They can give you reason. It's poverty, it's this, it's that. But the duty we hold now is to elevate our people above that level. To elevate our people, and the person who vote for a bag of rice and the person who vote according to religion, in my own eye, they are equal.
Are these inducements legal?
They are illegal. Like, if you catch the advert alone that they place on TV, from that advert alone, you know that they are already breaking the law. They've overshot the 5 billion. INEC says you can only spend 5 billion. Are you
Is
telling
that
me
where you want to start from?
Yeah, that's where I started from. If you listen to all my interview, I mentioned it. These people who went to court now to file petition, can you ask them whether they stay within that budget? They broke that law too. What I'm saying,
I know, but Prince, here's the thing, right?
Yes.
Ms. Ishimiri.
I like the way people just walk in here and start talking. And Master has been here for hours. He hasn't said anything.
Yeah, Master.
No, but it's not introducing a new topic.
Definitely not.
Master, you have the floor, please. Go ahead.
And you have to unmute yourself.
You are muted, Master.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good evening, all, and thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Well, I'd hoped I would not have to disagree with Prince, but unfortunately, I think as the discussion progressed, there are a couple of points I actually don't agree with him.
Yeah,
The
let's
picture
start
you're
this out.
painting,
Go ahead.
yes, the picture you're painting, I think is not entirely accurate. To paint that Nigerians do not listen to logic, that Nigerians only think about rice, omo, and spaghetti. The question I will ask, so I have not seen Peter Obi's spaghetti, omo, or rice, but he got 6 million votes. Unless you are saying even the 6 million, he didn't get it.
I see. First, let me answer that question, because if I comment now, they will say I hate somebody. But you are the one always dragging me there. First and foremost, if you do analysis of, you see, because in this country now, the liars are the accusers. But if we who are in campaign, we study and scope one another. So if you pack a bunch of money and collect it from a military general and share it among bishops and they distribute it through the church system, you don't have to follow another person who distributes it on the street. Everybody has their own style. What I'm saying basically is this, that if the aim is not Peter Obi has lost the election, it's gone. So prosecuting doesn't change anything. And it's not the first to lose. I lost the election too. Awolowo lost. Even greater people that lost the election. I mean, Kano, with all his kindness, he lost the election. That's not an issue. The issue is that if you want to stop the problem of Nigerian electoral system, you cannot isolate just a few pieces. You have to realize that, generally speaking, that the Nigerian electorate are not where they ought to be. Unless you are...
Sorry, I wouldn't want to interject, Prince, but I will make 2 points.
Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with you that, I mean, life is a moving train. No society will ever say, oh, we've arrived at destination. Every society I know is moving to Uhuru. Every society is trying to move to a better place. My argument is that, and the second point I want to make is that I don't want us to have a hypothetical or theoretical argument. Because in this instance, on the issue at hand, there's practical evidence. Peter Obi got 6 million votes. I am in Nigeria here. I have not seen a bag of rice, which is picture. I've not seen spaghetti, which is picture. I've not seen...
In logic, this your argument is meaningless. It's called argumentum ad ignorantia. For example, somebody comes and say, in this election, I have not seen where Tinubu beat anybody. I have not seen Tinubu rig any. Anybody can say I have not seen. It doesn't really matter.
No, you are sorry, Prince. Sorry, Prince. You are going hypothetical again.
I will still yield to you. Okay. I just want to tell you so that would be logical. We are trying to educate people here, and we don't know how many people will see this if after we are gone. I have not seen is a weak argument, because when you talk to APC people, they will say, I have not seen anywhere where we cheated. I have not seen anywhere. Have you seen anything? But in reality, if you want to see, you will see. And if you just go online and just Google, you will see that different people are making different products, overtures, and giving. But everybody has their own deniability. And if you want to be looking like I am prosecuting the person who lost the election so that it now becomes defensive, we are missing the point. The point I'm trying to create is that...
No, but the stuff you're painting about Peter Obi is ridiculous. You know he does not have that kind of persona. Everybody...
You see, I don't...
Everybody... stop meeting me, Rudolph.
Pisat, let me tell you something.
You can't have him...
You have the right to idolize who you want. There are people who say that
it has nothing to do
Waziri. Excuse me. Let me
with that. You are
excuse me. Let me excuse me. Make my point. You can
Pansat, please. Can you allow? Okay.
You have the right.
I want you to learn so that I can rebuff.
You have the right to idolize who you want.
No, I don't want to Prince to respond to Pansat. Please respond to me.
Pansat,
I think
Pansat is an important member. I think it's the prime minister of this.
No, but it's my time. It's my time. So why would you use my person and respond to Pansat?
Let me make one point clear. First, I can make up my mind if I want to be a politician and say, each time you mention social persons there, I don't want to comment. But that is cowardice. That's not leadership. Because I can say, you know what, you mentioned these persons there, I don't want to comment. But you can idolize who you like. You are only living your own cocoon. Because you are living your own make-believe world.
Sorry, you are pandering to Pansat. I'm not idolizing anybody, Prince.
Excuse me, sir. There are people now who can't see anything wrong done by Atiku in this world till they die. There are people, if Tinubu goes to United Nations and pee on the table, there are people who will say, yes, they didn't see it. Everybody has the right to support who they want. But in the political space, we know what each person is doing. And I didn't come here to comment on Peter Obi, to comment on Atiku, to comment on Tinubu. I came here to talk about if I have, as a participant, have I learned any lessons from the electoral election that I participated in, and what can I tell my fellow countrymen and women? What can I say we should change? One of these things we should change is this idea of living in denial of fact, using propaganda in exchange for fact, and trying...
Rudolph, I'm raising my hand.
So the point I'm making, therefore, is that If a person is coming and is giving his own perspective, he has the right for the perspective to be different from yours. Therefore, you can disagree with the person, no problem. But I'm not part of your propaganda machine. I don't have to echo what you are doing. The same thing with APC or anybody. I am talking from the point of view what I observe.
Can I make my point, Prince?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So my question was not a hypothetical question. It was a factual. I'm just asking you a question. I'm not idolizing anybody. Maybe if you are not okay with
you're right to do that. There's nothing bad in that.
If you are not okay with Peter Obi's example, I can give you a different example. I can
you give. What I corrected was that I am not aware. It's not.
Please let me just make the. I get what you're saying. That's why I'm asking the question. It's because of what you said, and I heard you clearly.
Yes.
All right. What I'm rebuffing, what I'm pushing back on, is the picture that you paint of Nigerian electorates.
Yes.
That they only listen to Omo, rice, and spaghetti. That is what you said.
I said
okay.
No,
So
I said, excuse me, let me correct that. I said they listen to you as well. I said that. But what is going to determine? I gave you two spectra of people. One, the common people. After listening to all your Doko Turenchi, they are going to follow the guy who gives them rice and beans and whatever. The elite, even though they pretend to be listening to logic, their masses, their leftists and whatever, in the final analysis, when they want to settle, they settle according to tribe and religion. That's mine.
And that's what I'm saying, that is not correct. I'm saying that position is not correct. It's a disservice to all Nigerians.
I don't speak. If it can be a disservice, but this is my reading. And I'm telling you in addition that if we must move forward, the political system we want to create must be capable of elevating ourselves.
No, I don't want us to go to solution. Let's deal with the problem first. Let's articulate the issue before we run to solution. My question is that Peter Obi got 6 million votes. But if you're not okay with Peter Obi, I will tell you that Buhari...
I don't have anything... No, let me pick that.
Let's leave Peter Obi. Maybe he's a controversial figure. So let's leave him aside. So let's take Buhari under CPC. Please, let me just make the point so you can respond after. Yes. I'm going to abandon Peter Obi's example, even though I think it's a cogent case, it's a recent case, all of us can relate to it. But I will use Buhari under CPC. Buhari under CPC got 12 million votes.
Yes.
I don't believe that it's only Hausa people. I don't believe that there are 12 million voters, Hausa voters in Nigeria. I don't believe that everybody that voted for Buhari under CPC was a Muslim or from his village.
What you are doing is first wrong. Who made that statement?
Just land, Prince, so that
no, you can't land because you are a propagandist. You are giving straw man. For example, I never criticized who voted for Buhari and saying they are Hausa people and whatever. When you come online like this, these are things they teach in the school of propaganda. You are throwing straw man there. First,
you want to be my president. I don't think it could be defensive. You want me to vote for you in the next election.
No, if you want to vote for me,
you should be able to have a discussion with me.
What I'm saying is that don't bring straw man past that stage. What you should do, if you want to make an example of Buhari, bring it out by yourself, calibrate it by yourself, but don't give impression that it's deriving from your analysis of what I said. And if
Prince, let me make my point very clearly, and I will rest my case. In actual fact, I don't need your ratification of my belief. It's just for public good. I am saying my point is that in Nigeria, I've seen where 12 million people vote for somebody who is not in the major party, somebody who we all know was not given money. That was Buhari. They voted for him because they don't respond, please. When I finish, I will close this matter. There's no need to go back and forth. I'll just make my point where I diverge from your point. So my point is that people voted for Buhari under CPC because they felt he was a good candidate. He wasn't giving money. There are old women who I know were putting money into his campaign coffers. I believe it's the same thing that happened to Peter Obi. Nigerians voted for people who they feel they can take them out of the pain and misery they are going through.
I've got
I
your
agree
point.
with you. I
I've got
agree
your
with you
point.
that yes, people would collect. In fact, let me tell you, in the north, during Buhari's time, when he was at some point at later stage, the argument was that if they give you money, collect, but go and vote your conscience. So I'm just making the point that Nigerians,
Okay, now,
wait, Prince, when I finish, I don't want us, this back and forth, I think is finished. I'll just make my point that I
let me
divulge
your
that
point.
I
Let's
don't.
move on because I want to
Okay, so
respond to that
I'm
because
saying that Nigerians, 6 million Nigerians, I believe, voted for Peter Obi, not because he gave them money, because they believed that they are not happy with their circumstance. And I think if the right candidate with the right story comes, whether he has rice or no rice, I will agree that rice will be added advantage. But if you come with a strong argument, people would vote for you.
Okay,
So,
thank you. Let
so
me
on
tell you.
that, Prince, I don't want us to go back and forth. I had two questions. Okay.
No, you
So
would say
the second,
something. I need to respond to you unless you're just giving a solo soliloquy. But what I'm saying to you is basically that Buhari came with from 2023, and you cannot know Buhari better than Buba Galadima. You
I
can't
will
know
know
Buhari
Buhari better than Galadima. Why will I not know Buhari? Do you know how close I could be with him? So let's not make sweeping
because you
statements.
could be with, you can be close to him on the farm, but in his politics you were not there. So what I'm saying that Buba Galadima were the people who were the core advocates of Buhari. They were with him. They did his election planning. People like Solomon Dalon and many of them joined later, and they formed all their coalition, whatever. And if you look at the narrative that got Buhari in 2023, got Buhari in 2007, got Buhari in 2011, the narrative was a regional narrative from the beginning. It started, momentum started with that. And that was why if you look at the electoral map, Buhari was always in one corner. So in Nigeria, you can go to your ethno-religious enclave and sell any emotional point and corner substantial number of votes. It's an easy thing. And nationalists don't do it. That's why they don't get cheap support. So from 2023, you can listen to all of them, you can interview. They're not ashamed of that. They were concerned about the condition of the North under Obasanjo presidency. And they were looking for a candidate that they could bring out who was going to take advantage of the numerical strength, the voting strength of the North and corner that first and then decide to branch out. And they tried to branch out in 2011 with, first they tried to branch out with Okadibo, tried to get somebody over there. That didn't work because Obasanjo, election time, Obasanjo will never lose any election. So do or die affair. Then they did up to 2011. I want to cut it short, where they tried to work with Tinubu as it was that time. It didn't work out. They now went with Bakare and they didn't get the number until 2015, when Tinubu had done the politics of cornering the West and Buhari had done the politics of cornering the North, came together to try to now work, and it worked for them. But if you look at the two of them, in my own understanding of politics, they did not articulate a national agenda. It was just, this is my enclave, this is your enclave. If we work together, we will win. And that is my understanding. So even if you give me an opportunity now to follow the model that Buhari followed, I will not follow it. I would rather follow a model where from the beginning we raise national questions that cut across and that is ideological, and we build the movement that way. So that is for that. Now, and Buhari having come to power, riding on the Talakawas and all of that. And the Talakawas have been discovered that Buhari didn't represent them and abandoned them and was even more elitist than the people they were criticizing before. They lost hope in the fact that you can queue up behind somebody and suffer and contribute money and use your money to do recharge card and all of that. So for us now, we need to now.
I think the point Moscow is making is that the inducements were not necessarily for the support Buhari got, because you were implying that the inducements are the most powerful thing.
It's still within my thesis that in Nigeria, unless we are denying our consciousness, that in Nigeria, you can get sympathy in politics easily with inducement. You can also get sympathy in politics with ethno-religious sentiment. That's what I'm saying. That it is the two tools. So if you have ethno-religious sentiment, you may do away with the money. There may still be people who spend money on your behalf, but the people are emotionally connected to you. What I'm trying to get out of my own politics, they work, may not work, is that we need to get to a politics where we recognize where the people are and we try to raise their consciousness so that at least if you have a candidate, the candidate has connections with the consciousness of the voters. But
sorry, but that is how democracy is. In America, what you see is that you have people that vote candidates because of their either ethno-religious sentiment, but the way where you win when you win is how you win from the other side. It depends on what you win from the other side.
I have the right to say I don't endorse that kind of politics and to educate my people and say don't do it. There are people who go to Tennessee and all these Bible bets and try to change their politics there and say don't vote according to these things. My role in politics is to say, look, try to play politics that is cross-cutting and is based on the ideology of what you believe with your leaders. And as much as possible, for us who are in this game of trying to build new politics, to recognize that there's a level of consciousness which the traditional election winners understand. That's what took us to this rabbit hole now. That there is a consciousness that these traditional politicians understand. And when you see them behave in one way or the other, they are playing to the sentiment of the people as it is now, which is basically branched into two. There may be exceptions, but the majority of people either get persuaded from my own field findings, either get persuaded by inducement and use poverty as an excuse for it, or they get
Rudolph, could I
mobilized by
Hold on, everyone. I just looked at the time. I have to talk to our guest for tomorrow, which reminds me, I just want to remind everybody that tomorrow we're having a conversation on 90 Minutes Africa. And it's about a symposium that is taking place at Princeton University next week on Chinua Achebe and the trouble with Nigeria. So for that conversation, we have...
And then can I, Rudolph, for them just make a general comment?
Yeah.
So that, because when I come here, it doesn't come up again. If I am contesting against anybody, I have a right not to like the person. I have a right to not, if I respected the person in the first place, I will not be contesting against them. There's none of the people that I ran against that I thought would be a better president than me. So yeah, I don't owe an obligation to Tinubu's people. Don't complain that I don't idealize or like their man. Atiku's people don't complain. Even Showore, who is my friend, doesn't complain that I don't see Showore is the best thing. So don't bring childish nonsense here. When a candidate comes and says he doesn't like your candidate, I don't like him. I don't think we'll make a good president. That's the way I ran against him. And if I was to choose among the presidents, even if I'm not running, I will support him still. So just get that clear. And it is possible that there are people running against me now who will not choose me either. So it's not there's no love lost there and there's no enmity there. So don't bring this childish thing that I say you don't like Mr. This. Why should I like him? What is special about him? I don't like him. I don't need to like him. But when
Okay, let
when the two of us,
Okay, no, sorry,
that's as
Mr.
competitors,
Rudolph.
excuse me, as
Mr. Rudolph.
competitors, that's the way. When we meet as persons, we like each other as persons, and we treat each other finely, and we meet a lot more than we meet with some of these people. So that is the issue. I'm competing with you. I don't have to like you, and I don't have to say anything to favor you. You are my opponent, for God's sake.
All right, thank you. Let me just.
So there's nothing special about that.
All right, let me just finish the announcement. So for tomorrow, Princeton's symposium on Chinua Achebe and the trouble with Nigeria. So we're going to have Professor Chika Okeke-Agolo, who is the director of the program in African Studies at Princeton University. He's one of the organizers of the conference. We'll come here to talk about the symposium and the Achebe's legacy and the trouble with Nigeria. So if you can join us, we will appreciate that.
We'll be here because it's a very important topic.
Yeah, and also to point out that we've spent 9 hours, 19 minutes. I checked Crime and Punishment. It's a book I want to read. I have not had time to read it. I found out that you can actually read it in 9 hours and 11 minutes. So I hope this conversation that we're having is brings more enlightenment and awareness to our people, and that we're taking something out of it, all of us, and that's why we're doing it. And I think we're doing this because we actually care about the country that we come from, and to have a guest that is willing to stay with us this long and take all these questions. I hope people don't underestimate the importance and the usefulness. Just imagine if we can have.
Still want to say something.
Yeah, I know. Pansal wants to say hi. We'll get to him. I just want to make this editorial commentary.
Sorry, Mr. Rudolph.
Before, hold on, Master.
Okay, Master still has something to say. Let Master conclude if he wants to.
So the point thing I want to say is simply that I appreciate everybody who is watching at home and everybody who is here. I don't take this for granted, and I also want to point out that I have to go at a point to talk to the guests that will come up next week, not next week, tomorrow, and also I've never left a guest in the studio while I'm out, and I don't know if
we'll wind down so that you can follow your procedure. But I will make each point. But let's hear people, because what I want to say by way of is that Nigeria has adult problem, and you cannot solve them with children's mindset. And adults said blunt and very clear things to one another. And what I can say to people, generally speaking, is that the leadership of Nigeria, if I look at people here, the leadership of Nigeria is for this generation right now. And people need to make up their mind what kind of country they want. And all kind of childishness and nonsense has to stop. If people want to do politics in Nigeria, we need to get the facts first, even if we don't agree on the solution. In Nigerian politics, even the basic facts, people don't agree on them. So this is the problem I have. Politicians should agree on facts, but they may disagree on solutions. But even basic facts, people don't want to agree on them. People are living in cocoons. I don't believe in that.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Maska. You wanted to finish something, please. I don't want it to, because there are other people that I want to give a chance to speak.
Okay, so 2 quick comments. I need to apologize to Prince if I came out as if I'm attacking or I'm supporting anybody. I by no means I'm supporting anybody. If anything, I'm only in support of the Nigerian populace. I am still convinced that they know better. They are well enlightened. So I will leave that at that. The second thing, actually, I didn't expect I will push back or have a comment, but what I'd wanted initially is to actually thank you. Really, the reason why I actually even came onto the show is to thank you, because I know that to decide you will contest, and beyond decision, to actually throw your heart into the ring is not an easy thing. it shows you are a man of courage, you are a man of conviction, and you want the greater good for our people. So I want to thank you for that. And like I said, I want to apologize for coming out maybe too strongly. It's simply because I feel very strongly on what I believe. You believe that Nigerians can only vote for either religion or money. That's okay. We'll leave it there. No,
yeah,
it's
but,
okay. It's okay.
Oscar,
Let's
thank
leave
you.
it
Let me say it generally speaking.
the
Unless,
question, let me just ask the question so
ahead.
that I will not talk again. I will even leave the whole show if that is going to make everybody happy. I have other things.
No, nobody wants you out. It's just that you are making some comments and we need to correct them. That's all. We are not
Well, you are making a comment. I want to correct. You are not taking correction. You want to correct me. Where are we going to land?
No, I'm not correcting you. I'm correcting
are you
the
beyond
fact.
correction?
No, I'm correcting the fact. For example, if you say today is Wednesday, I can say today is not Wednesday. Today is Saturday, go to Sunday. You may decide to not agree. I'm not correcting you. I'm just correcting the fact. Some people cannot be corrected because they will believe one thing from January to December, no matter what happens in between. But the issue is that
all right. It's all right, sir. I take your point. I take your point. The question I really want to ask and land finally is, in my mind, I see a lot of younger contestants. I've listened to you several times. I think this is the third time I'm listening to you. I do have a lot of respect for your opinions, even though unfortunately the only time you get to hear me is when I disagree with you, which is also okay. But the question I really want to ask you, don't you think that it would be more strategically viable for all of you guys to at least start sitting down together and be conversing with one another? I don't know, maybe somebody asked that question before I joined, but in my mind, I think it's something you guys should begin to look at. Because if you ask me my own personal opinion, I think that Nigeria lost, or let's say the election went the way it went, because the key people that could have proven to be a strong adversary to the ruling party actually, they divided themselves into pieces. And I am saying that maybe if you think it's okay, you guys should sit down and start thinking of even if you don't match as a party, but working together. So that's the question. What is your opinion on that?
Okay. My opinion is this. People who need to work together have to be in the same reality. They have to be in the same reality. I believe that we were working together before, and then if you look at 2020, 2021, we were working together. Part told me everybody was going up and down. But I discovered something about Nigerian politics. The number of independent politicians in Nigeria, in my own view, that I've met, independent politicians, they are not up to 100. Everybody is an agent or servant of somebody somewhere. So, and at the end of the day, they are going to collapse and work for the person. So even somebody organizes a symposium, organizes a forum, whatever, you will later, if you study, you discover that somebody somewhere is behind it. So what we thought we would do, Wale Okuni, Patu Tobi, Tanko Yunusa, Atayu Jega, many people, I don't want to name, some I have not mentioned, but there are many. And then Okenwosu, who still called me yesterday and said we need to talk. We came together and said, this time around, we are going to form together, and we don't want anybody from PDP, we don't want anybody from APC. These people cannot be reformed. We are going to come together and go to the Nigerian people across the country. No ethnicity, no religion, no, we are going to build a broad-based political party. And you can go and ask them, in the meeting, I use always to criticize them. That you were who supported Buhari last time. You supported, so I always criticize them. That, so I'm not sure. Halfway now, you're not going to go and support one of these people. So, cut a long story short, there was now a problem in APC. There was a problem in PDP. And eventually, the PDP problem led to some of the PDP people leaving PDP and coming. So it now became a point where the people who were controlling PDP politics are also the one now, APC and PDP politics, are also the one now controlling the so-called alternative politics. That's why I say, hey, I'm out of this. Because in reality, what am I doing? Because there is the same reason why I didn't support Buhari in 2015 or 2019. I didn't join any of them. So I want to do an independent politics. If it takes 100 years to win, I'm okay with that. But I don't want to do politics of status quo. But what happened in 2023, if anybody wants to learn from it, is that the status quo broke into two and came to the opposition to just gather the anger of the opposition. So they were still the status quo. So when it comes to ideology, when it comes to issue, you cannot separate a lot of opposition candidates from the so-called ruling party. But if you look at the manifesto, look at so many things, the tactics, methods. So if you want us to talk now, the first thing we want to talk about is reality, which means if you come to me, if we are reviewing the 2023 election, I cannot lie in front of you. I can't bring up propaganda in front of you. You have to first realize what happened, do the postmortem, say this is what happened, this is what you play. Don't try to be all this bogus marketing you are doing outside. Doesn't work for me. You come. I will ask next question. Now, are we going to build a forum where we now start to itemize area where disagree? For example, the area where I disagree with Tinubu, if it's 20 points, the area where I disagree with Peter Obi is also 20 points. So as far as I'm concerned, they look the same to me, because Tinubu's neoliberal economic policies, you can see the result now, is going to lead to poverty, devaluation of the naira, deindustrialization, and lead to increased poverty. The same philosophy is what Peter Obi has. The same philosophy is what Atiku has. So why would I choose between malaria and typhoid? So why don't I want to choose a healthy option? But if you can get the candidate to change his philosophy, but you don't believe in what Aminu Kano believes, you don't believe in Chapter 2 of the Constitution, you don't believe in an economy that is not neoliberal, you say you are going to float the currency, you are going to remove subsidy on day one, why should I join you? It's not a conspiracy against somebody. I won't join you. And in the course of the election, as we're going towards the end, people are now coming to say, we must all come together to make sure under no circumstance that APC should win. I said, why? Between you and APC, I don't see any difference. You need to come and give me ideological reasons why I should vote for you, because you are talking like them and behaving like them. So that's my point. So if anybody wants us to talk now, I'm ready to talk. But what I will bring to the table will be ideological points. But if you come and say, my people have not produced president before, it's my turn. Let's go to I will tell you I'm not interested in that. That's not my kind of politics. Because Obasanjo is an expert in that one. Rotational presidency. I don't believe in it. So if you say, the other religion, they are dominant, I don't believe in it either. But I believe that Nigeria needs an autonomous, a rethink of our politics, a rethink of our national ethos, a rethink of our economy, a rethink of our defense and everything we are doing. If you agree with me, then we can talk. But if it's just that it's your thought or you are nicer than the other guy, I'm not interested in that. I'm ideological in my approach. So any ideological discussion, I will talk about it.
All right. So we're going to do something different now. I see the night shift.
Thank you for your answers and thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Masker.
Thank you, Masker. We're going to do something different. I see that the night shift, they are coming up. Once you sit down, you know that it's a night shift. Let's hear from Pansab before I go. Pansab, but make it just one question, not back.
I appreciate that, Rudolph.
And why are you jumping me, Rudolph?
Buddy, I know you are one of the night shifts. Let me hear. I want to hear Pansab before I go.
Sorry about that, Mr. Buddy. I think you were here before me, but let me say that there is no hierarchy created because somebody's a guest and others are panelists, right? We're here in search of the truth. And a lot of us have something better to do. When Priest comes here, we appreciate his presence here, even though it's now questionable, to be honest with you now. Every panelist, up to his supporter here, somebody who's not against him, Masker, is not an Obi supporter, holds similar views as he does. From the young lady that was here, we had one lady to forefather who's interested in security. Prince Adewale is not listening. We admonished him. We say, look, make it pithy so that we could get to cover a lot of people. He's not even listening to that. He has no respect for anything, period, no matter what. But now he's resorted
to... I think your language you should kind of moderate your way you
No, actually...
if I have no respect, are you paying me a salary for being here?
Please hold on.
Here because of the fact that we're discussing the country.
I understand,
no respect,
the way I put it,
no, moderate your language, because if you say I have no respect,
okay,
I can go.
Please.
So I'm discussing with you, not because I'm trying to force you.
I understand, but you say...
And then, secondly, let me make a point. I am not here for a popularity contest. I am here to give you public service. Public service. That this is what I believe, this is what I know. I'm not interested in
Okay.
So
let me first of all, let me tell you, if I was in that election, I would have won it, right? So hold on. Let me tell you something. Because you've made a lot of comments here, especially about Peter Obi. Anybody who is demanding certain things to challenge the system, or like Masca is saying that your calculation that Nigerians voted in line with inducements, right? And he was trying to point out to you that Peter Obi's 6 million could not come as a result of that. But before I'm stopped, let me give you some stats, okay? We'll go back to history, right? We do know, for example, in Iraq, 2002, I believe, Saddam Hussein got 100% of the votes in that referendum, right? Former Supreme Leader Kim Jong-il fared almost as well. In 2009, he got 99.9% of the votes. Raul Castro earned 99.4%. And then Syria's Bashar al-Assad got 97.6%. So there is something that a state can be doing to rig an election, right? And when all of you ran in an election, we got to see your character, because Obi came out and he made a lot of claims. He says, look, I was a governor. You show me where I mismanaged, not just didn't take somebody's money, the state's money. You show me and I quit. You ran. You did opposition research. A lot of it you've been mounting off here about him. You didn't bring it. So we know who Peter Obi is. Hold on, please. Will you just hold on for a minute?
Excuse me.
Hold on.
I'm wasting my time. Number one, I ran. Excuse me. Let me just make point clear. When you see Tinubu, you're not asking that question. Let me answer your question. Excuse me.
Prince, hold on. Let him
hold.
Prince,
no, you're breaking from
yeah. Ansat.
Let him hold on.
I'm not here for chat.
Listen to me.
What I'm saying, ask an adult question. First and foremost, I ran election.
I gave you stats. You don't disagree with the stats.
Why not
let me talk.
Excuse me. I ran an election. I did not attack any of my opponents. Peter Obi, I did not attack him. The only time I talk about Peter Obi was when he sent off lies that I stepped down for him, when he and I did not even discuss that. And they put it out, and I tried to correct them. I called a number of them to say, why are you telling people I've stepped down for you? At least if it was done on your behalf, as a person, you should say, no, don't say that. That's the only time. So whether opposition research, Tinubu, whom everybody was abusing, I never said a word about his character. I faced my manifesto. Peter Obi and all his claim, bogus claim, correct claim, I left him. So don't say because we don't have what to say. Some of us, we do the politics of, we don't attack people's personality. We just go to the people and say, this is my set of beliefs. This is what I will do for you. These are the priorities, and I leave it. So you can continue. If I wanted to attack Peter Obi, I will attack him and I will give evidence. But I don't attack people, and I'm not going to start now. It's left for the voter to make up his mind, and I go on issues. I don't know because anyone is a saint.
Thank you, Prince. Pansat, you've been speaking. We can't hear you. But let me just say this. When Pansat said that there is no hierarchy here, I should have stopped him. Knowing who he is, I should have said, there is. And that hierarchy is that the guest is the most important person here. I can't even stop the guest because he's the guest. Okay, and so Pansa, there's a hierarchy, and after the guest is the moderator, whoever he is or she is. We're going to get a female moderator soon. That's the next. No, hold on, Pansa, please, because
I may not come to your show again.
That's okay. That's okay, Pansat.
All right. Okay.
It's not the end of the world.
I'm trying to tell you that's a cure
No,
for that.
hold on, Pansat. Hold on.
All right.
You can't be doing this. When you say somebody is mouthing out, you don't speak like that to a guest. You don't do that. You know this, and you just do.
I normally don't.
Wait. Pansat. Don't push me to a place I've not been to.
I really want to see it. So go ahead.
Pansat,
don't let him win, Rudolph.
Yeah,
you should not Pansat better
until I finish, please. So I don't enjoy removing people. I will have removed Pansat long ago. Because I know you have supporters. You have people who believe that you are doing the right thing. You are asking the tough questions. I'm okay with that. I want you to be able to do that. And we have a guest today who is nobody, no politician in Nigeria will come and take this from all of you. Nobody. You should appreciate that. I wish you can get Tinubu to come here and you guys will ask questions any way you want and let him answer. I'm dreaming of that day. You know how many people I'm talking to, politicians in Nigeria, to come here. But when they watch some of the things that happen here, they won't come. That's why Channels TV is not putting people to talk to their guests. Cable, they're not doing that. It's not that they can't do it. But people, I think we're getting to the point where people don't understand there is a difference. There's a hierarchy. It doesn't matter who is the guest. Even if it's a small kid, he's the guest. She is the guest.
Sorry, Mr. Rudolph. I have a question, please.
Please, don't ask question. Hold on.
Okay.
Please. So, maybe after today, we should know that it doesn't matter who is the guest. If it's Pansat that is the guest, he is the guest. And we should treat that person that way. This is a privilege. I have the privilege of calling someone and say, come to the show and talk to the people. The person is my guest. If it is you, Pansat, you are the guest. I thought we know this. I don't like putting out a tutorial.
I think we should go on. I think Pansat is nothing. He said, I think he understands you for this next 5 minutes. You know?
All right, Mask, what are you saying? Just 1 minute. I don't like the idea if I give someone
no Allah. Okay, so now, you see, when I was a child, my parents used to do what you have just done. Now, one child would offend them, and then they will lambast everybody. So the question is, are you lambasting us because of Pansat, or are you suggesting that all of us have erred? Let's know.
No, it's Pansat, but he's not the only one. A lot of people have done that today. But I just hope that I'm talking to everybody. That's why I called it the editorial. I'm talking to everybody, not just Pansat. But somebody has to trigger something to happen. We've been seeing that all these days. It's not today alone. All right. Okay, let's get back to what we're doing. Who is next?
Pansat was in charge at that point. Pansat, carry on.
Amaska, I'm sorry. I mean, you're not faring any better than I'm here. What's going on here? You also have been admonished by the prince, even though we are on opposite thing here. But no, let me apologize if it was excessive. I don't think I disrespected the prince. I disagree, though, right? Vehemently. Maybe that's what you're detecting. Vehemence in disagreement. I don't like the style because now it's like gone beyond somebody forgetting the agreement. We had a ground rule that the prince would be a little pity. He said he was going to do that, but he hasn't done that. He's picked a fight on every.
If you ask me 4 questions in one, Pansat, don't waste your time going back to trying to be second ruler. What I'm saying is this: if you say I should be brief, you ask me. Nobody asks 1 question. You ask me 4 questions in one. And some of the questions, there's a concept in philosophy we call poorly posed questions. So usually you don't say that to the person asking the question.
Okay. Let me ask you a very simple question right now.
You try to reframe the question to find some meaning out of it. You get my point?
Yeah.
So some of the questions are poorly posed, but not from bad intention, but because in politics, everybody has their own biases.
Okay, I give you benefit of that. But remember, we are timed. We don't have time to stay too long. When you answering, it's attributed to us. So that's why I want to ask you 3 PT questions that are yes or no, and then maybe you could add a little bit. There's flexibility, understand here. Because when I said earlier that you're basing your response to me on stare decisis, and you say no, then you went ahead and described stare decisis, right? So do you know the meaning of stare decisis? What is it?
Okay.
S-T-A-R-E.
Okay, good. I thank you that you found a new word. You find a new phrase today. I learned that 30-something years ago when I started studying law. It's just called decided cases. That's what it means.
Okay. So when I said you're basing your things on precedents, and then you say no. Then when it came to the constitutional issue, right, of dual citizenship, then you went ahead and described it exactly. But now, do you know the meaning of the word polytropos? P-O-L-I-T-R-O. I don't want to finish. Are you looking it up, or do you know what it is? Polytropos.
I'm listening to you. What is your question now? Because you are going ridiculous now.
Just ask your question. The reason
because I answered the first question, you are asking another.
Okay, all right, I'll stop there. But here's my point.
Just ask your question. And if you find a new word,
I gave you stats. I gave you statistics on Saddam Hussein getting 100% of the votes in 2002. Obviously, he's a Ba'athist party in Iraq. He's a Sunni, he's a minority in a Shia majority. He gets 100%, right? Obviously, the election was rigged. Everybody knows that. So in Nigeria, where you have an intersection of traditions, you have the Muslim tradition, and then you have the Christian tradition, right? So no matter what, like INEC, the courts, right? Right now we have a Muslim ticket, president and vice president.
Which Muslim tradition do you have in Nigeria?
Pardon?
Which Muslim tradition will you have in Nigeria? I don't understand what you are saying.
Yeah, what I mean, there are 2 traditions in the world politically. You have the Muslim tradition, where you have
there's
the Muslim
no such thing. Political science.
There is, please. There is. Just Google it.
No, Google can be my that you are reading Google can be my driver that wrote it.
No. But when you Google, here's a trick, so you don't say that again.
In political science,
you go to
Muslim, Christian division.
You wouldn't let anybody talk. Google it. You're gonna find out there are 2 traditions.
Okay, Pansat. Pansat, it should be easy if you just ask your question. And this back, I told you guys. So what is your name? Is your name connected to this name? That's your question. We don't have this. You say we don't have time, and you are here wasting time.
Okay.
The people here.
My question is because I believe there's been a hint you've been dropping on Peter Obi, for example. You said I don't like him. You said he's the same thing as Tinubu, politically, philosophically, right? And they say even if you went running, he wouldn't be your first choice. So now there's a judgment call to be made on you. You've been here talking, and you've been dropping them hint by hint, right?
Yes.
From our own understanding, most people, reasonable people, they saw Peter Obi come out. I think I asked you a version of this question the last time. We saw Peter Obi as somebody who was actually different from the regular politicians. We saw him to be not only not corrupt, but incorruptible, because he claims that he was in government, and since he left, he hasn't. They
don't bring another person's character. Like Pansat, Obi is not here. And you're not his spokesperson. Listen to me, please. Let me say something.
How do you rule on that? Is that a cogent?
But this is what you have been doing since.
Rudolph, Peter Obi is not. If you bring Peter Obi's character into question, and people make comments on his character when the man is not here to defend himself, so it doesn't make any sense. Talk for yourself, because Peter Obi doesn't appoint a spokesperson. His spokesperson is my very good friend, one of my best friends, Tanko Yunusa. So that's the person who speaks for him. You don't speak for him. But if
before he rules on that, hold on.
I might have contrary evidence and say,
okay, I got you.
Say I'm attacking him. So leave the man in peace.
Okay, before you rule on that, what I'm saying is that you've already besmirched the man's character. So now I'm trying to give you a chance. I'm trying to give you a chance. We see him, he's a public person who ran for office.
I say what?
That's a way we saw him, so he doesn't have to be here. That is a cop-out. I'm saying we see him, he portrayed himself to be an honest person. He portrayed himself to be a new, fresh air. He put out himself and said, look, I'm not corrupt. I'm incorruptible. I'm going to work for the people. And here's my agenda, right? So then there's a chasm between what you've been saying hint by hint and what we see him
There's
as.
no hint by hint. What's your question? I can say it clearly for you to hear. If I'm looking for incorruptible people in Nigeria to make president and I'm not running, I will start looking in certain directions before I even go near that one. So I know
and that's fair. So now here's the question. Here's the question. Let me put in a question. Here's the question. Yes. I'm like you. If I have to look from the scratch, but at some point it becomes a question of one or two people. At some point, in any politics, even here in the United States, when you go past the primary, right, it becomes a binary choice. But in the last one, maybe a tripartite choice, right?
We have 18 candidates. They got the vote.
I'm saying at some point, though, when there becomes a time when you have to choose between, let's use the United States, a Republican or a Democrat, right? So you transport that back home now, it's going to be either Tinubu, Atiku, or Peter Obi.
Based on what?
Because of the poll, okay? Maybe you look at
we're not doing any election anymore. We had 18 candidates.
Don't obfuscate this here. Here's the question. When it comes down, okay, let's say.
All right.
Rudolph, time is going, man. And we need to be.
Yeah, of course. I have to go.
He's not getting to the question.
Pansat, that's okay. Pansat, I think we have to leave you. If you can give your question in 1 minute, one sentence, then we have to move on to somebody else.
3 questions.
The question is this: when it comes to Peter Obi, Tinubu, Atiku, who would you choose and why? Didn't you choose the other? Why did you choose this one?
That's a good question. That's a good question. If you put, assuming they had a hypothetical election, and I'm not the candidate, you put Peter Obi, you put Tinubu, you put Atiku. I will listen to them again. But based on the last election, they look to me like they're ready for the same book. I won't choose any of them because in the areas that are important to me, the area of fair way to poverty and insecurity, none of them can get Nigeria out of poverty because they are adopting their economic policy is done for them from outside. Neoliberal economic policy. That's why you see Tinubu now is in serious trouble because he's now implementing that policy. He doesn't have dollar to defend his liberalization. And he doesn't have petrol to give to the people after he has removed subsidy. And he doesn't have measures to deal with the palliative. He only buying bag of rice to go and give to commissioner so that commissioner and party chairman will be breaking chair on each other's head and things like that. So this policy, if you put Atiku there, they will want to follow that policy because the root of their politics is outside Nigeria. And I won't join any of them. I would rather go and vote for maybe Showore, for example. If you can take that risk, it is worth taking the risk. I can look for, say, for example, my brother, Malik Ado Ibrahim. I can say you better vote for Malik Ado Ibrahim because when you listen to him, many people deny themselves in this last election. They deny themselves education by opening their mind. They just follow one person, form one cocoon, and they are making decisions on candidates they've not even bothered to listen to, thereby showing to me that they are not interested in looking for the best. It was when I met people like Malik Ado Ibrahim, started listening to them, and realized that Nigeria has a lot of talent. So you have options. You don't have to limit yourself to the 3 who are reading from the same playbook. That's why I won't follow any of them.
All right, thank you. I will just take two more questions.
I'm the next in line, Rudolph.
Two more people that are here to speak.
People can like her.
It's not you. Dan was here first, man. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
And then I have to go, and the prince will go, and then someone else can take it up from there. Dan, you said something when we started. I know that you didn't get a chance to talk to the prince. Okay, go ahead, Tia. And then Clayford, I will take Dan again, and then we'll go.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Is
it
thank
me?
you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's here. Yeah.
I think it was supposed to be
Dan.
done.
I'll go to Dan later.
Are you sure?
Go ahead. Yeah, Dan is one of the night shift people.
Okay.
No, doctor, don't jump me because I have something to say. You stopped me before.
I know it's very important. Yeah, let's go to Tia. After Tia, then Dan.
Okay, Rudolph.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry about that, Dan. Yeah. First of all, I want to commend Prince Adewale Adebayo for coming on the show. And all that you've been saying, to be honest, I totally agree with you. And I'm this kind of a person that, look, there's a saying in my language that say, look, if you say the truth, you die. If you don't say it, you die. So why not say the truth? You know. I've heard it, all that you've been saying all along. And you mentioned when you're talking about people bribing, as in, using bag of rice and stuff like that, which is, when you look at the population of Nigeria in total, yeah, and when it comes to poverty rate, I think half of Nigerians, yeah, with the way they're living and what's going on over there, they will definitely go for what they can eat at the moment. So it's factual. And I can't fault you for that because you were there, right there in the race. So you saw what was on ground. So I'll give you that. One thing we have to be careful is that, look, the last time I came here, I said, look, there's no difference between Obi, Atiku, and Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu. That first of all, they're all billionaires. Secondly, the ideology and stuff like that. And one thing that we have to be careful as well is like, look, I can't come here. I can't say that, look, this person is a saint. I mentioned some of those things back then. Some people are trying to pat my head off. And if you look at the history of Hitler, how Hitler came into power, the people that people call Hitler, he came in a subtle way, in a gentle manner, and he aroused the crowd, and they went behind him. And what happened at the long run? He was one of the worst presidents that I ever lived, according to the Western world. So I'm not gonna say this one is the same, that one is the same. I remember back then as well. I mentioned to forefathers back then that, look, go and look at when Ganifa Wayimi contested. What happened? How many votes did he get? This is someone that was fighting all his life, for justice. So majority of us are hypocrites. We always want to paint that, okay, look, this one came out with this ideology, this one has done this. And for example, I'm a fan of Soludo, the Anambra governor at the moment. I like what the guy is doing. I like what the guy, what's it called, in Abia State is doing as well, the governor there. So on this platform, I noticed that when you have an ideology or you have something that is different to majority, they try to shut you down. I remember the other day, Tone was saying something that, look, why don't you think about how you can develop the East? And look, none of them won't have it. They try to shut him down, So, look, whether we like it or not, Tinubu is there now. Let's give him the support, and then let's see what he can do. So, now, to round it all up.
We have to go.
The question, is that the question?
Lastly, Doctor. The question, okay, the question, yeah. The question is, when you mentioned about, what's it called, that people were using rice and stuff like that. Did you know that, I'm trying to ask that, there's some people using religion as well, to
let me just answer that question.
Like, yeah.
The time is going to come where you have a generation that doesn't want to lie to itself. These politicians, they know they distributed money. Some will distribute their money to religious structures. So you just see that the money gets to the church and it's going down that way. Some will distribute it through party structures. Some will use third party to do it. You know, if you look at American politics, when they limit campaign spending, people started having independent groups spending money on their behalf just to escape that regulation. The bottom line is that in Nigerian politics, what I went into, I am not theorizing. I went inside it. I noticed that if you want to cure the problem of Nigerian politics, most of them get their funding from the same source. Most of them do the same thing. And even though they look like they are fighting among themselves, most of them are talking and they are integrated. And if there are people still out there who want to have an alternative platform for Nigeria, that's what brought me to this, to say that even if you put Tinubu down, he does 4 years, even if he, by some unthinkable thing, does 8 years, it will just end up the same way Buhari is ending up. And then they will look for another person, maybe older than him, to put there. But we need to develop an alternative politics where the people have to say, whatever these people are doing, we're not going to do it. However, in this generation, my generation, they are even more conservative than generation before. People can't take risk. They will sit down on their couch and be typing nonsense, but they can't take risk. They can't quit their day job and go and run for anything. They won't take any risk. They won't deviate from the way their grandfather voted 100 years ago, even though they will waste your time and be listening, but they still follow that pattern. They will still be discussing religion with you. So these are the problems that I encounter. And I am bringing it out so that people can understand that this is the challenge of this generation. But people stay in the closet and type all kind of things, but in reality, they're tribalists, ethnicists, and following big men to tell them who they're going to vote for. But this generation needs to be bold and courageous so that we can now form a new politics based on national priorities. But all these things they are doing, I don't have interest in it. So if you tell me now that Tinubu is the greatest genius in the world, I will not comment. If you tell me Peter Obi is without blemish, I know automatically you are blind. If you are not blind, you will have seen by yourself. So since you have not seen what is in front of you, I'm not in the business of telling you what you are blind to, what you deliberately refuse to see. So what's my business? If we are 2 o'clock in the afternoon and you're asking me whether is it day or night, and you're not blind, then you don't want to see it. I'm focusing narrowly on, do we have Nigerians who understand the perilous state of the country and they want to invest in alternative politics? You can't recruit me to come and support what you gather in your closet. So right now, 2027 is already being done. The old people, Obasanjo, Babangida, everybody, they're already moving from village to village, attending Aladura churches, mobilizing for 2027. They are going to permutate. They may take the person they took before, they may recruit another candidate, they may also negotiate with the person who is there now and settle with him and say, okay, just do this, we'll let you continue. But if you want Nigerians who want to do alternative politics, those are the people I'm for. But anybody following any of these clothes, I'm not interested in it. But I'm not interested in insulting anyone. I'm doing a journey which I regret not having started much earlier. So, and I've tried to get young people to start earlier than me. That we should build a formidable political movement that does not repeat the mistake of the past. And once you mention to me that the thought of Igbos, you already lost me. In the thought of Kanuri, you already lost me. Hausa Igbo, you lost me, because that politics will never favor us. If you mention ethnicity and all of that, or religion, you have lost me. But mention core governance issues, practical issues, and many of the things people are repeating now, I know where they got it from. I know the agency overseas that are doing the social media campaign for them and do all this propaganda and all of that. So that's what I'm interested in that. But when I go around Nigeria and I meet the grassroots, that's why my heart bleeds. Because the grassroots people don't know that they have a power to change government. They just think that election time, we collect something And I don't know why anybody who was around in this 2023 election will be denying that our politics is not dominated by Naira and Kobo. When the government itself went and changed the color of money and said, I don't want people to use the money to bribe voters. That's an official government policy. When a CBN governor is now in detention because people who had their election money to spend said that he did harm to them by changing the color of money abruptly. When people were going to CBN to collect money and whoever had money won election who did not have. When I have feed report, when I see people asking me, I will go right now and go to a prominent Nigerian, and I don't want to mention names here, prominent Nigerian that you look up to and say, help me with the politics, this is what we want to do. They will in turn advise you that you have ideals and you will be a good president. However, do you have this logistic plan? And they will tell you in our community, go to that place, buy this, go to that place, buy that. So it is not everybody who came on election day and started giving election day. Some gave their own before. I don't know that. So let us just get that and let us learn from it. But this generation, if we're not careful, the next election, 2027, will be decided the same way as this one, and people will still be pretending that they are not aware of how elections are won and lost.
All right, thank you. We are totally out of time, but I want to come to Dan. Dan,
thank you.
Dan, go ahead.
Should I move on?
Yeah, just a question, please. Make it quick.
Yeah, it's just a very sharp question, you know. Anyway, for me, I would say, first of all, I don't really agree with most of your standings. But anyway, anybody has a choice. Anybody has a choice of opinion. So I don't have nothing to quarrel. But what I'm trying to say is that I'm only very disturbed. Maybe you can just show more light on it. Why you think and compare P2B with people like Atiku and Jagaban. I think Mr. P2B is a distinguished person, which everybody knows his character. Okay, comparing him with these people because you don't agree with them or because you are running with them, you are part of the contestants. Please, can you just...
Okay, let me make it brief for you.
Yeah, thank you.
I believe that Peter Obi is a distinguished person. And I think that Atiku is even more distinguished than him. And that's not me saying it. Obi himself has said it. That Atiku, in 2019, he said Atiku is the greatest Nigerian and Atiku is the best. And he agreed to serve under Atiku. So he accepted the superiority of Atiku to him. So Atiku is like his boss. So he followed Atiku. So you cannot, so Kamala Harris now cannot say Biden is a useless person. No. So if Atiku has said I should come and run with him, I will have said, sorry, sir, I cannot run with you. We don't agree. And I have some concern about you. But Peter Obi has zero concern about Atiku. So if you say Peter Obi is an excellent person, Atiku is not, you are confusing yourself. You know, that's very clear. So, but my analysis of it is that I judge politicians based on where they stand in terms of governance, not really go into their personal life. I go into where do they stand. I am trying to see the distinction between the two of them or the three of them. Why do I say they are the same? When it comes to the most important things to me, I don't know what's important to you. What is important to me in politics? One, I want to know where you stand in our national security. Go and take all their manifesto and their speeches. They talk the same way. When it comes to the economy, how to deal with poverty, they have the similar ideas. The three of them have served in government. And the state where Atiku was 8 years vice president, he couldn't solve poverty problem, he couldn't deal with any issue. You can't say anything that you can say he tackled to the end. Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State. Anambra State is not better than the state next to it. So, and governed there for 8 years. So, for me, you cannot say in Nigeria today there is a state where they have at least 100 governance problems in Nigeria. Whether it is unemployment, whether it is infrastructure, whether it's industrialization, whether it is zero literacy, illiteracy, whether it is accountability, none. They say have the same problem as before. So I have a feeling that they look to me like status quo. And I thought that if you want to solve Nigeria's problem, you have two options. You can go to the status quo and select one of the status quo. And I have a feeling from the election that majority of Nigerians don't like new people. They want to status quo. They will ask, have you been a councillor before? Have you been a governor before? So those are status quo questions. So, and when you look at status quo politics, then you now compare and say a governance record. So you can't tell me that Obi did better as governor than Atiku did as vice president. Because Atiku as
he did better. He did better, please. He did better.
He's asking me the question, it's not asking you. When it's your turn, you can now say it. What I'm saying that from my assessment, Atiku as vice president under Obasanjo showed that under neoliberal economic policies, he can run an economy. So if I compare that, Atiku did not do, Obi did not do better than Atiku, compare governor to vice president. When it comes to the two-state government, if you look at Lagos, 1999, the way Tinubu met it, and in 2003, the way 2004, the way Peter Obi met Anambra State. For those who are doing status quo politics, if they are measuring, many might even score Tinubu better than Atiku and than Tinubu in that regard. Many. So status quo. But I am not into status quo politics. My own is to say, when you put the greatest achiever of labor, for example, in our politics today, we agreed that Obasanjo, at least since 1999, among the president, Obasanjo appeared to me to be the one who has done better than the rest. But that Obasanjo's 8 years that is better than the rest is still, if I'm to score it, I score it far less than 30% in terms of the opportunities that the country has. Therefore, I will recommend to anybody that when you want to make a change in this country, don't take any of these people in the status quo. You will just be choosing between 12 and half a dozen. That it is better for you to go outside and take a risk with a fresh start. But if you don't have the courage to take a risk with a fresh start, then you'll be doing the same thing all the time. But you cannot just come out after being number 2 to somebody and you said that guy is the best. If Atiku had won in 2019, Peter Obi would have been his vice president. And they will say, I've said the man is good. So if your boss is still around, why should I listen to you? So in the status quo, that's your boss. And all of them, their politics is not relevant to me. And I can tell you, Atiku is very friendly with me. He knows my opinion on this. Tinubu is very friendly with me. He knows my opinion on this. Peter Obi is very friendly with me. He's even more friendly with me than the rest of them. He knows we sit down together. So many of the people shout, maybe they haven't seen him in a long while. So I have he knows that I don't hate him, but he knows that our politics diverge. We can't agree. However, if he changes his mind and start to take some of the approach that I believe in politics, we can still work together. It's possible. But if you pursue what he's pursuing now, it can't work because I want fresh. And even that if we are working together, it doesn't mean that he will be the candidate. To mean that we need to cut a break. Anywhere you see me, just note one thing, that my politics will never support any of these people in the status quo. Even if I'm going to run and run till I get to any level, I am not going to support them because I know that they don't play independent politics. Half of Tinubu's policies now, whether he likes or not, they are already fixed for him. Wale Edu went to Washington. When they asked them, who is going to be your finance person, bring him to Washington. They took Wale Edu to Washington and they schooled him on what he's going to do and what they are going to do. So, and if Valentine Ozibo, my good friend, had become Peter Obi's finance minister, he will go through the same school again and do the same thing. So that is my philosophy, and you cannot take me outside that.
All right. Thank you. The last question we're going to take before we take our leave and hand it over to the profiles is from Clifford. He's been here quiet and Clifford, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, Clifford, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, I don't have question. Only I wanted to point out that Prince Adebayo is not truthful to us. He's here campaigning and talking down P2P. That is my observation because the way he's comparing P2P and Atiku, one can also compare him with Buhari because he said that he was one of Buhari's lawyers. So if you are
No,
comparing people
it's good
with
to listen well.
from
I wasn't Buhari's
associates, you
lawyer.
are associated
Listen,
to Buhari.
let me correct
You
something.
said it, you and Mike Ahamba, that is from Mbite.
Clifford, please
Yeah.
get something clear. So I know you are making an honest mistake, so let me correct it. And maybe you were not hearing me well. I said Buhari was in court. I wasn't on their side. I was on the side that is not their side. So that's very clear point. So I'm not their lawyer. So you can go and check the law report. If you check Buhari versus Obasanjo, Buhari the lawyers, the ways that, not that I'm against Buhari as a person, somebody that I
Okay.
like.
Sorry. Let me. Since you asked about Buhari and Obasanjo, what did the Supreme Court rule about that 25% during that Obasanjo and the Buhari?
Thank you, Clifford.
25% was not one of the grounds in Obasanjo and Buhari because the candidate that was declared winner won score more than that in Abuja. It didn't arise. So it's not a decided point in that case. But what is very clear is that the judicial decision in Nigeria today is that 25% in the FCT is one of the requirements. Like, as it is one of the requirements for the other states. It's not a requirement standing alone. So you count FCT when you are counting the states. Let's leave that up.
All right. Thank you, Prince. I know that.
Clifford is still talking. I don't know who muted him.
Who is talking? Oh, Clifford. No, we don't. We don't.
Okay.
Marsha, oh, you are the last person. I know. I don't know. I didn't bring you in. Somebody brought you in. So maybe you are.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody.
Marsha, how are you?
I'm fine. I hope you are hearing me, everybody.
Yeah, clearly.
Oh, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, Rudolph. Even though you have ostracized me as if I was gifted to a shrine behind the stage. Well, Prince Adewale, I'm very happy to meet you today.
Thank you.
I've been following you for a very long time. I think this is about the third or the fourth time I'm watching you. I've been watching since about, let me just say, so many hours, because I won't exactly be able to say how long it is anymore. I have a few observations which I would like you to either concur with or counter, and I just have one question for you. I have listened to you all the while. Like I said, I've been watching you even when the campaigns were on before the elections. I've been following you. If I were living in Nigeria, I couldn't have voted for you anyway, even though you would have been easily one of my preferences. And the reason being that I know in Nigeria, money makes a lot in the politics of Nigeria. I know that you are a young man of about my age. That is why I would have liked to vote for you. But I know that, like you just recently said, Nigerians don't like new people in politics. Whether you are sincere, whether you are good, if you like, you can be Jesus Christ. They will never vote for you. Well, apart from you, Shore, and if I would see one other person, I can't remember now. The very easy pick for me again would have been Obi, and that is why I supported Obi in this last election. I'm not an Igbo man. I am more Yoruba than Igbo, if you want to know.
I don't talk religion, ethnicity, so that's not relevant to me.
No, I'm just trying to introduce myself to you so that you don't start thinking I'm Igbo. That's
no,
why.
I don't project to me.
Okay,
I don't do ethnic nonsense. I think it's mental disease.
Thank you very much.
Those who do
Thank you very much. So, like I said, Obi portrayed himself to be very sincere. I am a very sincere person. That is why I agree with him. He doesn't only portray himself to be very sincere, he makes himself to be seen as very sincere. I want to emphasize. And he has a track record, a verifiable one. I get very, very incensed when I see that several times you have made many attempts, even though futile to my observation, to compare him with Tinubu, who we all know is a thief. I'm sorry for using such direct words.
I don't know that. You know that. I don't know that.
I know. I'm taking responsibility for my words.
Yes.
I find it very offensive for anybody, even the devil, to compare Tinubu to Obi. I take it very personal. I'm not happy about it.
Okay, fine. Let me just take that.
No. Let me finish up, sir. Let me just finish.
Personal to you. Let me just take it so that you can be assured.
And then I also see concurrently, I've noticed also, which is a little bit disappointing to me, that you have made very many futile efforts to defend the same Tinubu, which I disagree with.
For example, how? On one occasion?
You have made efforts to say that he's not a criminal, which I think he is. You have made effort to say that he was not convicted in the US, and that you have made attempts to.
Was he convicted?
Well, I do believe that he is, even though I'm not a lawyer.
Well, then you're not living this world. You don't have. So you even though you are a good man, you are not. You don't follow fact.
I understand.
For example, if somebody comes today now and say Marsh is a criminal because he has a white beard like a criminal, I will say, what does that mean? Where is the evidence? Because my point, what I'm saying generally is that at the level at which I operate at the level, first I have legal training and I have a background. So
and I do have legal training too.
Okay, so then use it. Because if you don't use it, it's useless. If, for example, you say one person is a saint, that's a positive thing. For example, if you say that Peter Obi is a saint, I am happy to hear that from you.
We are not saying he's a saint, but you can't compare him with Tinubu. Nobody's saying Peter Obi is a saint.
Your time is coming.
Yeah, we've been talking and we are not.
Excuse me. If you say that Peter Obi is a fantastic candidate and he's incorruptible, I'm happy to hear that. You get my point?
Yes.
Because you are saying something positive for your candidate. But if you say, if another person opposite says Peter Obi is a criminal, and I will say, where's your evidence? You don't need evidence to praise something.
No, sir.
Let me make my point clear. You don't need evidence to praise somebody because compliment doesn't need evidence. When I was growing up, people in my community used to put water in a bowl at night, and they would say that Awolowo is appearing in the moon. They wanted to see Awolowo inside like that. So, of course, Awolowo was always sitting in the house of Papa. He wasn't appearing in the moon. People can say anything. So if you are Obi followers and you are praising him very well, I'm okay with it. But don't extend that job to me because I happen to be someone who deals with reality. And if the reality intersects with me, for example, if you are talking of accountability, I will not score him high. And I will give you reason why. If you talk about good governance, I will not score him high. If you talk of truthfulness, I will not score him high. The same benchmark I will use to judge others as well. But I have met people who will say that Tinubu is a genius and is the greatest thing to happen. He's a producer of. I live dead. You can praise my opponent, no problem, but you cannot force me to praise the person. However, you cannot disparage my opponent in my presence and put the question to me. I will ask for evidence. So, in conclusion, in this presidential election, of the 18 of us that ran for office, Nobody could tell me that anybody was an ex-convict. Evidence is not there. 2, nobody can tell me that any of them was a criminal. The evidence is not there. People are giving me evidence, giving me suggestion, and a doctor suggestion as to some misgiving they have about me, some misgiving they have about. So people show that I see like almost like people's person. There are some people who write rubbish and say Showore is this, Showore is that. But what I want to get from you is that I am a presidential candidate. My level of elocution, my level of operating is different from. I can't hide behind laptop and type rubbish somewhere. I can't go somewhere and say any nonsense. I have to say something that if I'm asked in public, in court, anywhere, I can say. So that is why you see me, I don't go into disparaging people. What I found out is that some candidates, even though they will talk smoothly and nicely to people, they will spend their money bringing all sorts of attack machines and give them money to be attacking people. Everybody has their style. But in Nigerian politics, my intervention is simple. We have not had good government in any of the 36 states. Therefore, anybody who has ruled in any of them, the onus is on that person to show me what they have done. I have not seen it. 2, if you have been president, vice president in Nigeria, and Nigeria is the basket case in terms of all the social statistics, all the human development index, whether you are Obasanjo, you are Babangida, you are anything. I visit these leaders and I interrogate them all the time. They will tell me, and I will always ask them, how come after all this number of years, you still can't do this? As I'm coming to your house now, I am still coming to pass pothole, and you are telling me that you did very well. Last time I saw Baba Obasanjo, I saw him twice during the election. The first time, it was because old man and young man cannot box. That's how we ended it. When both of us decided to finish eating and we left, some people this side of the cross, oh, finally. When we met again, we had some argument, but it was better. So what I'm saying generally is that I am going out, you can see, if you can see pictures of me and Peter Obi sitting together, talking, we're very friendly. But in politics, you can see that a Miliband family, there's a man called Miliband. There's the 2 brothers, David Miliband and Ed Miliband. They contested against each other for the leadership of the Labour Party. And David Miliband will tell you the weakness of his brother and why he's a better candidate than his brother. And Ed Miliband will say the same thing of David. And they are same father, same mother, born after the other. So I don't understand this method of politics, which sound courtish to me, where you expect me to help you propagate the positive stories you are telling about your candidate, which are just stories with no evidence on ground. So why would I help you join in that one? But I'm not angry because there are people who, they might not be as many as you, but there are people in my campaign who will tell you that if I touch a dead body, will wake up because I'm a very holy person. That's their choice. But somebody like you doesn't have to believe that. You will say, no, I met the prince and I'm not so impressed, or I'm impressed. So let us not go back to that. If you invite me here, as you invited me, ask me a question about my manifesto, about me. However, if you venture to ask me about Obi, you will get my real opinion. I can be disappointed, you can be heartbroken. That's your problem. I will say what I think. If you ask me about Kola Abiola, nobody has asked me now, for example. I've not talked about him. Nobody has asked me about Imolume. I didn't talk about him. Nobody asked me about Atiku. I didn't talk about him. But if you ask me about anybody, and you ask me a question, why didn't you support it? Papa is like a brother. We are very close, extremely close.
Everybody is related to this person.
I have my opinion. Yeah, so we are all close. We don't have a problem. So this you see now, we are not enemies. Atiku and Tinubu are very close. Atiku and Papa are even closer. Atiku and Peter Obi are close. Tinubu and Peter Obi are very close. So everybody is close to everybody. We are not enemies. But people are making distinctions. Where they stand, where the other person stands. So if you are disappointed, don't worry. The reason why I compare them is in terms of ideology, because I engage people ideologically. And if I listen to somebody with politics, how is the ideology different Even if you are taking the then I'll go. That's all. Say.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince. Thank you, Masha. We have to leave it at this point. I want to, if he has final words, to give Prince the chance to say the final words. From my own end, I just want to thank everybody who joined us. By the way, forefathers will be here for the after the show talk and review. But those that joined us, I appreciate everybody who's been with us for more than 10 hours. This is longer than the judgment of the
Okay,
prophet.
Mash, have you asked your question? Because we're starting commentary, but if not, I will give the closing and everybody will go. But if you have questions, so that they won't say I ran away from your question.
Mash, you're off. Your mic is off. So if you are talking, we don't hear you.
You muted yourself. You muted yourself.
How?
How what?
He has just unmuted me now. Can you hear me?
Not
yes,
me.
Yes.
Good. There is one question I like to ask about the gentleman who has sneaked himself into Asorok, Tinubu. Why do you think, sir, from your own very learned perspective, why would you think, for instance, I attended ABU and Unijos. Yes. If you want my results today, I will be very happy. In short, I will be like an Igbo man who is looking for customers if you want to see my results. I would tell you to go to ABU or Unijos and see my results there. Why do you think that Tinubu is always spending millions of Nigerians' taxpayers' money to defend people seeing his results? Why? Why would somebody who genuinely went to school, why did he go to school if he doesn't want to display the results and the academic record?
I can answer that now.
Yes.
My own view. Number one, where is the taxpayer money you are talking about? So let us remove those from that.
No, you know, we are Nigerians and we are enlightened.
No, we're
when
not Nigerian like that. Let us be accurate. I want us to have some level of discipline now. You can't, there's no taxpayer money involved.
No, even when they go to toilet in Asorok, they spend taxpayers' money.
No,
Nigeria is not Germany.
I've been doing this nonsense for a long time. I just wanted to be serious because damages is there. I want people to say, I don't want them to say that show they are bunk of astro off. They don't know what they're talking about. Let us be respectful. What I saw is that people have a lot to hide in their life, and they tend maybe exaggerate their achievement, or they have some inconsistent records. That could be one of the reasons. Secondly, some people like to troll their opponent. If they want to troll you, they want to waste your time. So if, for example, don't be shocked if politically Tinubu is enjoying this certificate thing, because if they realize I'm in the villa, that's all villa, I'm running, and I'm governing, you are still talking about my certificate. So I will help you prolong the matter, so that the next 2 years, that's what you're talking about, and I will be appointing ministers. You won't have time to pay attention to that. I'll be spending public money. I'll be making my decision. I'll be doing things where you'll be distracting. So sometimes in politics, what you think is hurting somebody may not be hurting them. During the campaign, all the bala blue they were doing, I was telling people that these people are going to get away without substantive debate. Because when you start to raise side questions, they were happy. They will help you prolong it. And by the time you finish with this certificate saga, the man will have spent 3 years in office, and you will have public eye will not be on who is spending our money. For example, they put somebody in the CBN now. Nobody is questioning. This guy is an economist. What is he doing in the CBN? Just because he happened to be your commissioner in Lagos, what has he written on macroeconomic policy before? What does he know about it? Why is he there? And then these deputy governors, what's their background? They are talking of Chicago, and Cleveland, and Chicago, and Oklahoma. So I don't want to join in that. I want to face this one and say, look, this man beat me in an election. This man is street smart. Therefore, if I am going to tackle him, I need to focus on things which he has no answer to. So, and then let me give the third reason I can give. When Obama ran, there were some Republicans who said that Obama's record in Harvard. I don't know if you follow that story. That Obama was lying on his record in Harvard. And they were asking Obama to release his Harvard diploma. Up to now, Obama did not answer them. He didn't release it. And even when they were saying Obama was not born in America, Obama should release his birth certificate. Obama could have brought certificate and released it. He didn't release it at the beginning. He was wasting their time because he realized that if my enemy is going to the bush, why should I stop from going to the bush? As they are talking of going to Hawaii to go and look for my certificate, I'm going to the White House. So in politics, what is entertaining you may be amusing the politician himself. So that is why I say, guys, if you find out in conclusion, for example, that Tinubu scored third class or ordinary pass in Illinois, is he going to leave the State House? No. If you find out that he didn't go to Illinois, for example, is he going to leave the State House? So for me, it's irrelevant. But those who want to pursue it, I'm not against them. But I think that as an opposition, there's more calamity being committed in governance every day that I need to pay attention to. They have spent 200 billion saying they are funding subsidy without appropriation, without disclosure. 200 billion. And the money has been given to certain people who say they are emergency importers of petroleum products. So, and I haven't seen, they have spent more money on that one that they even spent on the so-called subsidy. Remember recently, they gave 5 billion to every state. If you look at 5 billion by every state, that comes to about 180 billion. And people are saying, where is the money going to come from? Whereas they have secretly spent more than that in making some stopgap payment for import of petroleum. So I want to focus on those things. But if you want to focus on Tinubu in Chicago or whatever, all I can say generally is that I have people I know who far before election time knew Tinubu when he was a student in Chicago. So whether it was Chicago State or Daly College or some primary school in Chicago, but the boy was physically in Chicago going to school, and he left school, became an accountant in Deloitte. He also worked in Bobo. I used my eyes to see him in Bobo because he was working there when Edilari and other people were there. So, like righteous man now who is shaking his head, is giving me a kind of sympathy for him, because if he cannot even agree the fact that the man was physically working in Mobile, that I don't know if do you know Bukola Saraki, the wife, well, maybe I shouldn't say it in public, but the wife is a distant cousin of mine, and the father was chairman of Mobile, Ojora. Everybody knows Ojora. The uncle, Badi Ojora, was legal advisor in Mobile. So these are really human beings. So Tinubu actually worked in Mobile here, there in Lagos. He worked in Mobile. So if you are still shaking your head about something as basic as that, then you have a problem. You are now living a different world.
Mr. Prince, Mr. Prince,
how about his other employment?
My shaking of head, does not
He didn't work for Deloitte.
Mr. Prince, my shaking of head does not mean that he did not work there. Please, I know why I'm shaking my head.
You're not the only one shaking your head, though. Other people are shaking their head too. So you're not the only monopoly of head shaking. What I'm saying generally is that, to cut a long story short, there are many things you can do in opposition, but you don't have to involve me in all of them. Some I see as too childish, too pedestrian, and endless. But if you have resources to spend on them, that's for you. But for me, I'm focusing on real issues, and that's all. That's my concern. I'm not interested in all other things. They can't help me, and they can't help the people I'm trying to represent.
How is he muted again?
He's the one muting me. I don't know why he particularly chooses me to mute when every other person is unmuted. Anyway, Prince, I thank you. I thank you. It is Rudolph. He doesn't seem to like my voice. Maybe my voice is too ugly.
No, I'm not meeting you. I was actually
interrupted by somebody. But I was saying that
on my screen here, it is showing that the host is muting me, and I don't know why everybody is
yes,
talking.
I'm not the only host. Yeah, there are so many.
Okay, then I'm the saying I got now forefathers they do me.
No, it's not me. Oh, it's not me. I didn't do that.
All right.
Anyway,
Thank you so
Prince,
much, Ash. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prince. But I am not convinced that Tinubu could have smuggled himself into Mobile or anything.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't know about that. You see, it's not my problem. All I know is that
I have no reason to be convinced that Tinubu went to school, not to even talk of Chicago State University. I'm very sorry.
You see, first, I'm not a character witness for Tinubu, but I'm just a person who doesn't have time for silliness. For example, I have people I know, for example, for years, who have always known Tinubu in Chicago. For example, if he wasn't in Chicago, how did he end up having a case in Chicago? Common sense will tell people. If he wasn't in Chicago, how did he end up having that case in Chicago? That you believe he has a case in Chicago, but you don't believe that he lived in Chicago and went to school. Whatever you believe in your political campaign, that's your issue. But as I'm coming here, people are asking me, why are you not engaging? What I'm talking about it is that they're asking me, why are you not engaging in this thing? And I'm explaining to you that they look to me like AstroTurf issues. You know,
sorry, I think that there are slippery bananas there to an extent. Like if they found out that the certificate or that was produced by this school is different from what he presented and it wasn't generated by the school, that is a form of forgery.
First and foremost, I don't want to address that.
It's just two quick points. Just 15 seconds. I'm not gonna finish. I'm just gonna highlight two. It's not gonna take 10 seconds.
Many of us have obtained diploma in the US. I'm sure Rudolph has his own shiny diploma. In the US, like now, if I want to make different...
With all due respect, sir, I've been keeping quiet all this time. I've been keeping quiet for 10 hours. Yeah, anything spoken about Tinubu, you're very, very quick to jump at that.
No, because you are
lies. You're defending lies. It's unacceptable.
We're not even let me finish my point.
Everybody here is not stupid.
It's better. It's a Tinubu stupid.
People can say, listen, people say asinine things, and I don't endorse asinine comments. That's my own. Whether you say about Tinubu or you say about Atiku or anybody, I like politics to have a touch of reality. And that's what I'm saying.
But that's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to say anything controversial.
I don't have a duty. I don't have a duty to criticize or defend anybody. But if I'm in an engagement and you interject into my discussion, there's no triangulation, and you bring a comment that doesn't make sense, I will tell you this comment doesn't make sense. So try to find, I criticize Tinubu, I criticize anybody. Try to find logical, sensible things to criticize people over. But if you are talking about maybe somebody didn't work in Mobile, when there are hundreds of people who have seen Mobile so notorious, if you want to dwell on that, that's your problem. It's not my problem. You don't really put me into it. My own concern, where I stand today, is that we have conducted an election. Somebody has emerged there. People like us who lost are not happy. And people are using different methods to pursue their own. I think that as far as 2023 election is concerned, it's gone and buried, not anybody can do it. The only lesson I can learn from it is to say, how did it happen that of all forget about 18 of us to start with, of all the Nigerians, all the talent that Nigeria claims to have, how did it happen that first it was just the 18 people who came out? Because you were sure that one of them was the president. Any of them would have been president. Now, after the 18, one of them has become president. What can you do to prepare the country for 2027? If you are still going to have the same delusion and illusion as in the past, you will still end up with a fractious opposition, because any opposition that you are doing the way they are doing it now, I can't join them. I see that opposition that is not serious, that is pursuing AstroTurf nonsense. But if you do an opposition that is based on ideology, that is based on substantive things, that is based on try to go across the country and build consensus. And I know many people who you don't see on social media who are doing that right now, who are contacting me, and they are going around the country. They have realized that we mismanage our politics. That's how we ended there. And they're now trying to go around the country and build very solid foundation across the country. And I will join those ones. So I'm not alone. But I don't have to. The opposition doesn't limited to those who are doing all this online. There are those who are actually going out to the grassroots, learning that one, we didn't form our political parties correctly, and they're doing something about that to see how to bring all of us together. They are also realizing that the candidates are not interacting with potential presidential candidates so that we can start whittling the number down. So nothing here that we discussed today now, for example, has whittled the differences down, has even expanded the differences. So they are using other mechanisms to start to see, to get everybody to come together and whittle all the differences down little by little. And this is what we are working towards. Real opposition based on fact, not a mudslinging and make-believe. Based on real fact, real implication. Not everybody who supported Tinubu for the election is supporting him now, because many have got some disappointment, many have got some issues, many are having second thoughts. So it's a long journey for an opposition to come to power. It is not by a bunch of people who are just angry and say anything and believe any story. It will be people who actually are looking at the Achilles heel of the government, looking at real issues that can touch everybody, and then go on. And I have looked around, and this is my last point on this issue of certificates. Less than 3%, of Nigerian electorate is following the story of Chicago certificate. They are following, I'm hungry, I cannot eat, I have no transport money, I have no school fees to pay. That's what they are following. They are not interested. I've sent people who work in my campaign to go around and sign people up. They are not interested. They don't care.
All right, thank you, Prince. Thank you so much. That should be the last word from my end and from his end, unless he has a final thing he wanted to say.
No, the final thing is just to tell. Let his final word is to say this: this country is our country, and this politics is our politics. No person is owed any presidency. Anybody who wants to be a president or any office has to come and make his case. And if you want to make your case, you make your case to all Nigerians. I've learned my lesson. I am not bitter about not winning the election, but I've learned a lesson that if you want to run for president, it's not a shy play. And that if you are angry with the government and you are not happy with the development of Nigeria, when you go to the grassroots, the average person may be uncomfortable, they are not really that angry. Because when these people show some softness towards them, some things and all of that, they tend to, these politicians that we think are enemies of the people don't see them as their enemies. They see them as their perfect representatives. So we need to work more, and we who are elite, especially you guys who are in the diaspora, we need to learn that the grassroots is where the election is done. And whether you are dominating social media, you are dominating everything, it still won't change the fact on the ground. And that is why some people have made comments here that after the election, I ran back to America. No, I'm a lawyer. I have responsibility. I don't want to lose my certificate. I took time off to run for election. I have partners who stood for me, who were helping me to manage cases. Immediately after the election, I spent 3 months to wind down. I have to come back and do all my cases. So I've been going from London from Europe to America to Australia to try to wind down my case and return to Nigeria. But I must put my professional house in order because I have work to do. I have another address. I'm not feeding from politics, and I don't hope to feed from politics. It's not that I ran because I saw some comments saying after the election I ran to America. No, I have to do my work. I have to do my profession. Now, after that, I step it down. I come back. I start to pursue the issue of our politics. So I've not quit politics, but I have to be a responsible person. I don't want to lose my law license.
All right. Thank you so much, Prince Adebayo. We appreciate you coming here today and wish more politicians will come here and spend the time and listen to people and take questions and share their concerns and their anxieties and their fears and their hopes for the country. On behalf of some people who are helping behind the scene, I want to thank everybody that joined me. I know I don't do this very often. I want to thank the people who are supporting this channel. There are a lot of work that are done behind the scene by some people you don't know. They get paid. We don't get paid. We who you see on the screen as moderators and everything, but the people that support the channel, we thank you for that. All right, thank you all. I will hand it over to Forefathers for the briefing and the feedbacks and all the good stuff. The night shift. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for coming in. We appreciate it.
Am I released now? Or?
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
We appreciate it. And feel free to come back and join us again, just in case. Yeah. So yeah, that is it. And thank you, Rudolph. Okay, let me send the link out to Niger. Please, I think Curious wanted to say something. He has been in the backstage. And Curious, welcome. I'm not sure I've seen that name before.
I've been at backstage for about 2 hours. It's ridiculous. I don't know if it's Shosto or Scribe that is doing this. It's ridiculous. Okay, and we cannot have a guest who will come just to gaslight us and just, we talk so about all over everybody, things that we know that it's all, kind of like, I don't want to use the word lies, but some things that we know that it's not right.
It's lies. Say the word, brother. He was just lying. And
It's not. And every time, the funniest part of it is that every time they talk, they want to compare America and Nigeria. The Obama's own he's talking about. Obama, okay, that the Republicans were talking about Obama's certificates. Obama did not present the certificates. But in Tinubu's own, he presented the certificates. He presented the certificates.
Yeah,
so why is he comparing all those things?
I thought N Curious was saying on the N Curious. Have you finished?
Forefathers, I want to say something.
Okay, we are going to be timing it. N Curious, go ahead. I'm going to be timing it 3 minutes max so that everybody can be able to talk. Okay, let's do it 3 minutes.
You're not sleeping again.
No, the statement of Mr. Prince just got me angry, honestly, because I'm in town. I know what is happening.
Righteous man, hold on. And Curious, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you now. Go ahead, please. 3 minutes.
Yeah. So I intentionally came for Prince Adewale actually, because he tried to paint a picture that is quite different from the other candidates who contested for the elections. And I would have loved to ask him if he would have, taken the offer if he was offered the position of the AGF for the country by Tinubu himself. Because I remember there was a time he was asking a question and he said he would take that position. And you can imagine for somebody who painted the picture that Obi was, used to be in PDP, and even to now that's the reason he wouldn't respect him, because he would have been the vice president to Atiku. Even himself is not a saint. So why is he trying to denigrate Obi as if, and painting himself?
Brother, they are jealous of Obi, that's all.
It's insane. He can't even appreciate the efforts of people trying to make sure that this country works better. People are coming out to make sure that, okay, we want to make sure we have a say in this country. Yet it keep on painting that picture like, it is just the way. Look at the way he even rubbish the people's hopes.
And curious, if you notice the way he talks, maybe that's how he sees it. He just sees people that are similar as the same. To him, they are the same. He doesn't see them as any difference. But while many of us can see the nuances that P2B actually has a bit more integrity than the others. So he doesn't see it that way. Maybe that's why he's coming across like that.
Anyway, I intentionally came for him to
Yeah,
ask
I'm
him
just
that
trying
question.
to
But,
be his own, try to defend him, because sometimes I can see the way he talks. He can understand things very literally. Like he can say something now, he will just reply very quickly because he's trying to understand it literally. When in
he will
reality,
take time to
there is a
explain.
little
But
bit of
once you
nuances.
mention Tinubu like this, you see him wave that question quickly. You wouldn't even want to discuss it.
Yeah, there is
And
that
yet,
part too. There is that part too. I think
He's
who highlighted it was
tribalistic.
that
He's a Yoruba man. That's
tone
why.
jumped in. I was like, whenever we are talking about Tinubu, you're just defending. There are a lot of stuff. Yeah,
he's
I
straight
get
in
that.
it, but
Yeah, it
very
wasn't
stupid.
it wasn't cool. I think
Yeah, somebody else take
righteous man,
over.
hold on now. The guy hasn't even used up his 3 minutes. Okay, that's fine.
No, no,
Since
yeah.
he's got extra. Righteous man, please go ahead then. Since you have the receiver. 3 minutes. So
Forefathers,
yeah.
please. We are all matured men here in this panel, and I believe we have to be respected, every one of us. The way Dr. Damages is handling this thing, honestly, I got angry today. I'm one that I have a natural gift of patience in me. But today I got angry. Rudolph should not be protecting the guests more than the panelists. It's not done. It's not done. He protected them. Hold on. He protected this man as if without this man that this platform will not exist. It's unfair. And then
man.
each time any of the panelists wants to talk, Rudolph will stand and shut that person down. It's not done. It's not done. I got angry. I say, what is happening here? At least for the time I have joined this panel, I've been seeing guests that have been interviewed here. People ask them questions, But today, Rudolph was just defending, protecting the man. He looked down on us as if we are nobody. I mean, it's not done. It's a feedback from me, and I hope he will hear it. Such things should not happen. We are all men. We are all family men.
The reason why I have that same issue some of the times when I first came here and everything, but when you try to see it from his own point of view, you will understand maybe why he's been a bit cautious, because he has to convince people to come here, and if the panelists are a little bit too aggressive with the people that he brings here, then others will not want to. He said it here already that others will not want to come. As a matter of fact, when he himself was being interviewed by Show, he was a bit nervous because he didn't know what the panelists were going to do to him too. So sometimes we try to get where he's coming from.
Forefathers, he said this platform is have your say, right?
Yeah.
Have your say. It has no limitation.
Yeah.
It's an open check. So you write and say whatever you want to say. Now, he brought this guy. He was protecting this guy more than those people asking questions.
And that guy was very rude.
And the guy, Mr. Prince, you see, I'm in Nigeria. When he was interviewed here, go to the newspapers and listen to people's comment. Okay, that was why I asked him that question. But, I'm a calm person. There's when I listen to an individual, I know how I will put questions across to you, then I get what I want to get, and then within me I decide the kind of person you are. I asked him if a dead body is being brought into the court. I'm not stupid that I asked that question. I say if a dead body is brought into the court, who confirms that that person is dead? Is it the judge or the doctor?
Yeah, then you see, the moment you said it, you see how quickly he jumped in. Hold on, so I just want to tell you why something that he does. The moment you mentioned if a dead body is brought in, who confirmed? He said, but you already confirmed. You said it dead. The body was dead. This is exactly the point I was trying to make. That he understands things very literally. He doesn't want to get to what you actually mean.
When he made that statement, then I responded to him. I told him I withdraw the word dead body. I say if a human being was brought in. Okay. Now, I asked that question because I asked him a question before. I said, it seems like lies, truth, and facts
which one wins the case. Because if you look at what he presented in his defense, all he presented, as far as I'm concerned, because I'm here, we know what happened. Both the bags of rice, he said people were sharing. I am telling you, it is 85% lies, if not 90%. It's not correct.
Okay.
This
Thank you.
election, people did
Thank you,
not spend
righteous man.
money.
I think your time is up, righteous man. I'm sorry. So that the next person can be able to speak. But I get what you mean. You saw, I was trying to find an example, but you gave me an example that he did the same thing. The moment you mentioned dead body, say you have already confirmed the dead body. So, who's next? Okay, Tone, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
Okay, because I'm just regretting that I did not get to ask him question directly, because he just came here to market himself, and he had just succeeded in doing more damage than good. Masca told him something which was so key. He said, "Listen, guy, you've got to listen to us if you want us to if you want to sell yourself and your dream and all that." He just kept. I mean, I can accept that you may not agree with somebody's principle, but I don't know whether it was your forefathers or somebody else, and said, "Listen, you keep saying Peter Obi, Peter Obi, Peter Obi. Show us one thing that you want to prove." And he was just, just trying to denigrate everything about him. Show us proof. You've got no proof that the man is corrupt. You said the man is corrupt, but how about you? You are in the system, so we can say as well that you're corrupt. Anything you say about Tinubu, he just jumps in. He'll cut you off. He talks about mobile. Mobile is not the contention. How about Delio? That he said he worked. Even in India, he still lied in front of camera that he worked for Deloitte. You still lied. Visa, they lied.
Listen, when somebody lies about their work history, nobody is going to disqualify them for that. The one, you see, that's why the point I was trying to make to him that he completely shut me down was, what if because the court, the Tinubu lawyer went and said if they release the report from his university that is going to damage him. I was like, why would it damage him if everybody already knows the result? Except it's something different. Then also the certificate, if there is a difference in the certificate that they are bringing out, then that is a serious issue. He might be in president now, but he may not be able to run the second term if they find out that the certificate was forged. And there's also the idea that if there is a fundamental evidence that shows up now, that the Supreme Court could make an exception to bring this document in. So this is the kind of stuff. It could be a banana peel here. And somehow when people talk, they seem to miss
Forefathers,
the
can I
really
stop you?
technical
Please, can I
aspect
stop?
of this.
Forefathers, sorry. There's this, earlier when they were bullying Isimiri. I don't know whether it was you that used this banner. Can you do something about this stupid Kulata guy? He's one of the ringleaders. I've been knowing him all day and all that. Somebody has been banned. Please do something about it.
Yeah,
this is just not
like
right.
he's being a little bit
yeah, please do something about it and send a message to this guy that is no longer acceptable. No, it's no longer acceptable because if other people have been banned earlier in the evening, he should be banned.
See, take it easy. You see, sometimes they will say these things, ignore them. He's just trolling. That's what they call it. They call it trolling. He's not necessarily abusing you. If he was using like foul language to insult you, we'll take him out. We'll move it.
Father, can you put me in the now? Let me take some fura, I beg.
Thank you for coming in. I think I supported your take on your questioning actually, and you did it very well, and you were very graceful even at the end. Thank you for coming in. I'll put you at the back.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Father, now my turn.
Yeah.
Wait, Brostan, wait, just one more minute here. So the thing is that the man had just come here. I mean, he's a likable man. I like him as a person, but when somebody is untruthful, everybody can be. 97% of people today disagreed with him. They could see his insincerity, and he didn't want to just see it or accept. We've got problems. Thank you.
He's a stubborn man. People don't rise up to that rank without being stubborn. They are tough people. They are tough-minded people. They don't shift easily. Yeah, please, Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you again. I did not even say hello to the brothers when I jumped in because of that brother. He made me so sad and angry. So let me use the opportunity to say good evening or good morning, so that I'm back to myself, Anyway, you people did very well today. I don't know, I don't say you, but Dr. Damages, of course, is a guy I like, but today he really disappointed me because the way he defended that brother, I was so sad. He shouldn't defend that man because if you say you're a guest, you come on this, he doesn't know the value of this panel. He thinks that it's any place he can just go and be talking to uneducated people. We're educated, you understand? So if he comes here and start lying, and you know what hurt me most? He's very rude, and he don't want people to be rude to him. Look, his words were very rude, called people stupid questions, this and that, and forefather was there just protecting him. He used a lot of rude languages today.
It's not forefather.
It was at the end.
It's not forefather. Sorry, brother. Sorry. Rudolph did not caution his language, but he was cautioning our own language. When he's calling people, we are asking stupid questions. It's nonsensical. These are rude. We didn't use that word on him. We asked him simple question, and he's very tribalistic also. He's just trying to beat around the bush. But from what he stood for today, I know that he's a tribal man, 100%.
Whether that's the thing about Nigerians, you can never really tell. They will tell you that they tribalize, but when they are talking and because he's supporting a fellow ethnic guy, it's hard to know
them. He has spoken,
but I don't know. We don't know for sure though. Maybe he actually is a nationalist.
Forefather, that man is not like he's trying to compare himself to Showore. Showore is not the same like him. Showore will tell you straight to his point, whether you like him or not. But this man, when he's speaking, you know that he's tribalistic, 100%. There's no way to judge it, and he's rude. You understand? So for me, if I have the opportunity again, and if Dr. Damages gives me an opportunity again when he's there, I will bring this matter up. You cannot bring a guest here protecting him while he's insulting us. It's rude. It's rude. He shouldn't allow his guests to...
Okay, to be fair to him, I think, I understand. It was at the later stage. I think he was getting tired and, he was tired of hearing the same question.
This is my problem. Don't try to defend him again, please.
No, we are not defending him. I'm not defending him. I'm just trying to explain so that you guys are a little bit more kind.
In fact, I was trying to fall asleep because of what he was saying. He was
Forefather, they don't try to defend him because I came in and I asked him 3 very vital questions. You can't allow, Lucy, you can't allow panels like this or medium like this to be used for misinformation.
Alaba, okay, thank you for highlighting that. Who is next? Dan, okay, Oga Ike Alame Fule, please go ahead. 3 minutes.
I've not had my 3 minutes.
Not yet. You just came in. You just hopped on. they've not even gone around the panel yet.
What is Brother Mask is gone?
Max, there's no Max.
I really want to thank him because the same hard pushback is what I really wanted to do, which, because I felt that this young man took Nigerian youths of this generation for granted. He said Nigerian voters are for a bag of rice and Maggi and I mean, how?
I like the way Masca went for him.
No, that's what I'm telling you. I wanted to give him a thumb up because that is really what I wanted to. I didn't want to talk about. I really never wanted to talk about politics of Mr. P2B and Atiku and Bola Tinubu, but he began to go into the politics of Mr. P2B. And I begin to wonder, okay, actually, this young man came here to market himself, really, but trying to use the law, because that's why I asked him from the beginning when you were not here. All this crazy, when you people want to lie, when you want to deceive the common man, you quote Latin. Nigeria don't speak Latin in law. I don't understand what law is in Latin. So when you want to tell lies to the people, you quote one place from where we don't know where it's coming from. And look at the whole discussion today. He will compare Nigeria with the US, compare Nigeria with England, compare Nigeria with Australia, compare Nigeria with Canada. I mean, what are we talking about? You understand what? The youth of Nigeria who decided that this year they want to take back their country. And one of our brothers asked him a very direct and simple question. Alaba was here at that time. Did Tinubu win an election? It was a simple question, yes or no question. He went to law. He began to quote law. He went so many places to defend that thing. The brother came back again. I'm just asking you just a yes or no question. Did he win the election? No,
Yeah.
I know, but I know that this election was not fair. They're supposed to cancel the election, but by law he won, and by court of appeal he won. Don't listen. It was just at this last 15, 20, 30 minutes, he really gets into my nerves because it was like, okay, I am coming out these few minutes, these few 30, 40 minutes for Mr. Peter Obi. And I was wondering, he was making comparison, Lagos, Anambra State. I mean, and everything he talk about, what is it that thing that Mr. Peter Obi has done to you that he cannot tell us at this platform? What are you holding?
Thank you, Oga. Yeah, I think that I really like the way Maska handled it with him. He tried to push back that you can't just say Nigerians. That I think I will address that later because that point was quite a serious one. I think Ed hasn't said anything at all. Ed, welcome. Prince. Prince, I thought you said something.
What? No.
Okay, go ahead, please. Go ahead, please.
Just like Mr. Righteous said, the truth is this, okay? The truth is just that he stated, that he's friends with Obi, he's friends with Atiku, he's friends with Tinubu, and all that kind of a thing. And then he wanted to say, that Obi has more relationship with Tinubu, and other kind of a thing. The thing is this, okay? If he is here to market himself, let him market himself and leave other people alone, leave them alone. Those comparisons he was making is so infuriating that didn't make no sense. Okay, and then they talked about immediately they talked about Chicago. He was looking for the choice words to use, and he was deviating, just like Tom said that he worked in Deloitte. He did not work at Deloitte. It's been proven, lies upon lies and upon lies. Okay, CSU. Okay, you presented the certificate that you went to a university. Even if Supreme Court does not accept that, it will stop him in 2027. So let's find out the fact now. As we are talking right now, do you guys know that he has started filing to stop the FBI and others from releasing his documents? Do you know that? The reports that they promised they're going to release next month, he already started filing against that. But one thing he doesn't know is that America is not Nigeria. So they can do all those shenanigans there. Over here, the people in politics know that if they do any shenanigans, they will be, at the risk of losing their elections. I yield for now. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Prince. And Ed, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prophet.
Thank you
I
for
was going to ask
coming
you a personal question. You're really a strong man. The amount of hours you spend sometimes, I really just like from a distance. This guy is a really strong man.
I'm very, very weak. I'm just dozing.
but yeah, to the point of today's discussion, honestly, I think, I know the Prince has a legal practice or something, but I would say at this point he should actually set up his own YouTube channel because he would do a better job than one man went to Mo in defending Tinubu. Because that's really what he came to do today, and it's hard for me to see it any other way. I just feel like this guy is either a plant for the Tinubu campaign, or is just trying to, hustle for a position in the current government. So because it was very obvious the way it was wiggling around questions, just gaslighting us and giving us alternative realities. Someone told him that, okay, for Peter Obi to be able to prove his case, he would need some sort of evidence from INEC. And then his response was, oh, you are the one that said you won an election. You should be able to prove it. And then I start asking myself, even the judges ordered INEC to give Obi evidence. So if it was not in line with jurisprudence, why would the judges tell him to do that? And then they refused. The same judges were like, oh, there's nothing we can do about it. But somehow, all these judges just found the vitriol, the energy to be able to speak when it came to giving a judgment against Peter Obi and lambasting and berating his lawyers. It's kind of really, I mean, was that not clear enough to say that, okay, there was something that was wrong here? And then the way he's just trying to wave off the issue of Tinubu's qualification, like, oh, this does not matter. The ship has sailed. We just need to start preparing for the next elections. Let's be honest, Mr. Prince is not winning the next election. He's not winning the next one after that. So, and if we continue at this pace, it's very likely that no other person will win it from APC. If we cannot address our processes, for all the complaints that he made about the Nigerian system, if we cannot address the way we elect our leaders, what hope do we have that things will be corrected? It was just a lot of contradictions in what he said. I mean, I was so disappointed. And I mean, well, I was not so disappointed considering the fact that he was the first person to start blowing the whistle after the election that, see, this is done and dusted. There's no need to go to the courts. Very obvious questions that were put to him. He just wiggles and wiggles. It's a pity, though. He's an intelligent person. You can't take that away from him. But he's also very good with alternative facts and alternative realities, and just wiggling around questions. So that's my.
Thank you. Thank you, Ed. Thank you for coming in, and thank you for the compliment. I take it in Alaba, Clifford Ebechole hasn't said much, but Alaba, please. Is that Alaba? Okay, Alaba, please go ahead.
Yeah, Alaba. Thank you guys very much. You see, that guest, I asked him that guest, let me start with that guest don't see us finish. He just was utterly disrespectful.
Yeah.
I mean, utterly insulting our
intelligence.
Come on,
let's calm down. Let's calm down.
Don't defend him. Let me land.
I'm not defending him. He's a guest.
I'm going to give you my facts.
Let's be fair.
Utterly disrespectful on our intelligence. And this is part of my issue with Nigeria. And this is why we are where we are. The so-called elite has a condescending look on the citizen.
Thank you.
You yourself said it, father. Let me quote you. You yourself said it. You saw the way those judges read that judgment. You saw how condescending, how arrogant they are. That because we are lawyers or because we are the ruling class, we know better than you, and the rest of you don't know nothing. So therefore, we determine your destiny as we wish. And everything was showing. You see, I'm not focusing on his attack on Obi or his attack on or his defense of Tinubu.
Sorry, Alaba. Can you put me backstage? Some people want to come in.
Yeah, I want to do that. Okay.
Thank you.
Nice.
Yes, you understand. So you understand. I'm not focused on his attack on Obi and his defense of Tinubu. Even my questions were targeted on him as a lawyer and as a politician. And I'm telling you all right now, he failed even as a lawyer based on his submissions. Now, first, I asked him, this is why we are where we are, because I've always wondered, how did we get to this point? How did Nigeria get here? It's because we have intellectuals that think like this. All of you are focused on this Obi attack and this Tinubu defense. That's not what I got from this guy, guys. That's not what he came out with, particularly with my question. My first question was basic law question. To assess a lawyer, if I were interviewing a lawyer in a firm, I want to know what's your opinion on the rule of law. Do you even believe in the rule of law? Because that tells me a lot about you as a lawyer. And I started with my question. My first question to him was that, do you think the prisoner should serve a sentence before we do the trial? He tried to wiggle around after I initially warned him not to do that with me. He tried to wiggle around that nonsense. You understand? He doesn't even believe in the rule of law. And he's trying to shut people down because he's a lawyer. He is right, they are wrong. You understand? Condescending, he thinks he knows better than others. And then, on this subject of rule of law, you failed it, that question. You understand? How would you be a lawyer?
Thank you, Alaba. I think
I'm not done. I've just got 1 more minute. How would you be a lawyer and you don't
we'll
know
just
that
give you
you
1
don't
minute.
put a trial after? Do you understand? Then even on the issue of the future, you call yourself a politician, you contest now, you want to contest again. What do you have to offer the Nigerian populace? It's like a monologue in a digital age. Nothing amala, akara, agbado politics. That's all is in his head. Maintaining the status quo. Amala, akara, and agbado politics. That's all is in his head. Nothing new. No innovation. Nothing for the future. These are not the people that should be near politics. They shouldn't even be near law. That's why we are in this situation. Then it's gaslighting. I want to tell you for sure, I think he was running for a job with Tinubu because he came here, he's a plant. I couldn't even understand how he could have been SDP candidate. You know, he has no political ideology. He wants to maintain the status quo. If these are the people we have to present, we are in trouble. Thank you.
Thank you, Alaba.
Alaba, thank you very much, brother.
Clifford Ibe Chiole, you haven't said anything forever.
No, no problem. You can go to another person because the prince got me annoyed. So I'm just listening.
Okay, good.
And by the way, you can put me backstage. You know, we can come back later. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Let me do that. Please, Kene, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, forefathers. Good evening, everyone. So for my
long time,
yeah, I know, brother, long time, man. So I actually squeezed out a few minutes to, contribute to this discussion. I couldn't call in earlier because I have more important things to do than to call in, waste my time listening to today's guest. If you guys remember, last year during their campaign season, I think the first time he came on this platform for the campaign, if you remember vividly, I openly confronted him and I told him that I know you too well. You are working for Tinubu. You are not out for the contest in order to win. So for Eid that was saying that the prince wasn't out to win, isn't going to win the election. He never contested to win the election. He has been working for Tinubu from day A. Just that it's unfortunate that some of us are seeing him, lately. I quoted him a long time ago, and that's why he doesn't like me. If I had called him, you see how he would attack me. So I wouldn't want to come in and be pissed off. That was why I refused to call him. So for Prince Dewole that came here today, when someone has this confidence, right? Sometimes it turns to arrogance. He never allow people to talk. He never allow panelists to ask questions. So, and I wonder what kind of a leader he will become if he doesn't listen to people. He always assume that he knows what you want to ask. Even before you land your question, he will cut you off and begin to blab rubbish. See, for anyone, whether a leader, I don't care where you're coming from, if you don't have that ability to listen to the other person, I don't think you're going anywhere. And sometimes I wonder, What kind of leader wouldn't allow his subjects to talk, to air their grievances, or to ask questions? What kind of a leader is he going to be that will always open his mouth and lie all the time, even in the front of the truth? I mean, when you are confronted with the truth, he will find a way to spin it around in order to achieve, I don't even know what he wants to achieve. We all know that the election wasn't free and fair, but this guy would never agree to the fact that INEC compromised in the election. Together with Tinubu, provided Tinubu is in that list, he will not agree with you. So the best bet for you is don't talk about Tinubu. But it's okay for you to talk against other candidates, especially P2B. It is okay for you to say that P2B doesn't, was unable to develop Anambra State. He was trying to compare Anambra State to the Anambra State isn't as developed as other states, and I asked him, what measures or what benchmark did he use to come to that conclusion? Because I remember when P2B was the governor of Anambra State, Anambra, from becoming 27th position in the WAEC and federal government college exams, Anambra started becoming the first position. So, and I wonder if Lagos State, where Lagos State was on that list, but Anambra State was sustaining that first position until P2B left. And even when P2B left, his successor maintained that position. So education, when it comes to education in Nigeria, Anambra was standing out during P2B's time. Are we talking about the annual flood menace in Anambra State? P2B confronted it. The people of Ayamelum local government, for example, they benefited from the P2B government. The only governor that has come to their aid was P2B. Last week here, we were here watching a video in Lagos State where flood was, taking people up, houses up. Tinubu could not contend that, but P2B was able to fix that problem in Anambra State during his time. I don't want to go deep into that. My only annoyance with this guy is that he enjoyed the field today. Thanks to Dr. Damages that gave him that liberty to bully everybody around.
I'm telling you.
Thank you, Kene. KJ has been in the backstage, so he goes next. And
yeah, let me give other chance to come in.
KJ, sorry, I missed you. I know you are an illustrious member of the panel, and I should have brought you in earlier. So, but you were hiding in one corner, so I didn't see this thing on time. So, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, forefathers. Thank you for also taking over to continue. We have been. I was here much earlier in the morning when the guy came in, so I listened to almost everything he was saying. I didn't know whether to, because there were so many things he was saying that was not lining up. But you see, so I had to take a break. I went to sleep really. I left it to go and sleep, and then eventually woke up and he was still here, and I came to ask one or two questions. You see, the way he makes it look, as a lawyer who has presented election cases or represented people before in the Supreme Court on these issues, his presentation of facts was a bit worrying to me, and his ability to go ahead and say, things that have already been done, we should move on, or things have been done, it cannot be undone, or that, look, there's not enough facts on ground. And even his response to what it means, whether Nigerians have got judgment or justice, it's a bit worrying to me. Because you see, look, the American system, for example, which you took all this in from, when a case goes to the Supreme Court or go to a upper court, what they do is they align the ruling. You see, because when you rule a case and majority of your people or 1/3 of the nation do not accept what you have, is your law different? It's not meant for the people in the country. Are you now ruling people that will come from outer space to obey that law you're making? In this case, he kept hammering, and I don't know why they always choose to talk about P2B, not even talking about Atiku who came second. Okay, and they keep hammering on P2B. I'm not a supporter of P2B, because right from the on-go, We knew that the process wasn't going to be fair, and the outcome will not be fair. We knew that. So it's not a question of because people who worked in the presidency already knew, all the shenanigans that was going to go on, and it did go on. You see, now the question I asked him is this: we have children that are grown up in Nigeria. They are seeing this thing. Some of them are in the university, some of them are in secondary school. These things are being done before them. Are you now saying this is the norm in Nigeria? That Ururu to the answer is okay? Yeah, as long as it can get to the office, hold it, nothing will happen. Are you saying this is the way we should go? And of course, he answered just the same way he was answering every other thing, and make it look trivialize, to make it look as if what you're saying is not, it's inconsequential, and so, goes on that way. No, the truth of the matter is that we're losing a nation. We're losing a nation, or rather, we have lost a nation, but we're now the ashes is being thrown around everywhere. Okay, and then one of the things that I found, just like every other person I've said, I found it so disturbing that he's able to defend Tinubu to the core and compare Tinubu's governance in Lagos State to Anambra State. Anambra State was a rural area before it was made a state. Lagos State had been a federal capital with a developed infrastructure before he was made governor. So what's the comparison here? Okay, what's the comparison here? The income of Lagos State triples, or if not 10 times that of Anambra State, that they're using to compare the times of their governorship. So it's to me, based on that, I hands up. I didn't want to say any other thing because I don't want to be. And then people who are blaming Rudolph for defending him, don't blame. You see, when you're a host and you bring a guest, you defer to the guest because other people are also looking, because tomorrow you go and invite maybe those who are watching what you are doing to these guests now. They say, I don't want to be part of this thing. I don't want anybody to insult me. So what Rudolph was doing today is exactly what I would have done if I was in his shoes. You defend your guest. You can settle your panelists later.
Okay, let me interject you. So I don't want to stop you. You see, this platform is unique. If you are trying to bring somebody to this platform, you prepare the person too. That this platform, you must expect so and so. That's what I want to say.
Yes, I agree with you, Dan. But also, when you prepare the person, it doesn't have to go to the point of people being insultive. It doesn't have to go
He
to
was
that.
insultive now. He started
No,
insulting people
See,
now. Listen to him.
No, he responded rudely to majority of the people who responded rudely to him. But you see, listen, the guy is is good with playing with words. Okay, and if you don't understand that way, you think maybe he's playing. No, that's the way he attacks issues. So I just want to appeal this to people. It's not Rudolph. If, like I said, if I was the one hosting, I also do what Rudolph have done: protect the guests, so that
Thank
people
you.
can come, and then we can sort out in house as we are sorting out now. Everybody cool down.
Thank you.
A quick interjection. Righteous
Okay.
man, ain't you going to church tomorrow?
Mr. Prince,
my own take on what he said about this security, I felt like he will answer the question. He will answer the question in one way, then not answer the question at all. Then he waffles past the idea that we don't have any alliances, which is a little bit unusual. We don't see that as a problem. And in terms of the way he talked about our security, he always goes. We will start talking about how he talked to somebody about the security and what they said about it and all the rest. Well, he's not addressing the point. Is that why are we not having alliances? What should we do to put these things in place? How are we supposed to get our leaders to stop being so beholden to the West? What I get in the end from what he was saying, it seems like he was just talking for the status quo to just remain. And at the same time, he's advocating for change. But the change he's advocating, he spent more energy talking about the status quo remaining. That is a problem. And I think that's what got Masker going to, because he said something about people just want to rise this thing. Basically, inducements is the major one. And this in and ethno-religious preferences is what they use, which is normal. I don't think when he said that, I said, but that is normal. In America, the same thing. Black people, 97% voted for Obama. They didn't make any apologies for it. And the same thing, even white people. Obama didn't win the white vote. Shocker. He didn't win the white vote once. You see, that's the trick of election. You just need to win your own base, then take enough from the other side. And to do that, you need to come up with a message that resonates with the people that believe in the message, that believe in ideology. It's not everybody that believes in ideology. Even in America, not most people don't care about ideology. They care about their
Yes,
own tribe.
yes.
That's how it is.
Father, if you allow me, to just end my listing. You see, one other thing I didn't like, that I found a bit,
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, it's frozen. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Who else? Who's next?
Can I
Dan,
quickly
you want
say
to say
something
something?
before fathers, please? Can I
Yeah,
quickly
go
say
ahead. Go
something?
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Dan.
Mm.
So what happens is that every election season, you find this group of so-called intellectuals that like to posture themselves like they're really trying to drive change. So in the last election cycle before 2023, you had the what's this guy's name? The popular motivational speaker.
Fela.
Fela Durotoye, you had the Tope, Fashua, and a couple of others, we saw how they posture themselves as the alternative. Today, I can tell you that Tope Fashua, who was fighting against the incumbents then, actually has collected appointments from Tinubu. So let's be very careful with these people. It's usually a game for them. It's usually a
yeah.
game. They post themselves. They say all the right things. They speak with very polished, diction. But at the end of the day, they know what they're looking for. And I just feel I kind of sympathize with people who are saying they should not bring him here again, because sometimes you're just platforming these people. They are all they're all scrambling for their own abado, and giving them that sort of visibility, sometimes it's kind of counterproductive for us for what we are trying to achieve in Nigeria.
I agree with you. Like I said, I agree with you. The name dropping was too much. He has worked with everybody in Nigeria who is anybody. He has been the highest court. Have been with the judges. He has been with presidents. He has been with important people all around the world. I mean, it was too much for me because
Why is it too much for you? Are we
Yeah,
all
it
here
was for me
talking to
too.
you?
it was too much for me. It
Maybe
was
he
too much for me.
has now. You have to give him
Anybody
benefit
who
of
is
the doubt.
anybody in Nigeria, he has worked or closely, or that person have sought advice from him, or he has given advice to that, including Obi, including this person, including Tinubu, including Atiku. Even saying Atiku was a more better candidate than Obi was frightening to me, because we all know Atiku's antecedent with Obasanjo, and the rest of it is history. We know the story of BPE and all that. We have people who work there and what his role were in the privatization of Nigerian companies. We don't want to go into that. All we are simply saying that the way he was dropping these names was making me fear, because when you drop names like that, you're only trying to cover some things. You are trying to make people believe what you're saying, not necessarily because you're saying the truth, but because you want us to know that you're a big player, and so whatever
Yeah.
you're saying has been accepted. And it's not acceptable to me that way. Thank you.
Yeah, righteous man, Masker hasn't said anything. Let's just give him an opportunity to say something first, then I'll
No,
call
no,
you.
no, no. I won't speak. I won't say anything. I mean, the man has gone, so it's okay.
All right, that's fine. You can talk about other things though.
For the record, Master, you did a great job. Okay, you did a great job. I really love what you did.
You saw how gracious he was too after he ended. So I think that's what we need to take here. We disagree with him, but we also need to be gracious, because other people, we want other people to be able to come here too. Because if we start bad mouthing everybody that shows up here because we disagree with them, who is going to want to come? I disagree with him vehemently with some of the things he said. I felt like he was just basically acting like a gatekeeper. But one thing he admitted to was the fact that most of these our leaders are completely compromised. Even the CBN head, they said they send them to America to tell him what he needs to do. This is what kind of a country are these people running? And when I asked him about how we can take the country back, there was no clear blueprint on what we need to do to take the country back from these people. But he did say we should educate the people, sensitize the people to understand what is good for them and stuff like that, and say something about how the people don't see any problem with their leaders
Okay,
schmoozing with
now,
foreign leaders and
sorry,
stuff like that.
fathers. Now
Now,
you've generated something that I also find. For me, let's talk about the issues. we can leave him. The issue for me really here is that I find it some sort of cyclical error if you say, okay, because the people are in a certain mode, for them to be uplifted, you want them to on their own change themselves before you uplift them. I think it's the issue. I'll find an issue with that kind of thinking. It doesn't matter who it is. I'm not referring to him, but I'm just, a lot of people have said it that, okay, look, the problem with Nigeria is that the people are like this. But I think that really the role of a leader is to see where the people are and see how you can connect to them, whatever language they are speaking, even if they are speaking rice and Omo language. It's important that you should be able to connect with them and then be able to lead them to that higher place that you think is the pedestal that they all deserve to be. But like I said, look, if the man is not here, I will rest my case on him.
All right.
So, Father, you see another area that he made mistakes, like the issue of the constitution. He was blaming the Nigerian people for whatever the constitution lapses were having. He was blaming the Nigerian people. And I wanted to ask him a question, whether that constitution was subjected to referendum. Nigerian people were not given the opportunity to know what was, even Obasanjo was not given the opportunity to know what was in that constitution. It was at the very day he was to be sworn in that the constitution was brought to him. He never knew, nobody knew. So when he came on board here and was saying that Nigerian people, that the constitution was the work of the Nigerian people and it is what they want that was given to them, I was, you see, SDP is a backup party for APC. Like in Lagos here, see, in Lagos here, majority of Lagosians voted for P2B, for Labour Party. I am telling you, P2B became a nationalist in the last election. Religion and tribe did not play any part in P2B victories because the Nigerian people were tired of what we are going through here. So anybody rubbishing P2B saying that he had more from EC8 or whatever, more than P2B, it's not true. I wanted to ask him how, because Labour Party had four situation room in Lagos. One of my friend was the one handling one of the situation room in Lagos, and in fact, before before 7 o'clock on that 25th of February, he called me and told me that with what they had from their own situation room, what they monitored, what was posted to them by Labour Party agents, that P2B scored almost 800 to 900,000. So, but he came here to say that P2B, I mean, oh, come on.
I think the point he made was about the Labour Party not doing a good defense. And you can argue, and we don't know whether the judges distorted their defense. We don't know that fully until the Supreme Court decides their own decision. But I too have some issues with some of the defense that they were giving, because INEC has released all its results, but we don't hear any result from Labour Party directly. And
no, INEC have not released. INEC have not published all the results today. Check it.
No, I mean their own result that they used to announce his presidency. They've done that, and
but
even
18,000 plus was blood.
Yes, but you see, the thing is, IREV is very useful to the point whereby when you are polling unit and this unit, after you voted, everybody is there. That's what, if they upload it at that time, it has a little bit more credibility than when they just do it some other time. And that is the case Labour Party could have made and said, okay, because this didn't happen. They had the opportunity to change it. This is what was changed. This is what was changed. This is what was changed. That is
No,
what I
no,
didn't see.
forefathers. Uzodinma became the governor of Imo State when INEC failed to provide their own copy. He went and got the police copy. He did not bring APC copy. Uzodinma provided police copy. In Nigeria, the first copy that will be used in the court is the INEC copy. After the INEC copy, the police copy. After the police copy, then you talk of the party copy. Yeah, so INEC gave P2B their own copy, and that copies he gave to P2B was what Labour Party presented in the court. So why will the court reject the copy from INEC? So where will P2B manufacture?
I think we'll see. We'll see if that is if they are going to argue against that. Yeah, go ahead.
In the Supreme Court, it will be revealed. You will see it. It's there in the Supreme Court. They will bring out the numbers. And then one thing you should also understand is this. In as much, like I said, I think what they were looking at the labor lawyers were looking at. If you say, okay, that you guys won and you brought this number, okay, because that was what APC was wanting them to do. Now, INEC will come up with some alternative. So what they're saying, and you already know, like Mr. Rachel said, there was no way police is even gonna give them anything. The police said, oh, their copies, they don't even know where their copies is. That's to show you how they connived among themselves. Okay, they connived among themselves. The thing is, my thing is, if we have an umpire, and an umpire is keeping our results, is keeping our records, and I go there and I said, okay, I won this, because it's not even only, it's not about election. Forget about the election. What about if I want to do a research? So do you mean that if I go to INEC, say sometime next year, and I say, oh, can I get this social and social record so that I will do some research? What would they tell me? They don't have it. And even the Beavers or whatever were wiped out. They said they were preparing for the governorship, and they wiped it out. It doesn't make no sense.
I think, yeah, Alaba, please go ahead. Okay, Dan hasn't said anything for a while. Dan, go ahead.
It's my turn. Okay, please, I want to make my last submission before I leave. For me, whatever, I don't want to talk about that guy again, because I know those type of people. These are the people who have destroyed Nigeria, and when they come over, somebody have rightly said it, they try to talk down on everybody. He thinks he's a big man. He's a political blah, blah, blah. He knows Atiku. He knows. That was what he was hammering. I was even having a lot of headache. I nearly wanted to blow out, but I managed to calm myself down just because of Dr. Damages. For me, whatever I've said in this program, in this platform, I've said it. To release Nigeria from what we are now, there must be a forceful revolution. Because people like this so-called prince, they will keep tormenting Nigerians, trying to tell us that there's nothing we can do. All we have to do is to move on 2027. And when 2027 comes again, they will do worse than what they have done that we are fighting about. So to just say good night to everybody, I don't know. My own mind is that there must be a revolution, or else it will just be like, blue till we are tired. Good night, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you. You may be right, so, because it's either going to be a peaceful or this thing. It could happen in different ways. It could be slow and gradual. It could be rapid and peaceful. It could happen with some crazy. After all, look at what happened in Nigeria and all the rest. So change has to happen, and I fear that these people, this elite, they are part of the ones that are closing the eyes of the people. No one to allow people to see the truth of what is going on in their country. Go ahead, Alaba.
Yeah, you all have said it all. You see, I've always argued that our problem we have many problems, but for me, the root and the key trunk of it is this concept of our big manism ideology, because why would we not want to develop our own country? Why would we not want to make our country progressive? Why would we not want to build bridges, build pyramids, build mountains, build things? Why would we that? Is this messed up idea that we probably inherited from our colonial masters because they never see humanity as equal? Anyway, leave that. So the people like this guy, I was offended when he compared himself with Sowore. Sowore might have his faults, but he's a fighter. He's a revolutionary. He's been in the trenches, and he has not mixed with the dirty ones. He might have his fault. This guy is coming here trying to sell himself like he's like Sowore. He's insulting Sowore by even putting him. Sowore would never, yeah, he might disparage Obi, but Sowore would never acknowledge Tinubu as an innocentee. Never. Sowore will acknowledge the fact that Tinubu is a criminal, and that because Obi too has worked with them, Obi might have been infected. How wrong that might be, that's for later to decide. But the problem I have is that as we gather, as we discuss ideas, as we spread information, the future must be our focus. And we cannot spend time in this present situation, considering the present dilemma we are in. Reproducing the exact thing that put us in the problem in the first instance, which was why I felt that guy was condescending. He had that big man idea that they know, you all don't know. You or the people don't know, you know. He talk Oyibo, pass English, man, fella song. The band where they rule our land, though. The type of Oyibo he talk, common man, no fee, no. You know, the people to them don't matter. The people's feeling don't matter. The people's pain don't matter as long as they are calling the shots. So that's the mentality he has. His idea of politics is akara, agbado, and amala. He even said it himself. That's you induce them. Denigrating Nigerians. What has happened over time to Nigerians is that they have been tormented. They have been tortured. They have gone through pain. You got to see what trauma does to people. Trauma.
That's why I asked him that those things that he's describing that's why I asked him, are they not illegal? He said they're illegal. Isn't
they're
that way
illegal, and you're not even
trying illegal, you are supposed to be pushing for it to be
exactly. That's why once I just got him on the rule of law thing, I was done with him. I was done with him. And you're a lawyer. And I said on the comment page, people like this should not go near law or politics because they have nothing to offer the people.
I'm saying the people should evolve.
They
when
weaponize poverty.
For prosecution of people that do those things.
More poor people so that they can continue to rule. That's the ideology. And that's all this turn by turn. Once we give them a Akara rice, you know, the fire she kind of politics, fire she kind of politics. These are their thinking. We need new breed, new changes.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
People who want to turn. The people who come here and tell us Tinubu did something for Lagos. We saw what Jakonde did. 4 years. Tinubu, 24 years now. Lagos is a mess. I'm from Lagos State. I know what I'm talking about. You know, don't come here and give us garbage. We need new ideas. People with innovation. People with brains. People who can think. Like your key thing, forefather, is security. People who can think. That is an issue. You know, light is an issue. This is an issue. Not continue to impoverish our people. Weaponize poverty. Come on, son, here. You know, downcast people. I am a lawyer. You all don't know law. I don't have to go to law school to know that. First basic rule of law is that you don't sentence a criminal before the trial. So if that is the case, you don't swear in a president before the trial, whether he won election or not. That's basic. Why are we getting the basic wrong? How are we going to move forward if we get the basic wrong?
Yeah.
So people like that have no ideas. It's more of the same status quo. Let's just keep the status quo. And they come here, they want to talk like in fact, we should shut them down with higher intellectual arguments. We shouldn't allow them. That's why I've been mad with Dr. Damage sometimes. You don't allow them to pollute the airwave because they are doing more damage. I keep telling you, this is a serious battle we are up against. These people have recruited for children that are yet unborn, and we are still trying to convince Nigerians that are suffering to be on our side.
Yeah.
That's what Beko, I keep quoting Stephen Biko. You know, that's why he left medical school. He said he got to destroy apartheid. This thing we are up against is worse than apartheid.
Let me just highlight something. Did anyone know that the British government only agreed to Nigerian independence once the colonial secretary and the minister of defense had secured a Nigerian commitment to a defense agreement in 1958? I didn't know that. And this was this because when I was checking the list of countries that have these military alliances, it turned out that Nigeria was not anywhere. Only in 1958 to 1962, that's when Nigeria popped up with a military alliance that Nigeria never. Most Nigerians don't even know about it. But it turned out that they had one with the British, and it was ended in 1962. And all this history, if you look at the list of many countries that have military alliance, Nigeria is not there. It tells you that that's why it looks like our country is in a sub-economy, the way we function is not right. Our leaders have to go to Washington all the time. We are still being colonized technically. Let's not mince words there. That is what is going on. These people are not free. They are not. It's too uniform. And one of the things, the document, what I was reading about it, what they call it. Let me just see what they call the agreement again. Let me just pull the agreement name up. It's the agreement is the post-imperial Cold War paradox. Okay, no, the Anglo-Nigerian Defense Agreement. The Anglo-Nigerian Defense Agreement, 1958 to 1962. So this agreement, it turns out that they said the Nigerian politicians and leaders were Anglophiles. What that means is that they support English people so much that the main leadership of Nigeria, that's what made this very, very easy. And this is what I was saying. These people that sold us as slaves and everything, after they conquered, the British people came, colonized them, killed all their kings, took their children. They raised their children. Till they handed over to them. So they didn't see them as rivals. They saw them as, they are like one of us now. And this is what is plaguing us till today. This same leadership, their children are still going on to favor these foreign powers because they don't see them as people they need to stay away from and build their own people up. They see us as an extension of the British state itself. This is why they go there all the time. They want to have a meeting. They go to London. And they condition all of us to believe in the West all the time. I think that's where the world ends.
But fathers,
yeah.
Sorry to cut into it. Your point is very valid, but I think it's even worsening. I put an article here of what happened in 1961 when the French wanted to test their nuclear bomb in the Sahara. The Nigeria, I mean, we're just like a year old as a country. Our prime minister at that time gave a very strong warning to France. And yes, France indeed went ahead and did that test. And we had a very strong response to them. We sent back French citizens. We cut off diplomatic ties with France. You know, and then
imagine that.
Place that side by side.
It's gotten worse now.
Exactly. And that's why we're trying to.
We can't even do that now.
We need change. Like if
you hear Tinubu say anything, hold on, let me just add to what you are saying. Tinubu went to the UN, talked about the Niger regime. He didn't mention the French soldiers that refused to leave that country. 1,500 French soldiers are in Niger. They asked them to leave. They refuse. Is that not an invasion?
Forefather, you are talking. Where is he today? He's in France. He's in France.
This is our problem. We don't pick up on all these things before, and I hope a lot of our people are listening to this and picking up on what is happening. These people are not governing for you.
They are not governing for you. Apparently, they've taken out another loan.
Yeah, money we don't need though. We don't need their money.
The money, it's just for them. Him and his goons. Him and his criminals.
Begging for money all the time. This is a big problem. Why is it that our elites are so hook, line, and sinker to this West all the time? If they don't get out of it, we are in trouble.
Yeah, they took up
In
a
the
loan
next
because
10, 20 years, there's going to be serious
We're
problem
already
for
in
us.
trouble. We don't know it. We're already in trouble.
they
We're
want
already
to
in serious
reintroduce
trouble.
fuel subsidy.
Yeah, we're already in
Unbelievable.
serious trouble. We don't know it, honestly.
Yeah, they are going to
I,
reintroduce it, so they're taking up a loan to be able to
I
pay.
don't know how we can get out of this because elites are very difficult to dislodge. There, any
How,
nation that tries to dislodge their elites, that country goes through upheaval, real
for
revolution.
forefathers, you know the painful thing. People that are supposed to know better, the young people, the educated people, they are not even people in the village that does not understand what is going on, that does not understand um world politics and economics, or people that are even live in the advanced world. You see them supporting this guy and heckling and saying, that's the biggest that's the biggest problem we have right now, you know, and those are the
Unbelievable.
people that are pushing all the propaganda, all the wrong narrative. People will come with an Igbo name, and you see them defending Tinubu to seem as if he's an Igbo person that is going against them, all for propaganda. Huh?
Imagine the
Do they
French
not do they
conduct.
not think?
Oh man, this is just hurtful, man. The French conducted their military, their nuclear weapons tests in the Sahara. Why wouldn't they do that? Because they own it now. Why wouldn't they do whatever they like? And our leaders, they knew that many of these African countries are so compromised. You heard what the guest said. The guest said because many French countries, francophone countries, Nigeria cannot just go in West Africa and say let's form a defense pact because they have defense agreement with this in France. So in other words, the French are the ones guaranteeing their security, not them. This is why Burkina Faso had about 6,000 soldiers. If you look at the size of their militaries in West Africa, tiny. It tells you that these countries are not free. You look at Ghana that would like to think that it's free. 30 million people, it's got 15,000 soldiers. I'm telling you, if even a holiday camp has more people to protect 30 million people, if you're creating a holiday camp, but yet they don't do anything. It tells you that these people, our security is being guaranteed by foreign powers, not us. We are not in charge. So technically, we are still under colonization, and our leaders are just caretaker governments, and that's how they behave. They will come and tell us one good thing. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. They will postpone it. Did you hear about the Siemens, this in powers of national grid stuff that they say they want to fix? They postponed it by 5 years again. They keep postponing everything forever. Nothing ever works. You want to fix the national grid? Oh, they told us by 2025. Suddenly now it's 2030.
Somebody pointed out to him that they are wasting they're wasting government money, taxpayers' money. He said, no, 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 it's not taxpayers' money. So every time he flies the Air Force, the presidential jet, is it from his own pocket that is fueling it? It's Nigerian money. All the money that they're spending abroad and all that, saying that they want to go and look for some fake investors and all that. Is it not Nigerian money? Is it not on Nigerian economy they are running it? Yeah. And he calls himself a billionaire and all that. At least you should say, okay, I'm leading by example. I'm not going to get, I won't take any salary. Lagos State is still paying him till today as we speak.
But that's besides the point. That even if he decides to pay this thing by himself and goes and signs our future away to the French, what good is that? We are still screwed either way. This is the problem. The way they are behaving right now. If he was traveling to say Russia, China, India, other places, it will tell you that okay, our country is behaving like an independent state. But this one, they just go to few states constantly. We are a colony. Make no mistake. We are a colony. The way these leaders are behaving, they are behaving like a people that are colonized. They don't go anywhere else. They don't go and talk to any other people for any other form of arrangement to say, okay, you know what? Because if you look at that list of, I would think I will share the list of defense military alliances that exist in the world. All the nations that show up in there, they are all doing better than us. All the nations that show up in military alliances in the world, they've done better than on us. And guess the only countries in Africa, in West Africa, that popped up there. Burkina Faso, Mali, and this in I think Niger or which other country, Guinea. They formed their alliances recently, and they are the only ones that showed up in there 2023. No, none of us, many African countries, none of them show up there at all. It's only Europeans, Asian countries that show up. Because look at them, look at how they are doing. British people, they keep having one. If you go to that list, there you see so many British alliances. It never ends because they understand what it means. They are ganging up together to protect their own interests. We operate individually, one on one. How are you supposed to succeed in this world where everybody's ganging together? You can't win. You have NATO, you have this, you have the. How are you supposed to compete in this world with such people? And when you when you ask this, like someone like Prince Adewale that came in today, he will just give you platitudes. As if if we remain like this, I'm telling you people, what I see going on in Eurasia is scaring the living daylight out of me. It's really scaring me because if Eurasia comes together, that's a continent of billions of people. If you think Oyibo people are bad, watch when those people come together, and we are still like this, like the fourth leg of a stool that refused to stand. We are going to pay a dear price for it, and this stuff is going to happen from 10, 20 years time. You're going to watch this space. Because all this trouble they're having with China now and Russia is going to be over. It never lasts forever. They'll quarrel for now. Later on, they will settle their quarrel and they will come for us to finish the job. In short, let me allow Jagun to say his piece because he wasn't here all day. Welcome, Jagun. Because when I think about some of all this, it just frustrates me. And elite people are in the office right now. There's so much opportunity for us right now, and they are not taking it. Look at if Tinubu made the speech he made at the UN to Nigerians, like he was talking to Nigerians, telling Nigerians these things, you see that Nigerians will be like, okay. So do you know that Tinubu at the UN, he said it looks like the things that are holding us back is like by design. Why don't you tell Nigerians that things are happening that you people are not paying attention to? Why don't you tell them about what the French are doing there? Why are you not telling them that the reason why we are not able to protect ourselves in West Africa because the French have disrupted this thing? They have got defense pack. That Nigeria is surrounded by soldiers. Why are you not telling people that? If you don't tell them, how are they going to know? They will still be thinking French people are beautiful and nice people. They will still be thinking the English are nice people. Until you tell them the truth of what the world truly is, you are just lying to the people and you are conniving. Basically, you are conniving with their colonizers. That's what is going on.
Well, Father, thank you. And I greet everybody today. I've been listening in the background most of the day, actually, and enjoying the show in parts. But I'm quite proud of the way the panel have handled themselves in the light of the prince, so-called. As a politician, it is very, very serious for us to. You guys probably have an advantage on knowing these people before I do. But in me looking at him, I had to take my time to understand the type of animal we're dealing with. And he truly is an elite. He had a very special way with words. He had wit, he had humor, he had skill. And I'm so proud that people just saw through all of that and was looking at him and was testing him with questions and was handling the answers they were receiving. And Rudolph did protect, maybe he overprotected a bit. However, we have to see it in light of how it stands. And we have to also be quite skillful in ourselves in knowing who and the type of animal we're speaking with when speaking with these types of politicians. It's true in one aspect that he shouldn't really have been given air in this space. But at the same time, it is very good for us to understand the type of animal we're dealing with. Because the embarrassing thing is not that he's Yoruba, I'm a Yoruba person. That's not the embarrassing thing. The embarrassing thing is this is the mode of the elite. To me, he seemed like a plant. To me, somebody made mention that the party he's in was not there to win anything. And I can see that clearly. Whether or not he's a tribalist, I don't know. But definitely, he's a Tinubu boy, one time. Most definitely. I don't know at what level that these antennas work, but he's in Tinubu's pocket. So again, I do really commend everyone in terms of the way they handled him and handled themselves within. But there is a lot to learn, I feel, for myself. I mean, I deal with politicians in this country at all levels. I deal with administration at all levels. And I deal with the law at all levels in terms of, apart from at least 24 lawyers in my family, all who I have issues with in terms of the way they are bred to think. I mean, a couple of our brothers are lawyers, and I know them before they became lawyers, and I know them after they became lawyers, and the differences within them. So I'm just witnessing another move, I suppose, on this channel, whereby we are to the animal that is a Nigerian politician is a serious animal. When you look at the world and how the world makes itself up, when I was going into my deeper understandings of what makes this world tick, you ask yourself fundamental questions like, who's running this? What's going on in this planet? How many levels are there? Who is the person running this whole gamut? When you start looking at who the leaders of the world are, then you understand how many tiers of power we've got to break through. Our first tier of power to break through in terms of being Nigerians is the puppet. However he came into power, the puppet of the West, as we have discussed quite well in terms of how we are still going cap in hand to the West, be it America or Europe. We're still doing that, and Nigeria is number one cap in hand. They've just got 700 million from the World Bank again. So it's all craziness. It's all gambling that they are doing. What we must have in our understanding that there's a panic amongst them. Whilst they're doing their work, there's a panic amongst them. And as Forefather has said, there is an opportunity here. We now, in terms of creating our documentation, our strategy, our understanding of how to create solutions out of this, it is incumbent upon us to know the animal that we're dealing with. If we can deal with the Nigerian animal, because he's more vicious than the other animals in West Africa, they're much more vicious, much more powerful, much more entrenched with the West. If we can deal with them, then we have a hope of dealing with those behind, who are the European elites in themselves, because that's what's going on. Which is there's a dichotomy going on between what we see here in the West. We see power being taken away slowly and surely from the masses. In Africa, we see it blatantly taking place. It's taking place on a blatant level. And this blatancy is going to start happening in Europe. Before it starts happening in Europe, the window that we have, as I said, coming into this new year, my hope was with Obi. Once that hope was kind of dashed, I really don't know where we are in terms of time, in terms of focus, in terms of how do we fight this issue? Because it's been said here now that it seems to me that it's got to be violence. That's what basically has been said. And I don't want to utter those things on this platform. However, we have to look at the rigmarole that we're involved with. And then we have to look at the actual power through the ballot that we don't have. We've seen clearly we don't have that power. What power then do we have is the questions that we need to start answering. Because whether we're going with sticks and stones to the powers that be, or doing whatever it is in tangible terms that we need to do, we have to fixate our minds as to the enemy that we're actually fighting. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Let me just share some of this stuff so that people see, because this whole thing is just, I don't know, man, whether anything is even worth talking about when this problem is still exists, because This is why I don't care about politics, I don't care about religion, I don't care about anything. I just want to head us out of this hole we are in, because we are basically still being colonized. And what that means is that they can do with us whatever they like if we don't sort
Absolutely.
ourselves out. Whenever they decide, it's going to be bad if we don't take care of ourselves. So look at since 1900, this thing, the military alliances that have been had. Look at them. So many. Do you see any sub-Saharan African country? Although they're still being colonized now, so it's only fair not to see them there. But after they went out of colonization, they still didn't even show up. Brazil and all the others are already popping out right now. Iran, Pakistan. This is 50s, 50s, 70 something.
The
I think
Lease
we'll see.
Treaty.
Yeah, they are all over the place. And look at how they are all ganging up. This is why we are colonized, because they started ganging up before they came into finishing us off, while we were busy fighting ourselves and helping them out. Now look at it again. Where is that one? These are all military alliances. I'm trying to see if I can find a Nigerian one. I think it's going to pop up soon.
There
I
it
think
is. They're just above Nigeria and England.
yeah, that's the one. I was so baffled, but I didn't know that that was even possible. That was something that was a thing. Only for me to find it here. It says, since the Jaja Wachuku as the first minister for foreign affairs and Commonwealth. Later, there's a Nigerian foreign. Okay, so yeah, that's the one that we had from 1958 to 1962. But look at the other countries. No African country here or nothing. Only Mauritius. I think Mauritius is an African country,
Yeah.
and they are doing very, very well for themselves. Malta, they are all doing very well for themselves. They have alliances. We don't. We don't even show up. Even Israel has alliances, for crying out loud. Israel and South Africa, look at this. They had an alliance this thing, during this thing. They said Israeli and South Africa, they had an alliance when, look at what was happening to them. So to let you know what you need to do to get where you need to get to, look at what they did. They said Israel, it says the agreement covered many different areas of defense cooperation at a time when both countries were unable to source weapons and defense technology freely on the international market, primarily because of arms embargo in place at the time. Even Israel had arms embargo. Today, look at them. But we don't want to do the hard thing. We don't want to do the hard thing, because we have to be like friends with them. Like I said, how long do we hug a transformer before we realize that it's not doing us good? That's what we'll keep doing. Even Israel had to go to the wilderness to emerge to what they are today. But we can't do that. Look at them. Look at them. They're all ganging up. All of them ganging up. No African country there. Forget it. We're also Nigeria was supposed to be free. One of a major country, but it doesn't show up there at all. No alignment to anybody. And all the nations that emerged in the last century, all of them had serious alliances. That's what got them. North Korea, all of them, they're all there on this list. Nigeria, nowhere to be seen. And look at when Africa popped up. The only time Africa popped up, I think it was Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. 2023. This year, these crazy coup plotters as the one that made it on the list.
It's a crazy coup.
Because that's how they like to call them, and they are the crazy ones. But now, if you attack one of that nation, you are attacking three of them. You have to fight all three of them.
Straight, man.
That you are going to see a war that now nobody is going to mess with them. Because if you mess with one, you mess with all three. All of them start war against you. That is what Nigeria should have secured in the entire West Africa by now.
You see, for us who might claim that we are Pan-Africanists, I always wonder why there is no leader that has come out in Africa that is close to somebody like Malema. We're not even close to that kind of rage.
We're not close. We're not even close. I will show you now where they said Nigerian leaders were quite Anglophile.
Yes.
For them, and the British man was the one writing the report to it. Like, they are so Anglophile, like they like the English. It's unbelievable. It says the British government only agreed to Nigerian independence once the colonial secretary and the minister of defense had secured a Nigerian commitment to a defense agreement in 1958. But By setting a date for independence, Britain lost a substantial degree of leverage. You see, it's always about leverage. But Nigerians don't understand that. Meanwhile, the Nigerian government came under pressure indirectly from the rise of Pan-Africanism. You see, Pan-Africanism again is the one that came and fought that distinct alliance and non-alignment, and directly from the emergence of opposition from the election of 1959, that the opposition parties fought against it. The negotiation for the distinct. During that time, Nigeria had a bit of say, and we were able to push back. By 1952, I think the British, they didn't even need it anymore. They just let that part of the agreement go. But if you look at this report, the actual full report, where the guy, let me see where they call our leaders Anglophiles. That was just a bit, for me, I just like, yeah, how many years later they still haven't changed? They're still doing exactly the same thing. Look at that. They said the agreement was felt welcome by Nigerian elite, which was not only Anglophile and anti-communist, but also wanted British military assistance for the build-up of its armed forces. So they were welcoming them to come in. Let's do it. The elite, that's what they wanted. This is today, that attitude hasn't changed. They are still behaving like they want the British
like
to
idiots.
come in.
They behave like idiots.
It's a problem. Oh, we have a
Oh,
problem.
it's the biggest problem, because that's the problem of our psyche, our collective psyche. These are the people that are giving us news. These are the people that are giving us information, and our populace is swallowing it or not. The amount of people who are awake and alive to the lies that are going on may be large, but it's not as large as the populace who are following the elite. So the fight on our hands is massive.
It's a serious one, because one of the statements that they said there, that was very interesting, because they said one of the reasons why it fell apart was not only because of the opposition party and all the rest, that the people were against it. And that's the thing. And people forget their power. That when the people decide that, oh, enough of this, and they become aware, they will push against it. And I'm sure it was a Pan-Africanist that told the people that, you know what, you can't allow this thing, because it's a new colonial stuff. And they all ganged up and got that this in defense alliance, taken apart. So that is it. And when Nigeria left that, instead of them to go and form new ones, at least form it on a different basis where you determine what you want to do. They didn't. They just stayed alone. How are you supposed to compete with France next door when you don't have a defense alliance with anybody else? You can't compete with France. That's why France is just ruling West Africa as they see fit.
Anyhow.
You know,
the
eco currency that
really
West Africa
abuse those West Africans, those states they control, the French people.
They are also affecting us now. We're supposed to have the eco currency in West Africa by now. The French just hijacked it, and Nigeria just like, we're just watching. What can we do? They can't
We
do
don't
anything.
even talk about it.
Oh, they pretend as if it never happened. How embarrassing is that?
It's very embarrassing.
They didn't even bother coming to talk about it, because they know that they can't challenge the French.
That in itself, the balancing of currencies across West Africa would have given Nigeria so much economic power that it's missing now. It's missing. And again, that economic power in the hands of the wrong person is going to be rotten anyway. So if it happened during Tinubu's time, during Buhari's time, as it should have happened, the new currency or the balancing of the economies across West Africa would have taken about a year, 2 years to equate. I was there and quite privy to the front seat when the euro took over in Europe, and I saw how it plummeted first, and then it just kept rising, came
Of course,
alive.
it's going to rise now with all those rich countries.
Everyone was shocked when it began plummeting. People was panicking, but you have to let the dust settle. So at some point we would have got to some kind of equal state. Even though prices may have varied across West Africa, the currency would have been in such a way that it balances the economies of the whole of West Africa, and therefore grows it and opens it up, which would be great for countries like Ghana, countries like Gambia, little enclaves that don't really have much of an economic balance themselves, but they have a lot to offer. So, these things would have helped us greatly. But as I said, in the hands of somebody like Tinubu, it would have been another catastrophe because these people know what they're doing. Not to say that they're
Are you
stupid.
seeing how Nigeria used to sound before? Like they had something to say when people are screwing around with them. It says Lagos, Nigeria, March 3. Prime Minister Abubakar Tafawa Balewa hinted today that French nationals might be expelled from Nigeria if France carried out her intention to conduct another nuclear test in the Sahara next month. So they've been conducting. Oh God.
And
this was
Bros,
not
when
even
it comes to that nuclear thing, if you go into it, you're gonna be
they are
so
not going to conduct
disappointed.
it in there. Why are they not conducting it in Europe? You see how clever these people are. They will not conduct it in their own area. They'll come and conduct it in other people's
My brother,
areas.
just look for an island called Christmas Island, and look for what nuclear testing they did down there. Just have a look.
You see, this was even something that was more of a foreign policy thing, because they weren't testing it in Nigerian territory, but yet we had a voice to speak against France. Now see what's happening in Niger now, and see how we're dealing with France on the same issue.
This is the I was surprised to see that, and I think we need really to dig into some of the agreements that we had towards our independence, because there's something there. We all just think that it's only the French. There is something. There's something is not right about the way Nigeria is functioning. Something is not right. What is so different about France and Nigeria right now? The French, they have concrete evidence that we have that, okay, they are putting their national reserve, their currency in France and all the rest of it. But the way their leaders behave and the way our leaders behave, what is the difference? We are all running to London all the time, Washington. So it's quite similar, and it has to be because of something. It's not just because we like them. It's not. Israel likes Americans. Israel like the British. They were all in all these countries. Israelis like them, but yeah, they were sanctioned. Why? Because they did something that the Western powers won't like them to do. But our leaders, it means that we never did anything they never liked. We always go to them all the time, and look at where we still are. Not one sanction, and look at our country. We can't even build power station without they keep postponing it every five years. That you know how frustrating that is for me, because every time they will tell me that Siemens has just Nigeria has signed with Siemens that built the one for Egypt, that they are coming to build something for us, and then they will tell you, there has been a delay 5 years, just like I'm waiting for that.
Forefather, by now, if they're building things for us, we should be building our own stuff, our own bicycle.
We should be leading Africa into understanding how to build. That's where we're supposed. But we never had this politics.
They refuse to do it.
We never really had this type of politics. We didn't get to that point where we had the politics of self-governance, self-realization. That politics died within the first 5 to 7 years of Nigeria becoming Nigeria. It died. It died within our misunderstanding of each other, our joining into this kind of tribal politics that led to where we are now in many ways. And we see that the for an alliance like Mali, Guinea, and Burkina Faso to come together, that's 3 countries. We as a country aren't together. We're not together. So, how are we going to get to where we're supposed to?
Yeah, exactly.
It's incredible based on what's stopping us. We have to really understand that there's a lot stopping us, and that is what your question is, or what your querying is. How is it that we are like this? How is it that we haven't moved? How is it that we can't give ourselves common electricity, for God's sake? I mean, electricity is a simple thing right now, man. For Nigeria not to have it, it's a disgrace, a complete disgrace.
It's just unbelievable. Let's welcome Dr. Marie Antoinette. Doctor,
open up the thing, and we can't see.
Yeah. On this platform, everybody's putting their camera on, and when I'm streaming from to Nigeria, they don't put cameras on, so that's why she's not aware of that stuff. So, do you think you can put your camera on, Doctor?
Oh boy, well, really, I just wanted to share those 2 links
Doctor, please put on your camera. We like to see people. We're not secret
It's
people. Yeah,
okay. It's
it's okay.
11:30 in the night, so I'm already in my night clothes. So
Oh,
I'm
I
going to
see.
bed.
Okay, that's
But
fine.
I just
Okay, that's
wanted
fine.
to yeah,
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, I just
that's fine.
wanted to leave those two documents for you. Yeah, I would not to join the panel really, just to give you those two links.
Thank you for coming in. The first one, the one, the state and military, the state and the military perspective on Nigeria USA military cooperation. Have you read it before, and do you have like a summary to give us? Because I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can just start reading the entire thing at this moment.
Oh, okay. No, I just found it interesting that there was well, not an
Mm,
alliance, not an official alliance or pact. It's an
mm.
cooperation, military cooperation between the USA and Nigeria, and maybe I'm not too sure how much protection it confers on Nigeria, but it's just something to consider. It
Yeah.
exists.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does. It
So
does exist. That's interesting. Thank you for sharing, and I'll try to go through it because it looks like it's a kind of they actually stated there that it's a kind of defense pact, but not by name. They went on to say not necessarily demean its value in defense and strategic thinking. The withdrawal of military assistance to Nigeria on March 23rd, 23rd 2003 should be seen as a strong protest against Nigeria's reservation on the US-led war on Iraq rather than a complete end to it. Look at that. Unbelievable stuff. I think we need to digest this one. This is interesting because this is the problem with nations. Some of the secretive things that they do, eh,
yeah.
it's just not right. They do too many secretive things that the people don't have a clue what is going on. And to be fair, if the country was being run well, people would not care. But these are the kind of problems. It's good that you brought this stuff in because one needs to look at it. I don't know what the US is doing with Nigeria military. I know they are all over Nigeria, and there's a lot of information about Nigerian military on US Army websites, which is crazy. That they if you want to know a lot about Nigerian military, you go to US Army website, you'll be surprised how much information you find there, pictures and everything. So, but what good has it done us? That's all I keep asking. If they were doing the right thing by Nigeria, we have power supply, we feel safe. And even then, I would still say we need to take charge of our security.
I mean, absolutely. Probably more
Uh,
so.
Even then, I would still say take charge of your. Don't go to sleep. Because if you go to sleep, there will be consequences. But we are getting the worst of both worlds. We are being their friend, and they are not giving us anything for it. Unbelievable stuff.
Begging.
Tinubu sounded as if he was about to do something that they may not like. Actually said it that he will do things that may not be popular. I don't know whether he means in terms of geopolitics or in terms of our local politics. I don't know what he
He's
means.
only talking about Nigeria, mate. Yeah, he's not talking about. Tinubu is nothing on the world stage. Nothing, no gravitas at all on the world stage. We can't even start pretending. He's just going to be their lapdog, full stop. So whatever he may do, he may get a bit petty if everything doesn't go his way, and I think they would manage that within him. But he has no structure for global governance. You know, he
Yeah.
just blatantly should not be there leading a country like Nigeria. No,
Yeah.
man. Shouldn't be
Yeah,
there.
they actually talked about it in the first Nigerian defense pact that we had. It was with British, of course. Well, who else? We don't see any part of the world anymore. Everything is the British and America. That's all we know. They don't go anywhere else. Now they are at least Tinubu is branching over to France, another colonizer again in our continent. It's just pathetic. Some of these things our elites are doing, and they don't tell Nigerians that. That is the one that really, and even our media. They too are
Absolutely.
in a way complicit. They don't tell Nigerians all this that to let them know that you know what, some of what is it that happening. We're not saying the Europeans are our enemies, but they are not exactly here to help us develop. We need to do it ourselves. That is what we need to be reminding our people of every single day. We have to
Who would
work
you
out
expect to
these
tell
things
you
for
that?
ourselves. The leader, this is the journalists should be doing it. We are doing it here, but our reach is not as much as they do. Can you imagine if Tinubu came out one day and said, you know what, Nigerians, stop looking for foreign dollars, foreign currencies. We need to come together and raise funds to build so and so, fix our electricity. Well, all the people from overseas, you can come home and build. We are going to recruit people to secure the country so that you can feel safe. We'll give you land. There are things you can do. People will flood into the country to want to come and build. There are a lot of Nigerians out there. As long as they feel safe and they feel the environment is welcoming for them to do it. Right now, the environment is telling them, get out. We don't want you here. That's what the environment is telling them all the time. You get to the airport, they will start treating you garbage. With garbage treatment. They are welcoming the Igbo man while they are treating you like they are keeping you on the queue. And then when you don't talk to them the right way or settle them, they just frustrate your life. That's where it starts. And then when you get out of the country, they start frustrating you. You go to the bank, they try to frustrate you. Everywhere you go, they try to frustrate you. They want you out. You know, just this weekend, I was watching this program that they have in Nigeria. It's a Nigerian kind
Can
of
you give
program.
us the screen, bro, so we can see each other?
Okay, I'll give you back the screen. Yeah. They gave us, there was this program on YouTube about visa on arrival. I don't know whether anybody else has seen it. And the topic was about jackpotting. That the immigration officers that are supposed to process people's visas, they too want to leave the country. That's how crazy it is. And it thought that the officers, the people that are processing it that want to leave the country, their boss too wants to leave the country. It's like, why are these our leaders not doing stuff to keep people here? I do like some of the things Tinubu said when he went to America to the Nigerians. He tried to encourage them to come to Nigeria, but he didn't do anything to make them come to Nigeria. He didn't say, when you come to Nigeria, this is what I'm going to do for you. He just said, come to Nigeria and build. How?
Yeah, because I didn't like anything that Tinubu said. I listened to you on that show that you had.
No, I was quite surprised,
land.
I was quite surprised about that show myself.
Oh, the show was quite awful.
It surprised me.
However, it had its own learning curves. The thing is, I made mention of the same thing that you made mention. Fundamentally, you cannot speak about France without about Niger without speaking about France. And when he did that, I just understood that he's the enemy in the camp, the greatest enemy in the camp.
Literally in France right now, unbelievable.
No, he's just the greatest enemy to Africa right now, and we have him leading us. Nigeria could be truly destroyed in terms of whatever reputation that we may have built up as individuals or as a nation. Through his governance, our reputation can be ripped to pieces. And I don't think we really are tackling that aspect
I
of
don't
us.
see any good thing coming out of this with the French.
Well, I mean, let's be real. Let's just be real. Let's be really real. You know, I listening to what was spoken on your show, I learned quite a lot about West African, especially Francophone politics, even though they were quite scattered in their approach.
Oh, now you saw all those from Burkina Faso,
Those young
from
ones.
Mali. Yeah, they come on, man.
And how they were coming together and how they were making their own sense. You know, it was interesting because we don't have a lot of dialogue with the Francophone countries.
Yes.
You know, we're speaking about jollof rice between Ghana and Nigeria, and jollof rice doesn't even belong to us. It's a Senegalese dish. That's what's going on in terms of our communication. You know, what I found is that most of those young guys in the Francophone countries do have a understanding of what's in their territory. And what I see as a simile is once the Tuareg are disturbing them in their area, the Fulani are disturbing us in our area. It's just got to be said as it is, as far as I'm concerned. And I don't know why these people can't be given a country. It's not Biafra that needs to go. It's these people who really aren't like us that need to go and sit down.
They are like us. The problem is, do you know that the Fulanis are more like us?
No, we've discussed this, and I understand you, but the Fulani goes through a lot of differences before you, and the Tuareg, they go through their differences as well. So these are quite strange people, and they're largely.
They are not strange people. How can you just say that?
I'll put it to you that they are mixed race people among us. They're mixed race with mixed ideology.
So
So, you know,
how about Hausas? Why would you allow Hausas to remain? Hausas have also
Hausas are real people, mate, in terms of their lineage goes back far. You understand? The Hausa have been Hausa. The Fulani have gone through so many different.
Their language, Hausa language is Afro-Asiatic.
It doesn't mean that doesn't mean
Fulani
that
language
they're not
is
they,
Niger
they're
Congo,
not
which is
known.
our branch of language, and their genetic
That's because they've
lineage
taken
is
it from
more.
somewhere. They took that. I keep telling you, even though you can follow, you can follow the etymology of these things in scientific terms. You still have to follow it historically to see the movement of the Fulani people and where they originally came from, because they did not originally come from Futajalon. That's where they ended up
Yes.
for a long time. You
Yeah,
understand? And that's where they got the language. That's where
it's
they
not
got
fair though.
our
What you are doing is not fair, because they have, it's not only the language now. By that standard, you can say
But
you two are not.
that's what you brought up. You brought up the language, and that's
No,
why I went to the
there's
language
also
point.
the genetic. They are also E1B1B, no, E1B1A that we are. They are more of E1B1A than the Hausas. For me, when I
Yes, they
first saw that, that blew my
they
mind.
would be. That doesn't make them closer in terms of relationship. We Yorubas, we have a strong relationship with the Hausas that goes back a long time.
Yes,
Before
that's true. That's true.
before the Fulani ever came into the space. So I have a real appreciation about this history. You understand, especially where we are concerned.
I get what you mean, because Hausas arrived in the Nigerian space that's in recent times, like thousands of years, while the Fulanis, even if they are more linked to our own genetic lineage, they are further away. They were further away
Yes.
compared to the Hausas. That's true. But I just thought it's good. It's interesting that the Hausa that speak Afro-Asiatic language, that is not like Niger Congo one. At the same time, their genetic lineage is not as close to us as the Fulanis.
I'm sure the Wolof in Senegal are probably close E1B1, or they could be.
A1B1A.
I'm not quite sure what it is, but whichever it
Oh,
is,
they are.
they too have a strong relationship with the Fulani that goes back. You understand? And there's been a lot of mixing there and a lot of tribal conflict. You understand? With the Mandinka as well. There's been a lot going on where these two peoples have been rather instrumental in causing confusion in the West African region from history. It's been a history with them. In the slave trade, Fulani had the biggest hand in the West African slave trade, the biggest in setting up
Which
to the
Igbo? Which
Europeans.
Igbo?
The
Which
Fulani.
Igbo?
The Fulani.
Yeah, because they were in the Sahel, and they were the ones interacting with people coming from the north. You see, so they would not naturally do the trading with them. So
No, it wasn't naturally like that. It was naturally because they had their own belief in what slavery was, and they had their own belief in who were slaves. So within that, they were doing the sharing of the slaves. They were doing the raiding. They were bringing people to the coast. They were bringing people across the Sahara. The slave trade. They were most instrumental in it. Most instrumental. Don't worry about Dahomey. Don't worry about Oyo. Don't worry about what was going on in the east of Nigeria. What the Fulani was doing right across West Africa, it
wasn't
put any
only
of those.
you just mentioned the Mandikas and all the rest. It wasn't only them. So other groups were also doing the same thing. It was almost a West African thing. In short, it was almost a continental thing. We
No, it
were
was.
involved in
Then
slavery.
you have to actually understand the numbers of Fulani that were taken across to the Americas were much slimmer than any other race within West Africa. Much slimmer. They
didn't have the
were part of
population
the slave
though.
trade, no doubt, but they weren't in the numbers that we were in. Right, from the Mandinkas right across to the Igbos.
But that's true, because they didn't have the numbers. If you look at the population of Fulani today, there are not that many.
What? Fulani?
It looks like there are many, but they're not that many. They're not as
No,
many as
they're
you
not
think.
many in Nigeria, my brother. But when you take their numbers from Senegal to Central Africa, which is where they are, you're going into the Congo, so which is where they're spreading. When you take those numbers, you'll understand that these are formidable people that in a different way. They're not behaving like most of the Africans who are settled around them. They're still moving people, but they have numbers.
Yeah.
Don't say they don't have numbers. They have
They are
numbers.
saying about 20 million, 20 to 25 million. They are not as many as you think.
20 to 25 million stretched
yeah.
across the nation, where they know how to include themselves in a country. Like how they've included themselves in Nigeria is to practice the Hausa Fulani rule. And they've done that more or less since they've been here to take power. And in that mix, they've become comfortable here enough now to call themselves Fulani one time. If you ask a Hausa guy, he will tell you that he's Hausa Fulani. But if you ask a real Fulani guy, he'll just tell you he's a Fulani man one time.
Oh my God! Sorry. The chat they are all eviscerating me there because I didn't see a link. It looks like somebody asked me to send the link and I didn't see it. And some people are see Tibajek. What is this mumu thing you are calling me now? I'm beginning to see this almost like a kind of honor even when they keep calling me all these names. Hey, welcome Odi. Yeah, we're just having the chilled out discussion about some of the things we've been talking about the military alliances, and now we are talking about the Sahel issues because I think Jargon was present when we were some Burkina Base, as they call them, people from Burkina Faso, Malians, and I think some other people from Sierra Leone. They were having a conversation about what was going on in that area. It got heated. You saw that now. It got heated for a bit because, some people were saying that in this one, your country did this to me, your country didn't do that to me, and all the rest. But it was a good discussion to have an idea what's going on in that region. I still didn't get a chance to ask the Burkina Faso guy what Traore is doing. He says Traore is doing quite well. That he's increased the size of the military and doing a lot of projects, but there's nothing concrete. I've not seen any proof.
Well, you see, these guys, as skilled as they are, and as righteous as I believe they are, I believe they're to be quite righteous takeovers at a quite timely point. He is doing quite a lot of projects, but I think he has an idea to hand down. But I don't know how many people he can trust. And there's a history across the Sahel of a lot of conflict, a lot of coups.
Yes.
So with this kind of history, it's difficult. Without Nigeria, without Nigeria having a strong government that is settling that nation, West Africa doesn't work, bruv. Because there's no backing for these countries.
Let me add this. The thing is, the ancient times, those who were hardcore, man. If your leader dies, all the lieutenants die with the leader. That will teach you not to try to betray your leader. If that was the case with Sankara, do you think that guy that went that killing would do it? Because if he didn't, his life is forfeit too.
Well, again, you see, those countries are too small. The Sankara was a great leader, but the countries are too small and they're not being well backed up. They're not being well backed up. He got rid of France only for France to be introduced back again. There was a commentator today that was saying that, boy, I think it was even this guy. The way of coup and recoup coup is a French word in actual fact.
Yes.
So there's no one who's going to really do it better than they can. And that's what's been going on in those nations anyway for donkey's years. So I don't know whether we're going to we will return to some kind of French power base across the Sahel without Nigeria putting its thinking cap on. And right now, Nigeria is in the pocket of France. So
this is very concerning.
It's a quandary.
It's a very, very concerning situation.
Sorry, guys. Let me just jump in. Jaguar, man, good stuff you guys have been discussing. I'm a Pan-Africanist, so like this is like my space, man. Like I was at the background saying, "Hey, forefathers, link. Come on,
Sorry about that.
No problem, man. So I just love, Jagun, man. Good stuff today. Just you're on fire, man.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, good job. So, Jagun made a very good point. Burkina Faso is like a state in Nigeria, not a very big state,
Their GDP, I just checked, is less than $20 billion. You know, so that's really one small hospital in the United States, local
Yeah.
hospital. You know, that's so it's really a local government, maybe Lagos State, you know, one local government. You know, by comparison, the GDP of New York City is 2.1 trillion. So that country cannot do anything by itself. They can. It's
But
almost.
hold on. Let me just add this though before you say they can't do anything by itself.
No.
Singapore is less than 10 million, and I mean, no, Burkina Faso is over 10 million, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not
Maybe
talking about. I'm talking about GDP. I'm not talking about
yes,
population.
no. What the reason why I say that is that if Singapore with less population can do it, then they could also be great if they had the kind of leader that can transform it. That's the
No, I'm
point I'm
talking
trying to say.
about. You see, Singapore GDP and Nigerian GDP is about the same. Singapore is not even a local government in Nigeria.
It's an island. Singapore
But
is
they
an
have the
island.
same GDP as Nigeria. So you can't, there's no room for comparison. I try to bring facts. You know, what I'm trying to say is that imagine a local hospital in the United States trying to do something big. It's impossible. You know, we're talking about, you know, Traore. That's where I jumped in. That's really not what I, you know, wanted to talk much about,
No,
you
no,
know.
I get what you are saying. The reason why I'm saying that is that Burkina Faso, from what I can see here, is about 22 million, which is even like larger population than I thought. And Singapore is 5.4 million, and their GDP has managed to almost be equal to a country like Nigeria that is 200 million, while Singapore and Burkina Faso that has 22 million is 20 billion. So you can see that Burkina Faso is small, but they have potential if the leader
No, that so
decides
you're
to
missing the
do the
point,
right thing.
you know, forefathers. You know, I think we're all on the same point.
Maybe I
The
am.
point is about look, you see one man, like two men are walking on the street. One is Elon Musk, who is richer than countries, you know, and then you have another person who is like a giant, but he doesn't have $2 in his pocket. You know, the size doesn't matter. It's about how much wealth you have. Most of the, you know, look at, you know, the UK. UK is a very, you know, 60 million or something.
Yeah.
Nigeria, we're 200 million. We can't even stand them. They're flogging us around and chasing our government. And
But I
look
thought
at
you
France.
said a moment ago that Singapore and Burkina Faso is too small. Now you're saying
No,
size
I'm
also.
talking about
No.
GDP.
What we mean, if I may, by too small, is
GDP.
they're not
GDP.
even a full nation.
Thank you.
Not a full nation.
GDP wise,
they cannot.
GDP wise.
They don't have the infrastructure or the authority within self of creating an economic viable base for themselves.
At this time.
Absolutely, at this time.
Yes,
What all the countries, all of them, including Ghana, by way of their size, you've just spoken about their own level of army backing, about 15,000. You know, that's not going to. That's I can send football hooligans. I can send football hooligans from Southeast London to deal with that.
No. So, you know, I didn't want to lose my chain of thought because you guys were talking about the echo, and you know, a few minutes ago, because my whole discussion was going to go about the echo. So, you see, if imagine Traore has done a coup that kicked out France, but guess what? Traore still uses when he wants to buy pineapple in the market. It's France safer because on his own, his central bank cannot back up a currency. That can. It's just, you know, this discussion went on about, you know, for about 4 years ago. I followed that discussion very, very closely. There was this Cameroonian woman who was really, because Cameroon was going to join the ECO. The Cameroon is not part of West Africa, but they wanted to join the ECO. And Nigeria was at the forefront. Buhari just essentially capitulated. And this is not just about the strength of France. there was already agreement on board that Nigeria will back the ECO. These guys were going to all join Nigeria and stand behind Nigeria, and this was going to be mini liberation. You know, I like the idea of defense pact and all that. But where power is in the money, it's economy. You know, if you look at people like Switzerland.
I really beg to disagree. If you believe that, believe in me, I will conquer you before you.
Let me put it to you. Let me put this to you, really, please. Odi, hold your thought, because I like where you're going. I like where you're going. But I quickly put this to you, forefather, that the difference between Awolowo and Nkrumah was your exact point. Awolowo was dealing with the economy. He said the economy is the most important thing that for us to really be getting on with right now. Nkrumah differed.
Big mistake.
Nkrumah differed and spoke about nation building and nationality and, you know, what we follow, which is, what's it called? Kind of black liberation, black understanding. I want to put it to him that once you've had your liberation, what are you going to do then? What happens next? Because he said, without the economy, you can't make moves. You can't make moves. The other person who found this out was the difference between Dr. King in the struggles in the US in terms of going towards the vote for the black man or continuing to build economy. And it was at the very end that he said he went the wrong way. He said he should have gone.
I think that this in the is clear from history, not only through clearly all the hard work that Awo has done. It didn't amount to too much because of the failure of not taking security as seriously as it should have. Focusing on the economy.
No, that's not why it didn't happen. It's because people didn't buy into his philosophy. If people go into that philosophy, it will be much easier to build a theology around the economy. And up to today, we in Africa, we don't have any theology in terms of. Just to quickly round up, you know, the other day, this guy spoke about a plan. You know, in African politics, most especially Nigerian politics, I can't see planning. It doesn't look like planning. It looks to me like throw this up, throw that.
You want to
There's
plan
no planning.
politics. You plan politics. What is the use of that without security? Personally, I don't understand how people see this.
Well, let
me give you a scenario. Let me give you a scenario and paint it. Just
tell me this now. Before you even give me that scenario, how do you have security if you cannot buy or manufacture your weaponries? Tell me.
You see, you don't have zero economy. That's one. You
God.
have some economy. So the problem when people talk about this, they want to prioritize economy. They forget that we are not starting from zero economy. We already have an economy that you can use to do all those things. All you have to decide is that you want to do stuff yourself. You'll be able to build. Our leaders are deciding not to do that. That's why we are not able to build stuff ourselves. That's why I say they are standing us down. Because North Korea can do it. North Korea, 80% of all structures in North Korea was destroyed. 80%. 4 years later, they were able to build an underground train station, train line.
I understand.
100 meters underground. How did they do that?
So, bros,
we understand that there was no economy there.
We understand that things can be done, but things are done based on the philosophy that you bring to the table in the instance and as to how you are going to build. And there's a philosophy about how you build. Now, it took devastation for Korea, who are, I won't say warmongering, but their mentality is quite different from the mentality of West Africans, put it that way. So in their devastation, it was still in them to say, look, this level is not happening to us again. So it's a different focus that they would have.
Yeah, but it doesn't negate from the idea that security is extremely important. Because
I don't disagree with you about security.
No one disagrees with you about the fact that security is important. That's why North Korea has a say. That's why Russia has a say. The GDP of Russia is less than that of the New York City. New York City.
Imagine that.
You know, see, let me tell you, if New York City goes and sits as a country, they will have a lot of friends. Look, if in high school or in secondary school, wherever, if you had a rich boy who was not very strong, he was popular in school because he can buy rich friends. That's what I'm saying. It's not about, look, North Korea is very strong.
You see, what you are mistaking
Hold
is
on
that
now, let me land. Let me
rich.
land now. Let me land on my point. Because
Scratching
this is
his head.
about, look, there's a country called Switzerland.
Yes.
That country is not playing, it doesn't fight anybody. They just have money. And they are playing with money. And they keep people's money. That's how they play around. Go ahead.
You walked into that one.
Hmm?
You walked into that one. Do you know how many bunkers Switzerland has got?
No. It's not about, I'm telling you, the power of Switzerland is, so Switzerland cannot stand the United States. But they have, it's not their strength. The strength of Switzerland is not particularly in their, their deterrence is not their defense. Their deterrence is their economy. They're holding everybody's money.
Not the economy.
Okay, let's go to
when I ask you then,
as a non-military country.
Let me use a better example.
Did you know during the Second World War?
I would like to land. Okay, sorry. Tone.
During the Second World War, the Nazis deposited a lot of treasures in Switzerland.
Yeah,
it's the economy.
I know.
So let me give you a clearer example.
Why did they think that the money will be safe there? Because they know the place is secure.
No, I like to come back to Prince Adeboele because I asked him some questions and he was playing around. But I like to finish on by talking about Taiwan, a country that will give you the most example about economic power versus military power. Taiwan is a country, let me even check, I think their GDP is about almost $1 trillion. This is a country that broke away from China. If you're a student of history, you know how that happened. America is standing to say, if China attacks Taiwan, we'll fight for you, Taiwan. Every country is standing, look, what's the strength of Taiwan? It's the economy. Let's say Nigeria goes tomorrow, or like one country, or Russia goes to play with Taiwan. The United States is not going to let it happen. All the microchips are coming in there from there, and they have so much economic power you can do. So, but what I'm trying to say is that where Nigeria could make hay or get our power is to develop economic prowess. There's an African alliance, African Free Trade Agreement that was supposed to be signed. Nigeria was the person that scuttled the whole thing. They were saying, oh, people are going to be coming in there. Buhari messed the whole thing up. African free trade, America has a free trade with Mexico, with Canada, Europe. You can't. There's no way you can. Even Buhari locked our borders.
Odi, you're Pan-African, and I will really hate to see you make the mistakes of the past. It's very, very important you understand the value of security. If you don't, then ask yourself.
No. I'm not talking about. I'm not against developing security. I said,
because even Taiwan, I'm looking at Taiwan's data right now. Their military size is almost bigger than that of Nigeria, and they are 20-something million. And their reserve is 2.3 million.
No. I'm not comparing Taiwan with Nigeria. We're not in the same league. I'm trying to tell you is that I think you're saying no.
That's what.
No. Forefather, stop interrupting. Just a minute, if I can, forefather. And you got good points.
You tell me not to interrupt.
No. What I mean is like this: all your points are fully valid and understood.
100%.
What you're speaking about is this is where Nigeria at least should be, and we agree with you. You understand? For what we've been through and what our intelligence should tell us, but that's not the case. The case is where we are, and given all of these things,
let me tell you something.
What's the next step? Is the state, because whatever security you're trying to build right now without an economy, it's going to be scuppered in no time. All of security has to have a lot of planning and intelligence behind it. You're not just building a security based on building security. It's not like that. You have to your planning, your political understanding of what it is that you are approaching needs to be taken as intel. And right now we don't even have that. We don't have.
Let me just give you two scenarios.
Let Odi land, because we won't get this to move on.
You see, the way you are talking, you don't ever want us to get anywhere. You just want, you say one, you tell somebody to say, I have
no, it's not like that. It's not like that. What it was is that you were interrupting Odi from landing. Because he hasn't landed his point, because you were always coming out with his point that we clearly understand. We agree with you.
Or you just said something that you are not allowing me to respond to.
Yeah, but I only said that thing in order to say that.
You could have just said, "Oh, this
all right,
wait now.
That means it's about you and me. It's not about you and me. It's about letting Odi land.
Letting me respond too.
Okay,
both of you
no
on the
problem.
same side. You should allow me to respond. It's
Okay,
not like
the guy never lands.
Respond.
See, if you have $10 to protect, and the security that you put in place requires $5 to overcome that security, so that somebody can come and steal that $10, that is scenario one. And then you have scenario two, says you have that $10, then you put security in place that is going to cost them $50 to come and steal that $10. Which one is more likely to be stolen?
Say that again. Recreate that scenario.
If you have the first scenario one, you have $10, and then you put security in place that will cost whoever wants to steal that $10 $5 to overcome that security, so they can be able to steal the $10. Then scenario two, you have that $10, you put security in place that will cost them $50 to come and steal that $10. Which one is more likely to be stolen?
The latter. The latter is less likely to be stolen.
Yes, because that's why security always goes hand in hand with economy. If you want to build any economy, you have to put security on top of it.
We agree. There's no argument.
Nobody. I think you're just talking about. Everybody agrees with that. Let me create a third scenario for you. The third scenario is you, instead of having $10 for people to, and then making it difficult for people to come and steal it from you, why don't you have $1,000? And if you have $1,000 instead of $10, and then you can pay people $200 to make sure that if somebody wants to attack you, it costs them $20,000. Which one do you think? Who do you think is in a better place?
You are in a better place until those people that are protecting you decide to take it themselves.
Thank you. But the first of all, what you forget is the people, and this is the problem that a country like Russia has had over the past few years. Russia, look, I live in a country where Russians come and they look like Nigerians. You know, they come to look for medical help, just like people are coming from Africa to come and look for medical help.
They call Russians the white Nigerians. And I
agree with you. So Russians are, so, you know, I'll tell you a good example. You see, the scenario you're creating is this. Russia has created that possibility that it will cost you $50 to come and defeat them. But nobody, you know, their country is poor. You know, look, Russians are coming to the UK, I'm sure where you are, and the US to clean toilets. You know, they're leaving their country to, you know, to go to look for better life. So what I'm saying is that you have to develop your economy. You have to groove your people first of all. Then before, you know, and then you continue, and you can walk and chew gum, and you can do both at the same time. Russia I don't want to be taken away from Prince Adebole. I think because what we want
But
is the
Russia
interest
seems
of
to have a
Nigeria.
GDP. Russia seems to have a GDP per capita that is about 6 times that of Nigeria. That's
Russia,
they
do
are
you
that
know,
rich.
my brother? Do you know who Russia is? Look at the SARS. This guy
I
should
know,
be
but you are
the
saying they
number.
are
They
poor.
have the
That's why I'm
largest.
saying that. You say they were poor.
Russia has the most minerals in the whole world. They have
I
the
know
largest.
they are the only country that don't need any other country to survive. And
Yeah,
yet you say they
but
were
look,
poor.
Russia has the biggest landmass in the world, yet their economy is smaller than New York City. That's the point I'm trying to make for you. They can't even beat. Look, because they are not very rich. Because they are not very rich, America is allowing Ukraine to be messing with them.
Yes.
America is saying, "Oh no, they are running around. America will just give Ukraine." Can you imagine? America kicked Ukraine out, Russia out of G8. They said, "Well, Mr. Putin, you can't come here again, Mr. Putin. With all their military might, if you travel, we'll arrest you." The man can't go to South Africa and go, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. You have to have money in your pocket before you go to the gym.
Are you
If you don't
seriously
get money,
trying to say that if Russia goes out, they will arrest Putin?
yes, now that's why the man didn't
The
go to
reason
South
why he
Africa.
didn't
He
go, the
didn't go
reason
to
why he
India.
didn't go was instability in his own country. That's what you saw what happened with the Wagner group. It has nothing to do with you saw
Who is the man? He has
he
killed the
travels to
man. Now, what are you talking
yeah,
about?
but he goes to Ukraine, he goes to other places. The only reason why he doesn't go out right now is because he fears
No,
for his own
he's not
regime.
sure if they will arrest him. Now, what are you saying? Ramaphosa did not guarantee him that he will not arrest him. That's why he did not go for
There are
BRICS.
many other countries that are far less than Russia that have been at wars, worse wars,
wait,
that their leaders travel.
No.
We
I don't
shouldn't
think
be,
we should take this whole thing
we
for
shouldn't
granted.
be,
Sorry,
we shouldn't take,
Ross.
okay.
No, go on.
We shouldn't take him for granted though, because if it just takes him to release one of the missiles or more, it will go crazy.
That's what
Just releasing
frightens me.
one
The way
missile.
some people just forget what true
Just
power
one
really
missile
means.
will
They
go
just
crazy.
think everything is about
Because
money. It's not about money.
No.
Nobody.
UK will
We
strike.
shouldn't take it like this.
UK
We're
will
taking it
strike.
too black and
America
white.
will strike. Russia will
Maybe it's
strike.
coming
That's
across to me like that. That's why.
We're taking it
No, if
in
I'm
terms
coming
of
across
how
to
you're
you
seeing it
like
fall
that,
further, because
then
we
that
understand
means
the
I don't want
geopolitics
to.
of the world at the moment and who's number 1, 2, 3, and 4 in terms of who can create the most damage in any war situation. You understand, given the power that they have and what they've built up. These things now can sometimes fall into being redundant unless there are leaders that don't care. So the world is obviously going through a lot of transformation right now. And within that transformation, there could be war, but it's not really, if there is war, it doesn't go into the hands of those who are heaviest armed. That's not what they directly want, even though they can have a war at any time anybody wants. What they want is the changes that we're going through to make sure that the is out of the way as far as they possibly can. As they say, the useless eaters, they're out of the way so that they can focus on the big boys and who is actually going to take charge of the next millennia. That's what the fight is about right now, if we put it in those terms. Put it in those
World
terms.
order.
Sorry?
New world order.
If you like, yes. So now putting it in those terms lets us know the direction that the world is trying to head into. Now, we as Nigerians have to really understand where it is that we fit into all of this. Are we going the way that these people want to go, even though we may or may not want to go that way? Are we strong enough to build some resistance to what's going on at the moment and indeed have enough influence to change the direction that suits us more with our lowly position? So this is where we now have to start building our intelligences from. And whether or not our intelligence says to us that it is security first, in the light that really that the fight isn't really with us. It's only all these scurrying devils that are running around, jihadists and 1 or 2 separatists and bits and pieces. That's really what we're dealing with if we boil it down. It's not a big deal. Nigeria during Abacha would have dealt with all this a long time ago. Nigeria, during Babangada's time, would have dealt with all this. Nigeria, during some of our military leaders, this would not have happened at all. You know, people bouncing around telling us that they're going a completely different way. It wouldn't have happened. You know, we went
so,
to.
Jagun, I want to return us to the discussion.
I'm trying to get back to this. I'm trying to, but I'm saying that let's give it a roundedness so we know where we're going within our discussions. These are the parameters that we're playing with. So we're not playing just suggestions. We're playing with real parameters that we have to see. Okay, well, Nigeria in the position that it's in, where really we don't have security for real, but our economy is bashed up to hell. What are we going to do with 200 hungry people, 200 million hungry people? This is the scenario that we're actually in. So it's not to start really bringing out all kinds of examples. That's why I wanted Odi to land, so our conversation enters our small future.
So let me take it from here. I want to go away from Russia because I think Russia has a role to play if we are going to be saved. Africa can come to any type of liberation. I tried to say some things about the Second World War, and the only reason that we got our independence in Africa is because of the Second World War. And if the Second World War did not happen, all of us will still be under the British, colonial masters.
Why do we keep calling them masters? How did they don't call themselves masters? No, they are not our masters.
You get triggered by a lot of things, man. This is what it is. Don't get triggered, bruv. This is what it is.
I get triggered because what that indicates is that there is a lot of subliminal.
It may do to you, but you're speaking to an intelligent man now. It's not that he doesn't know what he's saying.
They don't call themselves masters. They don't even call themselves masters.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. The colonialists, imperialists.
They made us.
I like to call them imperialists. Okay, let's talk about they are imperialists. Here's my thing. Let me go to Prince Adebole because I listened to the man after the election. I was really, it pained me watching him. I know SDP is a vehicle that was supposed to give Tinubu, Tinubu the ticket if he didn't get it under APC. If anybody knows Nigerian politics, the whole idea was that Buhari didn't want him to contest, and there was a game plan to get him out, but SDP was going to give him a ticket. But when he did not get a ticket, then Prince Adebole got the ticket and he ran. But, the man speaks well, but when he spoke after the election, then you could see everything about him. My people say, if, breeze blow, we go see foul nyash. The point is that, when the man, I asked him 2 questions today. I asked him, do you think Nigerian judiciary is corrupt? The guy said, he started going on a tangent. He said it was equivocating American judiciary and Nigerian judiciary. This one is corrupt. I said, okay, is Nigerian judiciary corrupt? So if a man cannot say yes or no on that kind of, then you can just clearly see the kind of human being he is. I asked him another question. I said, do you think Tinubu won the election? He went off on a tangent. He was going back and forth. INEC declared, I think nobody. So you could see right off the bat what he's standing for. When you have this kind, and then he came here to tell us that he lived in America and this one, that one. He said DC. He was trying to, they asked him about the 25% in Abuja. And he was trying to.
Bros, I have to stop you because you're repeating yourself. I've heard all this from you when I was off the line listening to what you were saying. So everybody's heard this. We want to know how it ties. You came in based on your own Pan-Africanist sensibilities. Mm-hmm. So I was thinking that you were coming with certain.
No. I just wanted to, talk about people like him. That people like him are not going to help our cause. People like him are already locked in with whatever they are locked in. So because I thought we were going to talk about the guest, so of the panel today. No, but me going forward, I see the role or the presence of Russia in the Sahara as a deterrence for people like France. Look, without Russia in Burkina Faso and in Mali, the French wouldn't have left those countries. The only reason that they may leave Niger eventually is because, Russia is creeping in slowly.
They've
And
left.
they have deterrence.
They've left.
They've
left. For me, where
they
this
haven't
whole
left.
thing is
They haven't left Niger yet.
The last person to leave was the ambassador, and he's flown out.
No, the army, the French army is they have a pact with, they have a pact with between France and Niger. They haven't. The French army is still there. Is the ambassador? I think they managed to kick out, as we talked about it last time. My thing is, we are going to stand strong and continue to educate our people. Only us can free ourselves, and we're not going to be afraid of anybody. We're going to be speaking to our people. People like Tinubu, like you said, someone said Tinubu has gone to Paris. I didn't know about that, but I wouldn't be surprised. If you see everything, all the jumping around, gymnastics he was doing around Niger was to impress, somebody who could be his grandson. That was just the whole thing, just to impress the guy. But now we do have issues to, sort out in Nigeria. Look, I can tell you this for free, and I'll end here and let other people jump in. If Nigeria doesn't stand up, there's no hope for West Africa. I can just tell you that. If Nigeria does not stand up, and look how the West looks at the black folks is West Africa. South Africa has a different vibe to it. North Africa is even the North Africans don't think they're Africans. They don't want to. Even in the World Cup, you could see they don't align with us. They think differently. We must see the hope of the black man in this world is Nigeria, and Nigeria must stand up. We have to find a way to get the power from the elite. I don't know how we're going to do it, how it's going to happen, but maybe we'll continue to speak to one young person who is stronger than us.
This is what we're discussing. This is what we're discussing. For me,
I think after the Supreme Court, we will know, because I think people, to be quite honest.
Well, that's going to take place. The Supreme Court will take place, and whether or not, I can't see any different thing happening there at all.
No.
But we'll go through.
I'm not expecting anything, though.
Yeah, we'll go through the machinations. What I'm talking about is that the fact that as a people, we have to realize the level of our powerlessness. If we cannot go to the ballot box and achieve any kind of justice as to who the leadership should be, then we have a representative as our head of state who is not our representative and is not doing any justice necessarily for the people of that country. So do we wait 4 years, like we've already waited 8 years of Buhari government? Do we wait another 4 years to go to the ballot box again and be cheated? Or
I don't think we should, but I don't know how we're going to do it. I wish I could go there and just grab the power from them.
These are the fundamental questions, because really we're facing fundamental issues. So if we're not grappling with answering some of these fundamentals, because I'm thinking, it seems to me that if we've got any power at all, it's a sticks and stones scenario. And sticks and stones may be a tough fight, but it's not unwinnable. It's not unwinnable. And I'm not necessarily approaching it like that. I'm looking at ideas to start budgeting, because this is actually where we are. We're in a place where we're in a muddled part of the world, where all kind of geopolitics is taking place above our heads. We have a leader that is not able to lead to our understanding of where it is that we might want to go for the short term, medium term, long term. We can't join them in that fight necessarily as a Tinubu government. So what is it really that we're going to do? Do we call it democracy? Do we call it, revolution? Do we call it restructuring? Do we call it reorientation of our minds in order to face the first, second, and third enemy in the tiers that they arrive in, closest to us? These are the things that we've got to be grappling with in real terms, because the law has failed us. The politicians have failed us. Infrastructures, everything. We're in a point of failure. Let's be serious.
There are some people in the chat that are being funny out there. But that said, anyway,
sure.
This for me that I said that who cares? Stop trying to control speech. See, for me, I find
what does that mean? What does that mean?
I think it was when I said something about colonial this thing that people I don't even want to use those terms, because I feel like if somebody is using a certain term to refer to their own oppressors, like it's like saying, I don't like my slave master. Yeah, are you a slave? Then why are you calling him master? If you don't want to be a slave, don't stop calling another man master. You see what I mean? It's a contradictory term.
My way said that we're beer parlor Pan-Africanists.
Yeah, don't mind them. They like to
magic.
tease people.
So let me jump in here. There's a development, and the whatever Bola talked about it, in Nigeria over the weekend. They came out with flurry of judicial
I'm not
whatever.
sure what I was saying.
Oh, sorry.
I barely spoke for 30 seconds.
Oh no, go ahead. I thought you completed what you were saying.
Yeah. So like, if you are internalizing those things, and I think we have been cultured in Nigeria like this, and I've been in the UK for quite a long time. I've never had anybody use those terms. It's Nigerians that keep using it. It's crazy stuff. And when you remind them that term you're using, if their children hear you saying it, you are reinforcing it in their mind that you are underclass to them. If their children hear you saying it, because why would a British guy would never think that they are superior to any other people, but they come to Nigeria and hear our grown men calling them masters. My God, sometimes we don't know what we are doing to ourselves.
I don't think no, forefather. I think you're not correct. Nobody is calling anybody master. No. We said we would have been. That's what we. What I said is that without the Second World War, it's context.
And whilst I understand what forefathers is saying.
No. My point. Forefather says that.
No. Whilst I understand it, I feel it's a trigger point. What I mean is that we understand what you're saying.
But nobody's trying to say, look, let me. But there's something you said. That's why I just jumped in. You said, that no British person thinks they are better than. No, I think most of the people believe, most of the Caucasians believe they're better than, the African people. I don't know where you live, but where I live, I think that's the impression I get,
Yeah,
but
that is true. What you said just now. But what I actually said was that they will not dare to think that they are our masters.
Well, I think they do. I think they actually do. I think they do.
They push themselves off that. They think they are better than us, but they don't think that they are our masters.
Again, I think that's just a pride thing. You see, they know exactly where the world is operating from, and they also know that they are losing power. They're losing their guile. They're losing their mystique. They know this. Don't think that they don't know. They constructed it. No, bro, wait a minute.
Think so.
Let me tell you, as somebody who's been in London longer than you have, growing up in this country, I went to a primary school that was full of black people, mainly Caribbean. By the time I left that school, my confidence as a black person was so high. Now, when I went to secondary school, the numbers were different. And now I had to understand that. So he said, I want your boy that's really running things. Because in my mind, coming out of my primary school, I knew that we were in control of everything. As a Niger recently come, we had everything that we needed back then in the 60s and 70s. Coming into life as we're now being exposed, I'm living a black, powerful life all around me, quite affluent at the same time, and rough experiences at the same time. So by the time I was in secondary school, I was a tough cookie already. But then I was reasonable as well. And what I was seeing was infrastructures taking place, both in the educational system and specific to the Caucasian and what they were offered. Because what I found is pound for pound in school, we were better than them at everything. But they were always well positioned, always. So I had to take care of this understanding. As soon as we left school, those guys that weren't very well educated, bang, they had a good job with their dad or with whoever. Then there was the elite lot that went off to university, and within 3 to 5 years, they were done with education and they snapped up the biggest jobs in the city. This is what I saw ordinarily. People that didn't matter. It didn't really matter on that. It mattered on the connectivity that you had back in those days at any level. So the black people now, what we had in this country was the same microcosm of what's going on macro back in Africa, whereby we now had to fight for existence, mate. Where are we going to go? Boy, I've got a mind. I'm going this way. I'm going the university route. Boy, I'm going to start robbing on the street. Boy, I'm going to take after my dad and use my hands and the skills and become an artisan of some sort. This is what took place. It is no different. They know what's going on. They wrote the book. So you don't have to second guess for anyone. We're adults. We should understand ourselves as adults. You know what I mean? What's going on?
You understand that symbolism matters, and you have young ones. You have young ones that are listening. That grown men are calling other men masters.
And what I'm suggesting to you is that the only people
that is the problem that you are sending down the chain.
It could be, and I don't necessarily argue with your
okay, I think we need to move on.
No, there is no other group that calls other people, other woman's husband masters.
No. I'm the guy that brought this up. I think we're just
no,
being.
No, you didn't bring it up. To be fair, it's not only you. It's not only you.
No,
serious.
When you say it's not only me,
it's quite serious. Because
it is serious to get our psyche right. But in this conversation that we're having, I think it was allowable. It was allowable to move on.
I was looking.
We can't terminate every word.
I think we're just getting stuck in what doesn't help anybody progress the discussion. What I said is that if without the Second World War, Nigeria would have still been a colonized country. Does it work better?
Simple like that.
Okay.
Colonized country is just a word, but when
that's fine.
That's why symbolism matters. Symbolism.
Okay, that's so we can move ahead. Trust me, there are things because this is internet, right? I don't want to bring personal experience and say anything that so we can just.
Sorry. You see, for me, you see what? By the time this show ends, I'm going to give you an example of a word. Let's see whether you're going to like that word. You see, so you will see whether your children will like you to use that.
Nobody is using. I think you're just getting. I think for me, is getting under your skin, and you're.
No, you're not getting under my skin because I believe that I feel like how jarring it is for me when I live here. I've lived here for how many years? I've never had anybody use it, and I come amongst Nigerians, grown men, using that word.
Nobody is using. I don't think anybody in any Nigerian is calling a British person their colonial master. I think
this man is just trolling now. It's okay. I think I get where you're coming from. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm telling you, bro. I don't know why you're getting so
ridiculous.
I think you're just
serious. She's not a serious character, man. Just being silly.
Yeah, that's why she's getting under your skin, and you're trapping the discussion there. I think let's move on. So the whole point is, look, something happened in Kano. last week or this week, right? They upturned the election of that guy, whatever, the NMPP guy, and then finally Kano is waking up and saying, hey, you guys want to take our justice? Because the truth is, the South, many people in the South may not speak up or say, but they have about the same mindset that all of us have, right? Except for some people who, for tribalism's sake, want to be, silly, But most of the people in the South want good life. They want a better country. In the North, it's a little different. It's not like they wouldn't appreciate a better country, but they believe that what they have is okay. That's my own view. But I think with this election, I think APC pushed it a little bit too hard.
These people are useless, baby. You see, this you know what he keeps saying? You know all these chat people, they are talking
Well, the chat people
saying,
are...
Yeah, don't mind them now. He keeps saying I only highlight Fumi's comment because I'm into Fumi. What am I supposed to do? I highlight her because she said something that was relevant to the discussion.
She does look nice in her pictures, mate. She does look quite nice, quite appetizing. But I like the fact that you were going through the thing, but I was still listening to Odi, and I didn't want him to be disturbed. You know what I mean?
So I'm very happy that that APC they pushed their luck a little too far, and maybe Kanu can decide to come into the fray and say, no, we don't want this anymore, because their leader Kwankwaso, whom I thought would have been fighting for the new Nigeria, decided to just go all in for Tinubu. I'm not sure if it's true or not. He was looking for a ministerial position, which would have been a little silly to me, But when his guy came in and was bulldozing houses and doing all these silly things, now they are trying to kick the guy out, and there's a high possibility that he will be kicked out by the Supreme Court. And if he's kicked out, I want to see what happens in Kano. Because the truth is, without the North, unless you can have another Gideon Oka that says, okay, the North is suspended, successfully. Without the North, we can't move ahead. And personally, I'm someone who believes that the more the better, forget my English. I believe that even the Fulanis, I think they can play a good role if they can get involved to understand what we want. We need their car. We need whatever they are doing, how they live their life. The more diverse we are, the better, but they have to come into...
Can I just give you a stop there? Because I want to agree with your concept of what Nigeria can be. And I think we've all had a long time to think about what Nigeria could be with all its different composites that has so much to lend to the center. Now, I think it's fair to say that we've tried as much as it's been corrupted, all the trying. And a lot of the good men that could have led Nigeria didn't lead Nigeria.
Yes.
A lot of the opportunities have been spurned. Whilst we understand that, do you still believe that with the hegemony that Nigeria is under, with the Fulani really at the helm, the Fulani who are under 9% of the country, you're talking Hausa by themselves, they'll be about 25, 26%. The Yoruba will be about 21%. The Igbo will be about 18, 19%. And we are allowing a 9% minority group to run of a giant like Nigeria.
It's a jargon. I want to even start with
Fulani
this.
is actually 6%. They're not even up to
There you go.
Let me tell you, see all these demographics and statistics you just mentioned now, we don't know. I don't even think Nigeria is a country of 200 million people. We've never had, the people that rigged our first census was the British.
No, we know this. We've been around Nigeria. If you've been understand Nigeria, you know that we are a loaded country, mate. You go east, west, north, or south.
No, I'm just saying,
we're
Don't
crowded.
mind him that. Like, the country is full of people, man. See, Nigeria is it's clear Nigeria is one of the most populated country on the continent.
Yeah.
But we don't know.
The location.
I understand that we don't have these statistics the way of precision necessarily, but I think we who are Nigerian and know ourselves, we know our prowess. Because there's not a country in the world where I haven't met my people. Not one country that I've traveled to, and I've traveled wide. And they're already there in front of me. I'm thinking I'm going to one secluded place. I will just see my man talking Yoruba in my ear. Like, you know what I mean? I'm thinking, what are you doing here? That's how we are. Let alone in the country. If you move around in the country, I think the area that I've been to where there's the most space is Abuja. But if I go into the core north, it's crowded as if I go into the east, mate, bruv, you lot are dense over there. The west is quite spread, but we're everywhere in the west. So
my point is, we don't really have any correct data in Nigeria, but we still, it's very difficult for you to, based on that, do any extrapolations.
But okay, let me give you this then. We know bank accounts, we know BVN, and we know NIN numbers that are available. So you can extrapolate from that. So okay, an adult will have an average 3, 4 children, 5 children, and then extrapolate the number. You see, even without doing a census, you could come to a reasonable guess of the population of the country.
Which is why,
remember when they changed the Naira note?
Not to be pedantic, I gave you a scenario of which a minority group is leading 3 big majorities and the rest of the nation.
So Jagun, that's the point I was going to land on.
Come.
At this point, see, that I think that point was correct. The idea of Kaduna Mafia, and all that was correct during the military era. I don't think that happens anymore.
I don't think there's any group that is dominating the country fully. All the elites are everywhere. The elites are everywhere. They are all
the elite. The elite is one of the guys that came to talk to us.
Now, in the structure that we're currently in, the structure 1 of impunity, and the structure 2 of being from the military rule into the democracy that we've had over the years from 99 till date, for Nigerians, nothing has changed. Nothing fundamental has changed. So within, we do actually understand that power really exists in the north, which is to say there is not a time where a Yoruba man chose an Igbo man as his running mate. So there's never been a South-South kind of party pooling together to run the nation. It's always been someone from the north and someone from the south, be it east or west. So that tells you where the running power is. There's a rolling power going over, which is always in the north. And so that script that has been
I think that's
it's not true though that the power has been mostly in the north.
Look, if there's any power base now, it's with the southwest. Now everybody that is appointed is from the southwest. That's where. So what I'm saying is, look, instead of trying to find some hegemony, look, there is a Fulani irredentism. There's no question about that one. They're trying to take land and do all those things. It was so much under Buhari. But Tinubu has, is trying to please the Fulanese also because he believes that they helped him consolidate power.
Of course.
But I can tell you for free today that and that's why I talk about the love for country. If somebody like Tinubu says, I know that I may have a questionable mandate and I may not have done everything correctly, but I love my country and I want to do things right. my brother, you start seeing it in its actions right away. And people, even whether it's Labour Party, whether you're from the North, people would say, leave this guy alone. But from all his policies, you can see that all he's worried about is consolidating power and doing some, you can look at his appointment, the fact that the old CBN governor, who is part of their clique, is locked up and he's trying to bring in Cardoso, so, and nobody can make any monetary policy in Nigeria just because the man is just focused on not being a patriotic person. My I get very frustrated many times with Nigerian things, but when I talk to brothers like you, I get a little bit encouraged. At least there are people who feel for this country, who stay awake and say, what can we do to make this country a better country? I want Nigeria to be a better country. I want a country whereby, you can have options and decide, I don't want to stay here anymore. I just want to go back to Nigeria, or I want to live here, or, but now it's not even an option. There's no option to go to Nigeria and live because, I was asking him about the judiciary. There's no rule of law. And the guy said, 90% or whatever get what are you talking about? If you get killed on the street, nobody's going to talk about it. Somebody died, Mohbad, and people are jumping around in Nigeria. I'm just like, everybody, the case or whatever, the investigation is all in internet. And police says, I'm going to investigate. Of course, nothing is going to happen.
Just to go to this, you mentioned Mohbad. I think, the story of that young musician was a tragic one. And obviously, it's a terrible loss of life, and which is probably going to be investigated and the truth will come out. However, yesterday when I saw so many young people coming out to protest, or day before yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, it puzzles me to an extent that you see how quickly they are able to come out for Mohbad, but when 28 women and children are kidnapped and disappeared, nobody comes out to protest to say, okay, where are our children? Or
sorry, where did that happen?
What do you mean?
What happened?
The kidnap.
Oh yeah, the kidnap. I think the last one that happened, I think, was in Zamfara, if I'm not mistaken.
That's the problem. That's the whole point. Did you see anybody protest for Mohbad or whatever in Zamfara? That's a problem.
No, but there's also kidnapping happening in the south too. I must say, yeah, you are right.
I mean, not to this impunity kind of level. There's impunity going on in the north. There is impunity.
I think I get what you mean. That you would think they should be coming out more to protest. But the reason why I'm saying that, I'm just saying that the young Nigerians, for some reason, I get the feeling that if it happens in the south, they may not even come out too. After all, they killed some people in this thing. Sorry, for using that language, in the church in Ondo State. How many people lost their lives in that church? That was it. Nobody came out. During the politics, people were talking about who did it and whether they caught them in a hotel.
They killed the whole king, mate.
Yeah, the whole church. They wiped out the whole church.
I don't like to give politicians credit, but the governor of Ondo State.
They took out the king to your obese and all. Yeah.
Yeah, but the king was the governor of Ondo State. He came in and fought. After that killing in Ondo.
You don't see people pour out on the street to say, you know what, enough of this. People have to keep us safe. Or serious, like, okay, power failure is not dead. So, but when we are looking at raw loss of life or people that just went to worship, you don't see anybody. But for musician, all those young people come out and march on the streets to have him this injustice for him. I find that a little bit peculiar. Why?
Well, I can
understand that too.
I think in the world of music, Nigeria has had a lead globally in a very nice way, actually, because it called the whole Afrobeat, the way I've taken it in, as somebody again who has a musical background, I take it that the music and the lyricism and the danceability of the music has taken over the world, and it's influenced so many other musics, even though it's taken on a kind of different strand to what I know as Afrobeat. But the thing that's happening with global music that takes precedence is that there's always going to be a peculiarity to kind of the type that you mentioned or the type that you're seeing, whereby it's given this power, especially over the minds of children. And then there has been encompassed within the music of some of the Afro beats that they are now they've become entrenched in the global positioning of music to be an ill, basically, rather than a joy to people. So where it began from a heart for music and a heart for musicality and pleasure, if you like, is now turning a bit wayward. If you see certain Afrobeat musicians who would never swear necessarily on their music, they would always come with quite lyrics, as opposed to the dancehall or the hip hop that was leading the road before, and becoming quite disgusting in many ways. So music is a funny thing. What it does say, though, what I saw, I think is similar to yourself, is that there are crowds here, mate. Sometimes when I see Nigerian protests, I think, man, that's not enough to protest about anything. You know, compared to some South African or some different African countries where you know that the whole township is out protesting. You know, where sometimes I see Nigeria, they're waving some kind of leaves and shouting something. It's like, man, that's not a protest, man. That's just some people down the road.
And those the young men that were present, many of them look like middle class children, and some of them are probably doing giga economy. They are working in the giga economy. None of these people, when they are saying come and protest for corruption, you will not see them more. When they come protest for power failure, you will not see them because they are doing their own thing. All those young men, they are living different lives now.
That's when you know that there are reasons of serious apathy within our people, where what they need to shout and cry about, they're really afraid,
they are not,
or they're not.
They're absent. They are absent, and
Yeah,
that
man.
concerns me a bit.
They're just not politically aware at all.
Yeah,
you know,
it's terrible. I don't know if it's political. They don't seem to have anger. Or
no.
But when people get slaughtered in a church,
right?
you would think they should come out when people get slaughtered in a church. But no, you won't. They will not come out
Jago,
then. It's when a young man
do you know for the
loses
past
his
1
life.
month, I speak to people in Nigeria and I tell them stuff that is happening in Nigeria and they don't even have a clue. I'm here in the UK. I even know more of what's happening in Nigeria.
I do get that myself. I get that a lot myself.
I'll be wondering, what are you guys doing?
Well, you
what
know,
are you doing with your life?
Even that, the lack of communication, because I know in the village, when I'm in the village, sometimes the level, I like it because it's slow, and so at least slower than Lagos. But then when I look around, it's slow to the point of apathy. They're not doing anything.
I think you guys
got
to
have so much. They have so much to get done.
I think you guys got to give Jagun. I think you guys got to give the kids a little bit of,
I'm not talking about
that they desire.
About everyone.
Look, let me tell you something. You know, if you look at the leader, the people that these kids voted for, you know, Peter Obi, he's kind of guy that doesn't want any type of violence. You know, if you remember what happened with Buhari when you know, he had these issues in the north, many people died. You know, he was like talking about baboons and blood on the street and all that. You know, trust me, let's say it was a Wike that lost this election. He would have probably told the kids to just go ahead and protest. The people will go out. And you know, protest is like, you know, a sheep kind of herd phenomenon. You know, when people see their friends going, everybody, oh, are you going? Everybody just jumping. That's how end start. NSAS happened, these kids came out, they got PVC. I was in Nigeria and they voted. Trust me. And it's not, and there's something
They
this guy
voted
said.
with the lowest voter turnout, and
No, I don't think that's why I'm telling you that I can tell you for free that all the elections that we've had, there was no way to count know who voted and who didn't. This election, what APC did essentially was, reducing, taking figures of labor to put into their own. The voter census was correct. You can't say that about the other previous elections. Trust me.
Yeah, I agree with that one. The voter census was correct because of beavers, isn't it?
Beavers completely changed the game, and that's why in the north you couldn't have all the stupidity that was that happens in our election.
Yeah, but beavers changed the game. Then we went and allowed the people that are reporting to be able to change the number. That is just completely defeating the whole thing.
The only way Tinubu is president is today is because they shut down the server. That's the only
That's
thing.
a big loophole. Maybe he would have won. Who knows? We don't know. But that was a big loophole there that they created.
We don't. It's true. Nobody knows if. But I don't think they were prepared to take that chance.
Well, for me again, because we've gone past all that one, I'm still at the point where you said we cannot blame the kids. I'm speaking about the apathy of the whole nation, where it's not about Peter Obi being a gentleman and asking the obedience.
The kids, they need a leader. They need a leader.
Asking the obedience to be calm. I take that from any statesman. That's what statesmen should do. However, I'm talking about the people and what they are not getting and what they're continually not getting and how they're further being.
But it's not over yet, though, Jago.
Wait. They're still getting robbed as we speak of their very essence, let alone rights. So I'm saying that if you are backing a rat to a wall, we all know that rat is going to attack last. And it seems to me that there was an old adage back in the 80s that says when you back a Nigerian into the wall, he doesn't react, he just becomes the wall. And this is what's going on at the moment. We're not seemingly reacting to anything. How can we live this way? If this was another nation, if Nigeria was a different nation of the same size, with the same issues and problems, they'd be out on the streets chanting because they know clearly they're not getting what they want.
Jagun, and when I say give the kids a little credit, is never in Nigerian electoral process has there been this much scrutiny.
Sorry, I think Tone, are you signing off?
Yeah, I'm so tired now, feeling so sleepy.
Yeah. I think we should be running up too. It's almost 14 hours. Yeah, we definitely should be running up 14 hours. I think they went for Adewale did try, Prince Adewale.
Yeah,
he was here for 8 hours, 9 hours.
I've been here since 4:30 London time, so it's
you guys have tried.
We'll
be back again.
Are we all Londoners? Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, okay. Play Londoners versus this thing Yankee. It's all good now.
So guys, we
have another one this evening. Yeah, this evening I think we are going to go a little bit philosophical or kind of religious, kind of. It's supposed to be religious, Sunday. This thing, isn't it? Yeah, philosophical or Sunday religious. Yeah.
My pastor will bat me if he hears what I have to say about him.
Yeah, you want to start now? Leave the pastors alone.
All right.
Yeah, we'll talk about other things, consciousness or something interesting that we don't normally talk about. All right, so let's start rounding up. If anybody wants to say anything before they round up, then we can just start rounding up because 14 hours, that's getting too heavy. And what is going to happen is that tomorrow morning, you're going to see only 12 hours. So the last 2 hours, gone. So,
it's okay.
Yeah, okay. Nobody wants to say anything before
they round up. I will say this. We did a show in the week. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday with electricity, and it was short and sweet, about 3 to 4 hours. And we went into it quite deep, and we bounced around a bit, and it was pretty good. Short, sharp, and sweet, with possibilities of continuation from where we landed. So sometimes 14 hours is strong. I came on late, having watched the show and found it quite interesting, but I observed a lot during the time that I was watching the question and answer session with the Prince of a Chap, and with that, I was happy, really. I have to say it again, that you guys handled him. However, I want to know that we also witnessed how this animal is and how devious the cat is. And to skin this cat ain't going to be no joke. So, man's got to get his cap on, because that's what we're dealing with. You get me? So I'll end it there, mate. Thanks a lot.
And if
Thank
he's
you.
going to come back here again, which I doubt, he's going to be very careful.
He's gonna be very careful. He's not gonna be very happy, especially if he's watching after the reaction. He's not gonna be very. But I hope he comes back, because he's a good sport, actually. In terms of
Man, he's got
talking,
a wonderful personality. His personality is really pleasant. But bro, what he says in defense of the indefensible, how he is non-committal,
Gaslighting.
how
Yeah.
non-committal on most serious issues and some basic issues. He was still non-committal.
That's quite true. Non-committal.
It was all language, and within the language that he was using, a lot of notes.
That is that thing. That term you use, non-committal, is a very, very key term. And that is kind of term any gatekeeper will use. They will make bland statements that are not very clear. By the time you come out of it, there's not much that you have come up with. The very thing is paralysis you come up with. That I think that's quite interesting term you use there. Odi, you have something to add to, you want to say as a parting shot, as they say?
No, it's always nice to, to come in and just hang out with brothers. All we want is a better Nigeria. We love Nigeria. Anybody that watches this show and maybe thinks that, we may have some ulterior motive should just, forget it. We actually love Nigeria more than the people who are in Nigeria. And we will continue to speak truth to power. And we wish the leaders well, whether it's Tinubu that is going to be there. I actually do wish him well. But, but something has to happen. It's either he decides to, prioritize the country and become patriotic, or there's something else has to happen, because we cannot be subservient to the Europeans. We cannot. This is, at a point, and they know history has always had this. Something has to happen, but and we'll see when it happens. Well, thank you.
I think if I can just, I mean, I know we're closing up, but again, I just want to add to that, because the fact of the matter is, without all the machinations of issues that we have, Nigeria, from where we are now, within 5 years, just the look of what Lagos would look like, what Onitsha should look like, what Abuja should look like, what Kano should look like. All this can be done in 5 years. I've seen it watching China and the eastern countries. What they've been able to do.
Send a link again now. You are hearing us saying that we want to pack up, and you are telling me to send link. Who is the?
Don't mind if you will never come on.
No mind. Send the link.
Who's that now?
All these people, what you with Steven? He keeps saying we should send the link. Come on, man. We are trying to round up here. So have you finished, Jago? Or
well, yeah, more or less. I'm just again just adding commentary, because there is hope, but I don't know how wide or slim the hope really is.
That's true. There's serious hope, but today, after hearing some of the challenges we face, that's the way. The one thing he made clear to us, to me anyway, the way I saw what he was saying, our leaders are too close to the West. They are too close for them to see objectively that there are other options that we can use to develop. They are just too close, and that's a problem, because I believe that we need a peaceful change,
Yes.
and because we can't afford any upheaval. And if they are too close, what are we going to do? We're in trouble. They've just completely like chained themselves to Western interests. That if the West say they are not going to develop, they are not going to develop. If the West decide they are going to develop, they will develop. That's a terrible state of affairs. And I just feel like maybe an event is going to occur that will wake us up, and that's why I'm not going to pray for it. But if the French stupidly go and attack Niger, that's going to open people's eyes to what is going on. But I
I
don't
don't
know.
think it would, mate. I don't
You don't think it would?
Nah. If it's in line, if that kind of thing is in line with Tinubu, which is to say that before they switch this on, they've already told Tinubu that this is what's going to run. Nigeria will be calm because it will be afraid. Nigeria is a country of
Northern Nigeria will not become. That's the whole West Africa. Then you are talking about the other two nations, Mali and Burkina Faso, that will go into.
Well,
So
that's
the
why
whole thing is
I
going to
don't
get
really
out of
see that
control.
scenario happening.
Yeah.
We'll wake up if something catastrophic kind of takes place. I'm thinking, what? Oh no, you didn't say catastrophic. But words to that point where
Catalytic,
something shocking
catalytic,
takes place where people wake up. And I think that the country is shock tired. I don't think there's anything that's going to shock us into action.
You see,
I can't see it, bro.
I believe that the reason why they are not reacting is because they have agreed to themselves that suffering is less deadly than actually dying. Because all those nations that did what they had to do, you know it yourself now, they saw death. Death was like their next door neighbor. People were just dying left and right during those wars. So to them, what I have to do, what I need to do. I don't care about what that idiot is telling me. They don't care about. They will not care what Washington is saying. They don't care what Russia is saying. They will do what they because there's nothing to fear anymore.
Mm.
You see what I mean? So, and our people are not there. I think there was this program I was watching, and the person said people react according to the challenges that they are given.
Do you think that you're able to say? Can I ask you, sir? Do you think you're able to say what you just said because you're at that far away from Nigeria itself? Because I concur with the common sense that you just uttered.
Mm.
But is it because we're here and we're not there under the same level of suffermanship and knowing that definitely we don't want to lose allies, even though we go and fight? You understand? Yeah. Even though we may go and fight, even though we may be the instigators, even though we can become leaders of the thing, are we sure that? Because perspective is a serious thing, mate.
No, it's a big one because it's like when you're in a building versus when you're outside. If you're outside, you see the entire thing, but if you're inside, you don't necessarily see it. If I was inside, something tells me that my eye would not be this open to this stuff. Just accessing the internet alone, with all the broadband issues. Anytime I have access to the internet, I have to prioritize whatever I'm accessing it for. But here, you have access. You can check information, you review stuff very, very quickly, so you can see your access to information and the way they talk here too in the media, the way they share information here is different from the way they share in Nigeria. So Nigeria is like there's a cloud that they used to block Nigerians from understanding the real truth of what is going on. And even when I came to the UK, when my eyes started opening to an extent too, was when you stay up at night. I don't know whether you know about that Newsweek program. Michael Portillo and a few others, when they were having their program at night around 11 Thursday nights. When you watch it, some of the things they say that you will not hear it on normal news. So that's when you start realizing that these people, they really know what they are doing. They're not stupid. They know exactly what they're doing. Even how they control their own people here. Some of the things that they do and the way they control the world. Yep. That's why I started realizing that these people are cunning, man. They really have their act together. And then suddenly you come to Nigeria, you see the way we talk. I'm like, oh my God. You see, perspective. That perspective.
It's true.
And even then, my eye wasn't, man, the voodoo they did to us is strong. Even then, my eyes still didn't open. The only time I started opening to this point was just about 2-3 years ago when George Floyd happened. Everybody was on lockdown, so we're talking to everybody around the world. We were sitting at home talking to Americans, talking to Australians, whoever. So when you are sharing information, all this stuff, your eyes just start opening to all this information. And then one day we were discussing, and I just looked at the structure of our nations. That's when my jaw just dropped. When I looked at all sub-Saharan African countries, I'm like, Jesus Christ, what is going on here? Are we not even present in the world?
We're not present in the world.
Are we not part of this world anymore?
Bro, talk to me. This is the level, brother. All that level of understanding that you just explained, I completely understand it. Because for me, I reading the Bible when I was 12, 13, 14. I read it back to front. And I read Revelations about 10 times and understood that this thing ain't no joke, star. I thought, my God. So my mind was already forward thinking at a very young age. And I used to see a lot of subliminals that they used to put in the advertising. I could see it so clearly. And I was telling people what things meant that people had no understanding of. Like the thing visa, VISA, visa. We know what that is, right? In terms of how to get from one point of the world to another point of the world.
To another,
is a password, if you like. You can come through visa.
Yeah.
Then when I was about 18, 19, I was doing a lot of studying at that time, and I was speaking a lot in Speaker's Corner. And I learned at that period that this visa, VI, in Roman numerals, what is VI?
6, isn't it?
Thank you. Now, in Babylonian, I won't expect you to know, but S is 6. And then in Greek, A is 6. I think that may be the other way around. So what is visa?
666.
There you go. And we're trading on this thing all around the world, not understanding the world we're actually living in. So things are hidden in plain sight all of the time. And I've been watching and expecting the COVID period to actually happen. When it happened, everybody was scattering up and down. Me, I was calm as hell, knowing that this is the time that they're putting on their tests. This is the time that they're taking data.
Wait, do you notice that a lot of people have started wearing that rubbish now?
Because it's coming again. Because they're going to do it again. And there are so many people who are afraid and who have bought in to the government theology, as I would put it.
I get the feeling that people are going to lose it if they try that nonsense again. To try to people with lockdown. People are going to lose it too.
Bros, you don't know these people.
You know,
what it is that they tested the last one. A lot of the vaccines that they shot into people's arms, a lot of them were what they call what's the word? When you placebo.
When was
a lot of them were placebo.
Okay.
So they were just injecting anything into them, and then they did their test on the little ones that they knew that they were actually going to be injecting the real vaccine or what they've produced as the vaccine. So we don't know that there's a test. Now, what they're going to do, because of the way that they've released this thing, they're going to release something that is even more damaging to the human condition. And with that is where the seriousness is to be taken by the masses. And this is where we've got to watch out. And that, bruh, what's going on at the moment is spooky all around. That's the only way I can explain it to be. It's spooky, I think. You know, we might like to look at logic and look at 1 and 1 is equal to 2, but soon we're going to see things that aren't going to equal at all in our minds or in our imagination. So, you know, the AI that's coming out with the technology where it is, they can put a vision right in front of you that you can interact with, but the thing is not there. It's not real, but it's happening right in front of you. So if they can show you that, they can show the world a vision. By the time they can start showing the world visions, know that we're there, bro. We're there. We're, again, our master, fella, has spoken all these things, man. Zombie, zombie. I mean, zombie, bruv.
Let's hope we are going to be able to. You see, the struggle in the world is going to happen. I don't want to go into that now. Maybe something we will discuss later, because we shouldn't always limit our discussion to this. We want to also project out. The struggle that is going to go on in the world is because there's going to be a world government sooner or later, because of the advancement going on in the world. And whatever form is going to take, who is going to control it, is going to be a serious struggle between the people and the elites that control all these multinationals. And to be fair, if one looks at the way the world is going right now, the multinationals are way ahead of the masses. And I don't know what our future will look like when a world government shows up and the multinationals are the ones in charge. I don't know what that world would look like, man. That is going to be an interesting world too.
Well, there's presidents. There's still presidents for this thing. It just depends on what side you're on. As we're seeing Nigerian politics play, when you see somebody from APC scuttering to PDP because he believes that he'll be better positioned, and then versa, and all kinds of things. That's what's going on at the global level, whereby
man, I really hate that chameleon politics Nigerians do, where they just jump.
That's what's going on. That's what's running. They're learning from somewhere. They learn all that rubbish from somewhere, mate. You know what I mean?
Well, you have to give it to them now. At least they don't care about politics. They don't care about political affiliation. Because I always say that I don't care about politics. I don't care about economics. They don't care. They just care about their own.
And that's how you can run your. If you're lucky, they say if you're lucky in a country where the leader loves its people and its land, understand that, because the whole world runs whereby it's a personal issue. It's politics.
It's not good at all. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in, and I really appreciate your time. And Tone, Jargon, and the Warriors. I think this Rudolph kept calling us night. What does he call us again? I don't know why he's just. Yeah, don't mind them. We are the ones keeping the place on. I think we didn't do a lot of verification and stuff today, but it's all good, because I think I'm learning. I think there was something somebody said today that really jogged me, because I learned something from it. There's a lot of people learn. Me, I'm here to learn myself. And I saw the other day when Masca came in and said, "Oh, the discussion we were having, he learned a lot from it." That's what we're here for, pick up knowledge and share it as much as we can. And there was this email that I was given to send out, and Field 6 kept contacting me like, "Wow, I've sent it out, but the others have not acknowledged." Jago, are you among them? Who are the people that are among them?
I've acknowledged. I've seen it.
You've acknowledged. Mr. Tone, are you among them that have not acknowledged? Are you one of those people that don't check your emails?
I'll check that. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, I'll check that. I don't check that email very regularly. I'll check that.
Yeah, neither do I, because he saw what Phil 6 did the last time he came here. He was like, "Why have you not done it? Send it out, send it out." And when I sent it to him again, he wrote back to me, he's like, "Why have you not responded back?" I said, "But I'm waiting for other people to respond. How am I supposed to respond back to you alone?" I'm waiting for other people to respond back. So yeah, thank you, gentlemen, for coming in till tomorrow or today. Later on
today for us.
I'm looking forward to seeing you guys. Yeah. And let me start saying shout out to the this thing, the man today. They really got they got Tone going for a bit there. The chat.
Yeah, I saw complaining. I said, if you get involved with the crowd, if you get crazy, man, will kill you. You can't get involved with them. You have to leave them to their own devices, brother.
They are crazy.
You don't even communicate with that lot, bro.
Yeah.
They're hardcore.
Hi, Beauty Ted. I see you there. Thank you for coming in.
This is the best one.
Yeah, Wajuwe, Steven, Tracy, Jacopin, Olga. Oh my God, Olga, you are still here till now. Thank you for coming in, Olga. Who else is there? I see you there.
Guy, Owanlele.
Yeah, Guy. Guy.
Tracy. She's quite a sweetheart, but she don't have a face. I would like her to see her face.
Yeah, she's got a face on her now. Tracy Jacob. Is it Tracy Jacopin you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's her there now.
Have you seen her face?
No, I've not seen her face. I thought that was a picture that I'm assuming.
No, that was
I don't know.
that one with the picture is Fumio.
Oh yeah, that was a close up. No, this the chat that you just see on the screen, the message you see on the screen, there's a picture with a lady in there. So I don't know whether it's her, but there's a lady in there in the middle. Oga and then okay, let me see. These are I already called these ones out. Okonko 21. Okonko 21, I can see you there. Tone M, I can see you there. You're on the chat and on the panel. All good. T Majek, I see you there too. And T Majek actually donated too. So thank you for doing that. Fumi, oh, I see you there too. You know, all these people, they're just teasing me about highlighting your comments because I fancied you and stuff like that. I was highlighting your comment because you're saying I shouldn't be saying colonial master is a bad word. That is ridiculous. You know, I disagree 100% with that. Kene, Kene, what is it? Kene Ezeke.
Hi.
Kene Ezeke.
Why aren't
Yeah,
you pronouncing your people's name properly now?
Man,
What's wrong?
I'm struggling, man. I'm not very good at this. I really need to get better at this. Harry Johnson, and I see you there. Thank you for coming in, Henry Johnson.
Hi.
Henry Johnson and Timajek. I see Timajek too. Yeah, obviously I'm going to miss a lot of people because this thing goes way back. 14 hours of stuff. So, and the chat, the one that contributed a lot of is Alexander Gomez, as always. Jaja is there. Ali CJ, Alexander Gomez again. Timajek. One man went to Mo. He also donated. Opitan Global Media, thank you for your donation. George Blue Shell, thank you for your donation. Ebi, thank you for your donation. Team Majek again. Opital Global Media, Clap Zal, thank you for your donation. Alexander Gomez, I see you there again. He's always there. And Kolata. Kolata, that one is just whenever he puts money to insult people or say something bad about something, that's why he puts money there.
But you see, sometimes I look at the comments, yeah, and I see them, and sometimes they make me laugh, and sometimes I'm appalled. But the thing is, you can't get involved. I heard the complaint for the young lady. I forgot her name, but I've seen her a few times before. She was bitterly complaining, and then I heard old Toad having a go, and I thought, Toad, you set up
they were after
that would say all kinds of things out there. If you want forgiveness, you have to forgive. So it's like that, man. You just got to allow them, mate. You got to allow them. This is where the real chat is being had. You know what I mean?
Manuel Ferrara.
The way I see it, if anybody wants to be strong, let them come and show their face and talk.
I should be highlighting them.
Well, anything that happens down there, they're just talking bullshit.
But you know, most forums, most political forums, this is the best one so far. I've never seen anything better.
Absolutely, and that's got.
Cool.
I think that's got to be highlighted for real.
Yeah, thank you. Kulata, I see you there too, and Tim Majek, we see you there too with your donations. Christian was on the chat and donated. Kulata again, thank you very much, and. Kulata again. Kulata is donating a lot. Black Experience, I see you there. Very good one. Timajek, thank you very much. Kulata, Timajek again. That's not Kulata. Then Kulata. That was for you. All this money, because of you. That's why it's paid because of you. You're getting crossed. The boy is putting more money.
Bro, when you know I was getting crossed and I was reading the comments were winning, bro. The comments were easy winning. You can't handle them, bro. It's too much.
All this money for Konami.
None of them was taking anything you said seriously, and you were so serious. I thought, oh my god, this ain't easy.
Yeah, Team Ajek too, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for all the donations. And till next time, and we need to watch out for our leaders so that they don't go and sell us in a handbag. This is where they will sell us literally. Bye all.
3. Why the choice of London? This is an indication of well, for want of a better word, of a neo-colonial mentality. Any major meeting in Nigeria affecting Nigeria affairs, our leaders will jump into the aircraft and they are going to London. It's as if